Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the KelVPN Streamer Cup. We are now on day 3, which is the last day, where we've got the 8 finalists going to be playing, I believe, eight rounds. It should be a long tournament, but first I want to start off introducing my co-caster for today. I've got the great PockyPlays, fantastic caster. I've watched a ton of him casting. I always wanted to do more casting with him, so I'm glad to have you here.
Yeah, I'm super excited. It's a super cool tournament. Always happy to cast with a ton of different people, but you especially.
You're just saying
I'm
that.
excited that I got the finals.
You're just saying that, you know. But I do appreciate it. Yeah, there's definitely been I've had a lot of fun casting just tournament. Like if I'm talking right, I always think casting is very different than playing, right? There's a lot of really interesting things you get to see, like from a big picture, how people play tournament metas and things like that. If you're playing, you don't really get to see, but it's always good to have good casters and have a lot of fun doing it.
Absolutely, I completely agree. And try to dive into the mindset of different players and what they're thinking, and you get to see both sides. You get to see all the different perspectives. So you get to see the mind games and stuff. And like, I don't know about you, but like the end game in battlegrounds when people are you tech against and you try and think about what the other opponent's doing, getting to see both sides of it so that you can kind of break it down is awesome.
Yeah, I always think that's really cool seeing like, oh, if they bought this, they would have actually had a much higher chance to win. Or if they moved this around, you got to play around the spore, you got to play around the divine shield here and here. It's always nice to watch people construct their own decision making on what they think is the best way to win.
Definitely.
But we do have the 8 finalists, right? I always talk about it how the first groups of the day are going to be slow, right? Because people need to add each other, people need to construct their groups, see who the team leader and stuff. But once we get past the first day, the first round, it should be a lot quicker because they're not moving and swapping groups, right? It's just 8 players playing how many games are required for the finals. So it should be really smooth, really quick once we get into the first game. Everything should go really fast from there.
Yeah, it's nice to see those longer groups where it's just a single thing, because you really do get to see that sort of developing tournament meta and how the lobby progresses and everything. So that should be cool for the finals.
Yeah, I do want to talk about who's in the finals, right? I think a lot of people want to know who's actually participating, right? The top 8 out of the 16, right? First place, or not first place, but the one with the most points was Standardachi with 55 over the 8 games. Then we have Shuva Lord, Solari, HS, Shady Bunny, Jackie Chan, Goddammit, RDU, and Terrorblade HS, who tied with Silvername in terms of points, but because Terrorblade had more second places finishes, right? They had the same amount first, but Terrorblade had more second place finishes. He won over the tiebreakers. That's why he's participating in the finals over Silvername.
Yeah, and a lot of really good names. I'm excited about to watch the Russian players. I know you've got to sort of see them a little bit over the past few days, but I don't get to see them very often because
you're not Russian, or
yeah, exactly. So obviously recognizing Solari, Shady Bunny, Jackie Chan, and RDU, but it'll be interesting to see how they go up against the other 4, and if there's sort of a different strategy there. Of course, they still play on the EU server, so playing on that meta, but yeah, I'm excited, and I know they're very, very good players. So
yeah, Standardachi in particular has played in pretty much every format. Like I've seen him play in constructed tournaments, arena tournaments, battlegrounds tournaments. Always does well, right? So that's definitely one to look out for if you were to have any favorites. I would say he's a good contender to just winning it out, the whole thing. But a lot of the other Russian players, I think the Russian players have really done extremely well this tournament, right? Like I was looking at some of the others that didn't make it. A lot of the invitees, right? I'm like, oh, the Russians just kind of dominate over there. So it's pretty cool to see how competitive and how strong that region as a whole is when you stack them against some of the best in the world.
Yeah, and it's interesting the points breakdown here. The only point premium I believe is for first place.
Yeah.
So not normal. Usually you see something for like fourth or third, or maybe like a penalty for eighth. But yeah, only first place getting that point premium. So
I also
cool to see how that'll shake out.
I also think it's interesting that being eighth gives you points. You know, it's not as brutal as some of the previous tournaments that I've seen or played, where it's like, oh, you got eighth, you no points, or you got eighth, you lose points. I've had that happen, and it's just like, oh god, it's so bad. But here it's like, oh, you're eighth, you're still getting a little bit. You know, it's not like a big amount, but you're still getting something. So it's kind of nice to see a little bit of a cushion in the placements there.
Yeah. One of the things that like, so people do those point premiums, right, to sort of reflect ladder where you're like, oh well, you really don't want to get an eighth. You know, you're gonna lose a ton of MMR versus, you know, top four. Like there's this idea that, you know, there's benefits there, but on ladder it's actually, you know, a linear MMR breakdown, and if you were in a lobby on ladder with these 8 players that are all insane, you'd be getting normal gains. You know, it would be just 1 through 8, right? Like, so it's kind of cool to see a more linear point breakdown, because really it makes it more fair, right? It makes it like, oh, it's not just like you get a little unlucky with like a break here, a break there, you know, a bad matchup or something. It's just a little bit more, you know, you can remain in it till the end that way.
I gotta say, I would not want to be going into ladder and then queuing into these like exact 8 players. I would be like, maybe I shouldn't be playing today. I'm just telling myself, like, this seems a little rough, you know, today. Everyone's playing. I don't even know if I want to be here.
There's definitely a balance. I know some people really like getting into the high MMR lobbies. I'm like, I'll just take it easy. I want to relax, you know. I want to be able to get my top 4s and move on.
Yeah,
you know. But these are brutal lobbies.
I agree. Like there is some fun of like, oh yeah, I get to play with some of the best and, you know, see how I stack up and stuff. But for me, I'm just like, no, I just want the free MMR. Like, don't give me these guys. You know, anytime I'm like, oh damn, I know the people. I'm like groaning. I'm like, oh, here we go. I have to try. I have to sit up in my chair. You know, it's a problem.
yeah. The sit up, lean forward a little bit. You know, the high octane Hearthstone.
Yeah,
that everyone looks forward to.
Not necessarily for me, but I mean, well, it is. You know, in tournaments, I'm always like ready for it. But generally, if we're not doing tournament play, it's not. It's definitely not the same. But we do have a little bit of a wait time before we get all the players set up, and then once we do, it should be pretty good, pretty smooth, and it's going to be a lot of fun games, right? Anything interesting that you saw from the first 2, like maybe the tournament meta was different than you expected, or the player tendencies were different than you expected, anything like that?
I don't think anything specifically to call out. It, like I said, it's just kind of cool to see a lot of players that I haven't got to see as much. Not seeing enough to really know if there's like specific tendencies, like, oh, this person is going for, you know, high rolls, this person's playing it more safe. But it'll be interesting because those were over 2 days, and it was sort of cumulative points, but points are reset today,
Right.
so everyone's on a fresh slate. And like I said, with the 8 games, you know, you sort of get the breakdown of, some people like to start out tournaments by kind of like, let's go for some first, like, it's, you know, like we have time to fix things if it doesn't go right, but like I want to get out to the early lead, versus, you know, people that just try and play consistent from the start and maybe go for more conservative plays. And so it'll be interesting to see what approach the different players take now that they have made it into the finals. And I believe there's prizing guaranteed for all eight slots. So
yeah, there's guaranteed prizing, so that's really good. Like they've been through the thick of things. Now it's, you know, comfy. I'm always getting some money from this tournament, so it's a little bit more relaxed. I'm sure they're not thinking it's relaxed. They're like, oh god, I need to win, I need to dominate. But in my opinion, I think once you're through the main and you've made it to the finals, I think you should be proud of your achievement so far, and everything else is just a big plus. And speaking of things I've noticed, like as I've casted all the games so far, so um, there were some like player tendencies, right? Like I know Golovach isn't still in the finals, but he did a lot of forcing on what's it called on Frogger comp, and I thought that was really interesting because I don't think Frogger comp's the thing that jumps out to you is like, oh, this is very forcible, this is very easy to do every single game, but
Yeah.
but he was making it work. He had like four games of Frogger over the course of the tournament, so I thought that was pretty cool. Another thing was like the consistency. A lot of players really showcased consistent gameplay. I think the first two in points really showcased their consistency. Dachi was very consistent. Barely, I think one like bottom four or something like that. Like really good. Same thing with Lord as well, right? Very very consistent in theirs, and they also did really well to get first and second. So really cool to see all that working out. But it looks like we have made it to the first round. So this welcome to the KelVPN Streamer Cup Finals. We are finally in the first round, taking a look at some of the heroes and some of the stats of everyone. We see a George player. We were talking about this with Nina, how I think George in tournaments is not not the shiniest toy to be playing with here, but we'll see if these finalists can make it a lot more consistent, a lot
It's
better.
definitely harder to pull off in these high MMR lobbies because everyone's gonna be looking for the ghoul and stuff. So um, we'll see, but I still think George is very consistent in the right lobbies, and we do have Quilbers in, so obviously hitting that gem splitter always a really nice option for the George.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, we see Jackie Chan here having to eat the demon, nothing else an option, and then deciding between the Weaver and the Acolyte there.
Yeah, when you play Cookie and you don't have an option of what to eat, right? I've seen some starts where there was nothing to eat, right? You get like double Acolyte
Yeah.
Wrath Weaver, and you're just like, well, my game's ruined. So glad to not see that from Jackie.
Yep.
So taking a
And we see uh Galakron played by Solari, Shuvalord on Barov, and Stani Dachi on Finley. And did we see what hero power Finley got?
yeah, I wanted to take a look at the Finley hero power, but we don't actually know exactly what it is there, but we'll be able to see it soon.
Oh, it looks like a Eudora.
Looks like Eudora. Okay. The Galakron is pretty interesting, right? Some people like actually committing to a Bronze Warden and just using that for early tempo, but it looks like they have bigger plans, right? Elementals are in, right? So I do think it's always a good option to just check to see if you hit a Light Fang, a Nest Matron, and then like go from there. So settling on a Bronze Warden, while it is a strong card, I don't think it'd be like the best approach to like dominating the lobbies.
Yeah, I definitely like checking the 4, but from there, if you end up going for the tempo like a high main, beasts aren't in this game, but the high main is a really nice option. Um, this just like a lot of tempo in those early turns, so you can just end up leveling and then your hero cards get a lot more consistent.
Oh, I want to mention something. Okay, I think this is extremely cool. Everyone was on turn 1 until, goddammit decided, nah, I'm going to be different. But that is very weird. Well, not weird in my opinion, but like very unique because we've watched two other two other groups, right? And in none of those groups, we didn't have such, strict warrior curving, shiny curve where everyone just stays on one. We'd always have like 3 or 4 people just staying on one and everyone else like being on 2. But you can see like maybe it's a tendency of this meta or a tendency of people that would make it to finals that they really value that staying on one meta. You see almost everyone staying on 1 except for Dummit. He's now on 3. He's early.
Yeah, and makes sense to level with the Blackthorn there. Um, it's definitely an interesting thing that you see happen, and I definitely think it's something that influences. I guess the way to put it would be like almost a self-fulfilling prophecy, in that the more people that stay on one, maybe the more inclined you are to also stay on one because you kind of want to match and not take like a lot of that early token damage by leveling and not having minions on board. So maybe it's a response to that too. That when they see everyone else on one, they're like, all right, well, I guess we're staying on one too.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good minion type selection to stay on one, right? Elementals are in, demons are in,
Yep.
right? So you have the nice fours that you can pick from. So I'm not surprised to see so many people doing that. But you can
Yeah,
see
and
now.
both tokens are out, so you're also less likely to hit something that makes 3-on-3, 4-on-4, Jeef curve. Some of these alternative curves, even standard. God, if anyone plays standard curve, that's even less of an option with both tokens out.
Yeah, that's very true. We're taking a look at Shady Bunny, right? Shady Bunny's playing Hook Tusk, going for the four, using the Wrath Weaver, right? He's a big fan of using that early tempo to not lose health.
I'm well aware of Shady's inclination of the Wrath Weavers. He does love it. Always awkward situation when you don't get to use your Hook Tusk hero power, but obviously there's just no good option there. So
Yeah, it's too much of an
we'll have to.
upside to get the triple. So it does feel
Yep.
bad, but there's not really much he can do there if he really wants to take advantage. Like he could hero power the Wrath Weaver, but some would say that's a bad idea. Not me, but
I might fall into that school of thought. Maybe I have to think about it a little bit more, depending on how much I value a 7-9.
you mean a 9-11. Hits the light spawn. Okay, so that's definitely going to give him a game plan. I think a lot of people will be getting their either their 4 drops or their fives if they're super leveling, but it doesn't really look like anyone is hyper leveling here. There's no one on tier 4 so far, so very likely you'll see a lot of people going for the hits, seeing if they hit it right. There's another Jackie goes for a 4 here, doesn't really hit any of the premium ones, right? Would have loved to see a Light Spawn, a Nest Matron, or Doomsayer. Doesn't hit any of that. He has a couple of options, but none of them really stick out to me really being really premium, right? So you can see they're just doing the player tendency of clicking hide and show and hide.
Hoping it changes,
Yeah.
Maybe this time it'll be different. Yeah, definitely feeling the promo Drake nerf here, right? Where it used to feel a lot better when it was a 5-5. That it's like, okay, this is pretty strong tempo, but when you don't have a setup that really synergizes with it, you don't have the dragons on board. It definitely feels a lot worse as a 3-3. And on Shady Bunny's side, we saw him pondering whether or not to take the Swabby on 7 gold, and opted to get that gold value in, and then roll, and found a pretty nice shop. So he froze some of those shields, hoping to grab a slightly buffed Cyclone, I believe,
Yeah.
this upcoming turn. And
Yeah, somewhat surprised he froze that shop, right? Knowing the player there, he really does like to milk as hard as possible. But really, I think he's respecting his opponent, saying, "Oh, I don't want to appear too weak and take too much damage here. So let me just try to get as strong as possible. I have the AKM for scaling, so at least I have that going for me." But does look to be. Oh, he's gonna level. Oh wow. Okay.
yeah, he ended up leveling and rolling past the frozen shop, so deciding he didn't want it after all. Probably didn't get as many buffs on
Buffs
the
as he
Cyclone,
thought.
because I have to imagine that was the minion he had in mind.
Yeah.
Sugalord tripling into a 5 here,
Yeah.
seeing a strong shell, a Hogger, and Agam. Do you? I mean, certainly it's not the strong shell. Do you have a preference on the Hogger versus the Agam here?
I think they're both pretty bad, so I don't really necessarily have a preference. I guess the preference would be Hogger because it gives you a chance, right? You can triple the Elemental pair, right, and then maybe hit a Tony. If you hit a Tony, you can get golden Hogger,
Yeah,
right, and then
you
you
could
can
hit
pop.
a Tony. You could hit another Hogger. A little bit more synergy
Looks
than
like
anything you can hit with the Agam.
Shiverlord betting correctly. I wouldn't put my money on Shady this turn either. Oh wow, so Solari HS with the Galakron has hit a Imp Mama star, and that's insane. So yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely Shady's not winning this one, and he's probably taking Max as well.
Yeah, it does look like it. With the buffs on the Imp Mama and the Khadgar there, just for for kicks, it does look like that's gonna be oh man, a
Yeah.
lot
Oh
for
god.
Shady to
And
deal with.
taking Max as well. Damn.
Oh yeah.
That's a brutal fight for Shady there. Not the best start you'll be seeing if you are a Shady fan, but these are the first games. There's a lot of games to go. We'll see if Shady can recover from this position. Does
He
find
does hit a
us.
very good shot though, with another light spawn and 2 ring matrons. I don't know what else you want there. That's like almost perfect.
Yeah, that's hopefully a good saving grace for him, right? It might be too late for him considering his position, right? He's taking quite a bit of damage, right? The one thing about these light fan compositions is you want to have time to milk, time to get as many stats as possible, and if you take too much, then you become you're a little bit too scared. It's not safe to continue milking, and then you have to get out of it a little bit too early, and then you're not as strong as you could have been if you could stay.
Yeah, it's definitely a really hard balance, and I think there's something to be said for the players that are able to balance that sort of you know scary situation, right?
Yeah.
Of do I continue to because you really have to play right on the edge to make it work, and so um, we'll see if Shady's able to do that going up against RDU here in the Millhouse, who has a light swan of his own and a Khadgar.
Yeah, it's a pretty good setup here. With the Khadgar allows for a lot of extra procs, and it is only turn 7, right? But RDU and Shady Bunny are one loss away from death, right? Where the other players are completely fine, very healthy. Some people close to max, right? The George player, which I was riffing on all yesterday, right, is 39 HP at this point, which is extremely high. So yeah, it looks to be that the milkers, they're fighting each other, trying to see which one's going to be the better one of the two, fighting for survival.
Yeah, and it on the bright side for both of them, despite being, within that damage cap range, it's pretty unlikely that either of them are going to die here.
Ah,
That being
okay.
said, Shady with a pretty good fight.
I mean, yeah, it makes no difference, right? They're both in one shot range, I would say at this point. So as long as they just have to go full tempo, maybe try to survive, right? The RDU could have played his Elemental, right, and he would have had an extra big minion, and that might have been a big difference in whether he won or lost that fight. But he's going for full milk, and I respect it, right? I think you need to do it, especially in these tournaments, right, where you're playing for first. You can't really have too much fear. You have to kind of play with your heart open and say, hey, I might die here, but it's okay. This is the line to win. So hopefully
Yep,
they can
completely agree.
yeah, hopefully they can recover. Looking for the triples here, trying to get the hits. Yeah, gonna sell the Acolyte as well, trying to force those triples there. Only hits the Elemental, though a decent. I mean, you can see he's prioritizing the triples so much, right? He's keeping the 11-11s over the 14-14s just because he wants to triple.
Yeah, and like you said, you gotta balance the tempo plays with being able to milk, and so keeping double light spawn on the board is still an option for trying to hit something better, but getting out of the weaker acolytes and stuff like that.
Keeping all the pairs. It's very impressive. Might lock that because it's better than roll, right? Because you're spending 2 gold to get 2 gold. Yeah, so it's basically a reroll. But I guess you just take the reroll then. Okay.
Yeah, it's sort of similar, and you'd have to sell out of a pair, right? So it's a little better to not freeze there.
Well, yeah, I mean, you do want to keep the Wrath Elemental, I guess. So yeah, you'd probably sell something you don't want to sell if you froze
Yeah.
that shop. So RD spending his whole time trying to fill his board complete with elementals, and does do that very well, and it comes to a dominating victory for him. The one issue, right, would be his scaling is capped a little bit, right, because he doesn't have as many ways to milk. But as long as he can get some triples, he should still be in a pretty powerful position.
Yeah, and a tough spot here for RDU just because on Millhouse you don't get as many rolls for those triples, so has to balance that with the recycling rate.
Yeah, taking a look at
Um,
Goddammit here. He's been playing Blackthorn and really has been buffing those cyclones to be his advantage, right? It looks to be a gem splitter or ground shaker comp without the ground shaker, right? He has the gem splitter and he has a little bit of scaling with the other pieces, but nothing really fantastic, I would say. So he's not in the best position, especially with the low health that he has right now.
yeah, and we also see Shuvalor did end up hitting a few more Hoggers, or maybe that Tony, and had moved out of it already. But I assume Hoggers on that Bear Oven. Now has a golden one along with a Peggy and some strong pirates on board.
uh, Finds another Tony or finds a Tony and decides to play with that. So is still valuing the Tony, even though I guess is looking for that golden Peggy play. It's pretty interesting, I would say, over the course of the tournament. The Pirates have been, I would say, the most dominant class, which is a weird statement, I think, to have made at any point in this game, actually. Like, I don't think I've ever really felt that Pirates are like the best, the nuts. But Pirates, this whole tournament has always been good. If you get a golden hogger at any stage of the game, the players here are really able to close it out and find the right pieces they need to win the lobbies.
Yeah, and I think that Pirates this meta have been actually really underrated. Just on ladder and stuff. I know that there's a lot of players that have sort of been talking about like how they're low key really strong. Uh, but when you get to these high MMR lobbies and everyone's sort of able to sort of abuse the and then we do see Goddammit going down there. But abuse the Tony being at Avenge 4. I think that's sort of the difference.
Yeah, yeah. The Tony being avenged for is really buff. Like it was such a sneaky buff. I guess it wasn't sneaky because a lot of people did notice that this is this can be very problematic. But it's crazy how that one change has really like revitalized, I guess, a lot of the pirate strategies and made people more open to like fully committing to pirates if they get like a hogger early, especially if a hogger Tony.
Yeah. And we see Shuvalord moving out of those other things just to grab those salty looters and get them down.
Yeah, so RDU has hit the
Um,
nuts. I'm just gonna say that there. He has a golden wrath and a Nomi, and he hit some triples, especially the triple wrath, which I think is absolutely huge because um it's the engine to really play Nomi well. So as long as RDU can survive these turns, he's gonna be in such a powerful position.
yeah, at this point he's definitely in a position to try and win the game, which is huge. Millhouse obviously really good at playing Nomi in general. And with that recycling rate, it's just really strong. So able to ride that line, survive that hit from Shady Bunny, getting that milk, holding paid off, and getting enough tempo to get into the Nomi. So big time there.
Yeah, Shiver Lord's in a weird position, right? He was feeling pretty okay, but he took a big loss from Shady Bunny, and now he's against the other elemental player, right? Both of these players back to back. Hopefully, it's not too much damage that he just gets knocked out right here, but it definitely looks possible from the fight RNG. That was a big hit though, taking out the Nomi.
Taking the Nomi though, yeah. And it should be enough for him to survive here.
Yeah, it's very likely that he does survive here. So he still has a couple more chances, right? If he fights the ghost, there's definitely a big possibility to recover.
Yeah, there's a few more ghosts for him to get matched up into, but unfortunately he gets the Finley.
It looks
But
like
just find that last Hogger to make him infinite.
yeah, it looks like Jackie Chan and Solari were taken out there, taken out by Shady Bunny and a couple other players there, and George. So yeah, that George is really impressive, right? If you look at the health of the whole lobby, right? George basically full life. Everyone else single digits. That's extremely rare and extremely expressive. I guess Shady Bunny has 12, so I mean I'm gonna call that single digits.
He's been there for a while, and like you said, it is sort of that one hit range, and George's the only person not sort of worried about taking a lethal here. And yeah, I mean it's pretty impressive. We sort of talked about it at the beginning, but I like George right now. I think um,
You're
it's
you agree?
it's
We're
basic.
we're having this conversation again, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh
I
man.
think it's basic, but maybe a little underrated at times. You know, people talk about George as like, oh, it's such a sleeper hero, but I think the decisions that had to be made are actually um pretty difficult. Like knowing when to hero power. It's not like other two cost hero powers where it's just like, yeah, you just press a button every turn because you'll die. So
Uh,
you had to balance it for sure. And
Looks like Shiverlord is having a fun game, just casually adding like 200 of stats into his board in one turn. The usual, right? That's what people do. But I think
yeah,
this is showcasing the power of the pirates, right? Where if you get online and you're playing it well, right, you have that one turn where you really pop off. You can really add so much stats onto the board, right? He tripled the strong arm, right, with a brand on the board, right? So now he immediately has 170 uh non-golden hogger. It's just out of nowhere. It's just like,
yeah.
yeah.
No, and definitely it highlights the power of brand. I think I watch a lot of people play pirates and sort of skip over that brand,
Right.
but with the you hit one strong arm, it pays for itself. They're like, well, it's 2-4. Like my salty looter, it's like the salty looter doesn't. How many pirates are you gonna play for the salty looter? But if you grab a brand, every strong arm can be basically a new salty looter. So
Yeah. This is what I was talking about at the
and
beginning,
there's a
right?
lot.
Yeah, pirates just like are very scary once the players are good and confident, they know what to do and they can use all their time efficiently, right? It reminds me of
Yeah.
these we've watched a couple like late game turns where there's like one pirate player and he's like popping off da 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 playing a bunch of stuff and the other guy's like buying a one minion and calling it a day, right?
Yeah, and you're just like, okay. The scaling is over, and here we see a few more strong arms, so we're gonna see another just like huge jump in stats with that brand on board. Probably gonna buff this Peggy up,
Yeah.
maybe the Salty as well, and
Yeah.
just gonna have a full board. And then at that point, you can sort of look to replace your flex spot and your brand with like Selfless and Barons that you're rolling for, and you have all the time, right?
Yeah.
We see him starting to pick up the Selflesses,
Yeah,
just one away from that golden.
there's been a lot of lobbies in this tournament so far without Murlocs. And I really think that's also been helping the Pirates case, right? When everything's Murlocs, right? A lot of Pirate players, they don't fully commit to like having Myexner Reborns or other options. They just kind of go full Pirates. But when you don't have Murlocs in, and also don't have Beasts in, right? There's not really any
Yeah.
weakness to having gigantic stats. So you can just like fully focus on having the biggest board you can have and then just using the stat advantage to just roll people. I'm gonna take out Shady Bunny here with his gigantic pirate board. Just luck of the draw, really. I do think Shady was in a strong position, but just fighting that overpowered pirate composition in this particular minion lobby will there's not really a big answer to that.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm a little surprised to see at this point
To
see the
still
George
still
still
see
in
the
because
George, right? Yeah, but you can see the Terrorblade. I mean, took I believe like 22 damage last turn, right? It's just because he was
yeah,
so healthy over the course of the game with his early tempo that it's now starting to fall off, right? But at this point, right, it's okay, right? Like you didn't really set up like a perfect scaling George comp. He skipped an Agam, which I think is also pretty interesting, right? But he only has like 2 minion types anyway, so the Agam probably doesn't feel that impactful as well. So yeah, just going for that. Getting a triple here. Gonna sell for it. I guess gonna sell for
yeah.
it just to
I think
try.
so.
Yeah.
Just going all in, trying to, you know, you're probably gonna beat the ghost, but like, I don't want to take any risk because like I don't think I'm gonna win. Like if I'm George and I look at my board, I'm like, okay, yeah, it's it's probably not gonna happen there. Um, so just live against the ghost and take my second place and be pretty happy that I was able to sort of get that going.
Yeah, I do think that's a really good idea, just to go full power against the ghost. Because if you see this guy's playing pirates and just knocking people for like 30 every time, and you're looking at your board, you're looking at the minions that are in here, like there's no reliable poison at all. Like I'm not beating that, so let me just go full strength against the ghost, right?
Yep. Just maximizing that placement, and yeah, we see Shuvalord sort of playing it out like we expected. Golden Selfless, the Baron to replace the Bran, and
Yeah. I mean, these players are too good to be like, oh, I don't know, I don't know how to get stronger from here, right? A lot of people, they get to this position and they just keep buying pirates. They don't really focus on exactly what they do, but Chivalard knows, okay, best thing I can do, get Selfless Baron and then have like a flex slot there and just keep making my board stronger, right? Stats are gonna matter, so I don't have to like worry about full rolling for a my Exner or something. I can just buy every pirate, have a good time.
And I think it's worth pointing out, just George did lose to the Ghost.
Yeah.
So playing full strength, he still lost to the Ghost. So, it was a good play to play strong, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, when you get when your opponent is this strong, you shouldn't disrespect what the ghost could do, right? Because even if the ghost is like insanely strong, like has hundreds, he still takes like 30 damage to this pirate player. So you have to assume that even if they lost really bad, you can't just assume, hey, oh, they lost, they took 20, they must be weak. No, they took 20, they could be way stronger than you. But George is just, I mean, the Super Lord's on another level with this game.
Yep, exactly. And yeah, Shuvalard even getting that ghoul in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's nuts. It's too mean, right? It like there's no mercy from Chivalard here. Just like really wanting to get that victory here. He's just like, I'm gonna go hard. It's game one. Let's show these players who the real champion is, and just playing this pirate game to pretty much perfection. I would say I haven't really seen anything that I would say was a bad decision on his part.
Yeah, I mean, I liked it all. Like, there's some small decisions in there that you have to make. Like, it's not a lot, right? You're buying pirates, but the things like when to put in salty looters, when to commit to them, when to sell out of some of that other stuff and sell out of the Tony and the Peggy and the Brand and everything was all very well done, and so a deserved win there.
Yeah, Chivalry taking the first game of the finals. Very well done. We did talk about
we talked about the decision, right? Between the Agam and the Hogger, and Hogger was right. Hogger was right.
Hogger was 100% right. I mean, I think you definitely take the Hogger there just because it's the only one that gives you like a clear, this is something I could do and I can win the game from there. And you can see he took the Hogger. He found the thing to do, maybe a Tony, maybe multiple Hoggers, and then he won the game from there. Like, yeah, it's easy. But take a look at the point standings. You can see Shiverlord with the first place getting the full 10. Terrorblade right behind with that impressive George game. I got to admit, right, I've been very down on George this whole tournament, but he showed me up. He said, hey, I could do it with George, just the best with the best of them, and getting that real nice good. RDU Shady Bunny as well, getting the 7th and 6th respectively. Both of them playing elemental comp, right? I think that's the regular tendency of this meta to, if you can get a light spawn, just run with it, and then the other players just really not finding that big key piece to give them a lead in the game.
Yeah, and feels very indicative of the meta, right? You have the players that hit and the players that don't. The exception being Terrorblade, who leveraged I want to say that it was probably the Draconids more than anything else that really gave him the position to get that second, right? Just super high tempo on George, and like you said, keeping that high health long enough that you're able to take a few hits and just I'll take my second.
Yeah,
everyone else had the light swans and hoggers, and I've got Draconid enforcers.
That is a very good point you're making, right? I do think the Draconid enforcers was maybe the key piece to why he got second in essence, right? Like Dragnet Fortress, it's not a card you really think about too much because it's kind of hard to do. You need a Nadina, and then you're like, okay, then I need a full board of dragons, and then you like kind of add it as like a final piece when you're like looking for something that some dragon to flesh your comp
Something
up.
to end on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but when you're George, you can just pick that sucker up and just hero power it, and bam, it's a Divine Shield 5/8 right there, right? And if you're playing George, you have a ton of more Divine Shield, so it's like a 4-drop 20/20 out the gate, and that's so much
Yeah.
tempo, especially if you have two, right? And I really do think that is like the key factor why he was able to stay at 39 HP for such a long part of the game.
Yeah, definitely. But interesting first game. It's always interesting in these tournaments when obviously we don't know what'll happen, but I've watched a lot of tournaments where you go through whole sets where different tribes might not show up just because it's random. So we see no tokens in the first lobby, and it'll be curious to see if we see more token lobbies, how those change. Obviously, it's not only the tokens being available, making heroes like Jandis, Hook Tusk, Shutterwalk much more viable, much more appealing. Not that they're, well, maybe Shutterwalk, but the other ones are still playable. Um, but also the access to the poison, like you said, in the late game, Murlocs and Beasts that reborn Myexna an option. Being able to poison your Amalgadons if you don't hit is a really big deal to compete with some of those huge elemental boards, those huge pirate boards.
Yeah, that's very true, right? So I wonder if people are going to like force pirates more, especially if Murlocs are out, or if people are just gonna do what they continue doing, right? Because I would say like we've played a lot of this meta so far. Right? It's been like multiple months, and everyone's very
Yeah.
comfortable with like, hey, light spawn's good, you know. Even the nerf doesn't do anything, so let's just force that. Nest matron's good, you know. Let's force that. But pirates, like, we haven't really had this like level of tournament in a while, and pirates really showcasing like, oh, if I get pirates, I'm just gonna murder everyone. Like, it's so hard because you see the pirates, but then you don't actually know if they have it. But then if you fight them, you're taking like 30 damage, right? So it's like I'm dying. I'm in a
Yeah.
position of pressure where I can't really like spend a turn rolling for like that one poison or that one transition. I have to like make sure I'm being my next opponent. So it's quite weird because they deal so much, and then if you do survive, you're in so little health that it's hard to transition without like faltering somewhere.
Yeah, and I think the not having tokens also plays into that, right? You
Right.
have a few less triples early on, even for the players that are playing Warrior Curve. You have less of the Hooktails, Jandis, Shutterwalk high rolls, and so it gives you a little bit more time to maybe triple into the 5, have time to get the Hogger going, because we saw Shuvalord in that game early. Had the one Hogger, but needed a few turns to find the rest of the pieces and
Yeah.
get going.
Yeah.
And in that double token setup, in those other lobbies, aside from having the poison available, you also might not have the time to really stabilize on that comp
Yeah,
either.
that
So
that is a good point you're making because you saw Shiva Lord got into a very low health, I think, right? He took like 22, then he took almost enough to die, right? I think he was like 4 HP or something. So
yep.
if you weren't as clean as Crisp, you just die there. And then you're like, wow, Pirate is so bad, Hogger is so inefficient. I just died. But then a luckier player, a better player, a more uh, focused player might be able to get there with 4 HP, and then 4 HP is all he needs, right? So pretty interesting look there.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like we're on the second game as well, so that's pretty nice. We'll see how they deal with this. We have
We see
Yeah, Jackie
Did
on
Jackie
Cookie.
Chan play Cookie last game too?
I think so, right?
Yeah.
I have noticed this a lot where sometimes people will get the same hero. And you think that would be rare, right? There's like 60,
Yeah.
70 heroes in the game, right? But then you watch a tournament, this player has like the same hero twice, maybe 3 times in 4 games, and you're like, what's going on?
Yeah, I
Oh,
remember watching a tournament. I can't remember who was playing it, but it felt like the player had scabs every game, and it was like, okay, guess you didn't even need to check the names. You're
did,
just like,
did,
yep, scabs. Okay, that's
that was me. Did you?
was it you? Was it you?
I was like, oh, he's making a joke here. Oh man, yeah, but it's pretty cool to see. Like sometimes the heroes choose them. You know, you're not choosing the hero. It's like this Cookie's gonna be my hero, or Rafon's gonna be my hero, or George, or whatever. Right? There's always a tendency of like some heroes are higher tier, so you'll see a lot of like this particular hero, like Hook Test. You're seeing a lot of Cookie. You're seeing a lot of Janice. You'll see a lot of right. Reno. You'll see a lot of right, but then there are like these niche heroes where some people like favor over others, like Nazoth, right? We saw a lot of Nazoth in the previous 2 days, and I don't think it's a hero like people are like, oh, this is premium. I'm so happy, but people like playing it. People realize there are strategies with the hero, and they do uh, gravitate towards those type of heroes.
Yeah, and I mean, with the heroes here, we see a pretty big shift. The lobby is no demons, no pirates this time. Max out again as well, though. But we see the Hook Tusk, we see the Jandis, we see the Bran trying to abuse these tokens, and so we'll probably see a bit more of a high roll game again. The Hook Tusk hitting a token and also has a triple acolyte in shop, so wondering if we see a 4 drop coming there.
Yeah,
Trying to abuse that avenge.
it's always interesting how you add tokens into a lobby and then all the heroes change. Like,
Yeah.
like oh, put some tokens. Oh, look, Jandis is here. Oh, Hook Test was in the last lobby tier. Oh, Brand is showing up. Oh, look, there's Shutterwalk now, right? You just add some tokens and like people are like, oh yeah, you know what? I like these heroes now. Where they're gone and you don't really see them.
Definitely. I had a game a couple days ago, I think, where I was offered like all the heroes that you're like drooling over with tokens, and no tokens in, and I ended up having to take a George. So speaking of that George pick, it was like, oh, these are like the heroes that you like thirst over, but it's like no tokens. So it's like, well, I'm not gonna take a Jadis here or Shutterwalk, so I guess I take the George.
Yeah, looks.
Um, Reno's also a hero we see here, piloted by Terrorblade. What are your thoughts on Reno in these sort of double token lobbies? Obviously, you have the option to triple, but it's a little bit different because you're not really abusing the tokens in the same way.
Well, oh wow, oh my God,
Oh
that's
yeah,
nutty.
yeah. Shady hits
Yeah,
hits the nuts there with the brand.
I
and
got
all the
distracted.
tokens,
I got
okay.
distracted. But speaking of Reno, I do think Reno has a really nice place in this meta right now because you are okay with hero powering 4s and you're also okay with hero powering 5s, right? So as long as you can put yourself in a position where you can hero power you can hero power a 4 or a 5 early on in the game where you're not like getting absolutely destroyed. It's actually quite nice, right? Because you can stay on 1, you can warrior curve Reno and still feel pretty fine, still feel pretty strong, and then on turn 5 you double level. You either get a 4 or you wait an extra turn and you get a 5, right? Usually when you're playing Reno, beasts are in, right? So 5s are always an option because Mama Bear Golden is extremely powerful. Croc Golden also really good tempo. So I do think Reno has a really strong place in the meta at the moment.
Yeah, and I think we see like overall the heroes all look pretty good. The one that stands out to me here is Shuvalord, who we saw
Yeah,
take the win in the last game, playing Yasharj,
yeah.
which is I do not value the hero highly, to put it kindly, um,
It's one of
and
those
so we'll see.
it's one of those high risk heroes where you can definitely pop off, especially if you level early and quickly, and you're like on Tavern 5 early, and you're getting free 5 drops a turn, or you're on Tavern 6 early, you're getting free sixes a turn, right? That can feel pretty powerful, but it's hard to put yourself in that position without taking too much damage. And the risk reward of this hero compared to some of the other heroes are maybe a little bit lower than you would like, especially in tournament settings. So I do think it has its place, but it's definitely risky and definitely not like top tier easy type of hero. You definitely have to work a little bit harder when you're playing that hero compared to something else. It sees Shady Bunny does hit the light spawn. He was looking at Murloc transitions, but does hit the light spawn. Wonder if he will commit to the Murlocs or will just play the light spawn and hope for the best.
I definitely think I like trying to play into the Murlocs. Just with the brand, with the lobby setup, Murlocs probably have a better future, which sounds weird to say, but you know, there is access to the poison and stuff, so you know that if you do go into those elementals, the players are probably going to set up to counter you. And so being able to play the Murlocs, either playing for size or transitioning into poison if you're able to hit uh, that SI Sephin, um, pretty good. Uh, Interesting thing that I wanted to talk about. Shani Dachi on the Jandis tripled into a 3-drop. What are your feelings on that?
Generally I don't like it, except I have to see what they tripled into, right? So it looks like Standard Dachi tripled the just the
They tripled
token.
into an arm.
Okay. Yeah, so
Yeah,
triple the
tripled
token
the
into the
token into the
arm.
arm.
Yeah, so a lot of people are liking just holding that first triple and then getting like double four, double five, right? But if you want to go full tempo, you want to be healthy, right? You can just get the early 3, use that for tempo. There's a lot of decent hits, especially with dragons in, right? You could get the Bronze Warden. You can hit the Cyclone, which I wouldn't say is like a premium hit, but it's something. But I do think a lot of people's normal tendencies, especially when they play Janus, is hold it and get double four, double five. But going for the I'm not gonna take as much damage here. It's funny that like that's normally the game plan when you do it, and he's like last place.
Yeah, it didn't work out. And definitely sort of seeing that arm nerf, right? The difference between a 4-4 and the 4-5 that the arm was before is pretty big.
Yeah, so
Tripling into a mama bear here though for that second triple is very nice.
yeah, the one issue is not having any like immediate beast to pump it, right? He also had the option of getting the Nomi, but deciding against not committing to a full Nomi setup either, right? I do think both are viable options, right? Like if the Mama wasn't there, most likely he takes the Nomi and is like okay with it, but Mama is easier, and especially if you hit a single alley cat, then bam, you're kind of set off in the races.
Yeah, I definitely like the option of having that mama and being able to play cats. Even a Khadgar can really bolster that strategy. And I mean, given that he tripled into a 3, like we said, probably wanting to keep that tempo up. Also, like we said, not necessarily being successful in that aspect at 20 health right now.
Yeah.
Um, but the mama sort of plays a little bit more into that. And
Uh,
speaking of Mama Bear
yeah,
and
I
the
see it.
Reno,
Yeah.
you see.
Yeah, we did talk about that, right? You could wait an extra turn and then hit the mama, and then you're set off, right? Like he got to golden mama immediately and then plays 3 minions, and then now he's the strongest in the lobby. Like it's that simple. It's just that easy, chat.
It's just that easy. Just hit. Just hit. That's the key to battlegrounds.
Yeah, you can see Shady went for is kind of committing. I feel to the Murloc, tripled the what's it called, the 3-2, the honcho, yeah, tripled the honcho, and I got a 5 there. I don't know exactly what 5, probably still in his hand, right, most likely, and is just trying to survive while being able to level to 6. Because I do agree with you. You're talking about you think Murlocs have a better future. I think Murlocs are the strongest um, archetype if you can make it to Tavern 6. Being able to just like
for sure.
easily get SIs, easily get Amalgadons, right? It's just so powerful. But the problem is making it there, right? And if you are playing Murlocs from the get go, you're not going to make it to tier 6 in any reasonable amount of health. So you have to find that right balance between having good health and having a good game plan there. Oh, what a lucky tie, by the way, for Shady Buddy there.
Yeah. Yeah, Shady and Shan Udachi both probably pretty happy about, not taking any damage there. And yeah, I agree. Being able to unlock the power of Primal Fin on 6 is crazy. And I think the card that you didn't mention that also has a really, really big impact is Seafood Slinger,
Seafoods,
right? When you're
yeah.
able to get to 6
I,
and golden those Amalgadons, golden those Primal Fins, even golden Bagurgle is very, very strong. So
I didn't
if you're
mention it.
able to get there.
I didn't mention it because I didn't know the name of the card. That's it's just a weakness of mine.
I got you. Setting me up to look good by
That's
and we
right.
see that
That's
triple.
right. Gonna sell the lookout. I think this makes a lot of sense, right? You can see he's really fully committing. Doesn't really care about the elemental engine, and I don't think he's in a position to care about elementals, right? He doesn't really have the best event setup, so just going for 5s though is pretty interesting, right? Shady does love hitting 6s whenever because of the seafood flinger, but just gonna settle for 5s. Doesn't feel he has enough tempo to level there.
Yeah, and I don't know how much gold he has, but he sees the Swolefin, and I was looking at that too. I was wondering if he would maybe even consider going for a 6 and grabbing that Swolefin and maybe trying to freeze a triple or something, but it looks like the gold didn't really make sense for that to work out. But yeah, grabbing that Swolefin there is huge with the brand. It grows a ton, and then grabbing that Bugurgle buff on it afterwards is a huge tempo spike. And from the last fight, where he was feeling lucky to grab that tie, to
Yeah,
now, I
yeah,
think he's expecting to win
yeah.
basically every fight from here on out.
Yeah, I think now you're gonna see start Shady playing a little bit more greedy, start leveling, right? He now feels comfortable. Like, yeah, you know what? I'm in a good position now. I don't have to like roll down on Tavern 4, right? I'm gonna level to 5, maybe try
Yeah,
to level to 6, especially after this power dominating win here.
yeah, for sure. And you're just in a really good position, and you're healthy, right?
Yeah,
35
and
health
yeah,
opens up so many possibilities. It's way different when
you're at
you're
5
at
or
that
something.
single. Yeah, exactly. And we see Shuvalord. We talked about that your sergeant.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not able to follow up that first with another win.
Yeah.
Taking that 8th place kind of feels bad so early on, but
Yeah.
the hero definitely stands out as the worst in this selection, right?
Yeah, it's gonna feel extremely bad, right? Because you had such a good start, right? Getting that first victory, and then you're gonna follow it up with an 8th there, right? So you're gonna feel like, oh my, all my efforts, right? In that first victory, the lead that I created for myself is gonna really be uh, negated here. So it does feel pretty bad, but once again, right, there's still a lot of time to recover, and we know the players are good, and also they were put in a position with a poor hero, I would say, right? So it's not necessarily 100% their fault. I mean, it is, but there's definitely reasons why they didn't perform
Yeah,
as well as they could have.
yeah. I mean, every time as a tournament player yourself, you know that sometimes you do just get stuck with bad heroes, and you don't get the
Not
shots, and it
me.
feels like, oh well.
Not me. I always have good luck. Yeah, I hear you.
So yeah, for sure. We also see Jackie Chan and Goddammit, not doing as well. I don't love Cookie as much in the token lobbies, especially compared to some of these other heroes, and Alec here definitely doesn't feel nearly as strong. So we see them both very low, and I'm not super surprised by it. But um, Jackie Chan has a decent beast setup and does get the parrot to proc on that Goldrun after the rat pack.
Yeah,
So
someone's
that's a
dying
really
here.
nice setup
Someone's
there.
dying here, and it looks to be a good Goddammit, unfortunately. There, yeah, just the
Yeah.
really big beast setup. You can see a lot of players are going beast this lobby, right? I mean, without if you don't hit the elemental spike, right, there's not really a big option to do, right? You don't have the mech Quilber synergy. You don't have pirates to falter. And if hitting a mama bear is just like easy direction, be like, okay, I have a mama bear, I know what to do. So you can see definitely a lot of people relying on the beast up after not hitting elementals.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the best tries for hitting a recovery. Um, we do see Shady Bunny taking a hit to RDU on the Bear of, but we'll be going against Jackie Chan here. which is such a interesting board with the parrot and the Goldrin, right? But then many other death rattles.
Yeah, this is I'll make it work, you know, type of composition where you hit a mama and then you're like, I'm just gonna buy whatever beast I see. And then you do, but then you
Yep.
get a triple, then you hit a Goldrin, but then you have a bunch of like random death rattle beasts, but you're like, I'm not selling my Goldrin Macaw setup, so I'm just gonna run that
Yeah.
until I can clean it up. But then you're like, but it's too strong. I have the reborn mama with the rad packs. I guess I'll
Yep.
keep that. But then you're like, but then I don't have the setup for the Goldrin, so maybe I'll put the Goldrin back or put the Macaw back, and then you end up having a board looking like this, and you're like, I'm okay with this.
Yep. Yep. You're like, I'm at one health.
Yeah, this is
This is
fine.
what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I definitely think the story of this game so far, really points to the impact of the tokens again. Oh, what a discouraging hit with the Goldrin there.
Yeah, you don't need this to be happening when you're playing this composition, right? You want to have everything perfect work out, but your mama just gets sniped way too early, right?
Yeah, the Goldrin goes into the brand, the one thing that's not gonna kill it, and then your mama gets sniped, and that's gonna be it here, I think.
Yeah, I don't think this was 100% loss, but you know, it was like very unfavored for the for Jackie here.
For sure. And yeah, it just looks like the wow. Oh wow. Okay, so we have a lot of people die here actually.
Wow.
3 people taking a lethal.
Yeah, all the people at the
Um,
bottom half just get chunked, and Stanudachi had like 20 something health, and just got completely knocked out in one turn there. So that's gonna feel really
yeah.
bad, for those 3 players, especially Stan. Right, he was looking pretty healthy there, but definitely had a big loss. So it looks like RDU, Terrorblade, and Shady Bunny are the 3 left there. They've been pretty
Yeah.
consistent these first two rounds.
Yep, and Terrorblade was able to I believe Terrorblade should have been the one that knocked Shanudachi out on the Jandis, able to have I guess the Golden Mama Bear is just a little bit better than the solo one.
I would agree with you. I think that's a pretty good statement. Yeah, just having a golden mama bear just being a little bit better than not having one, right? Like that's the real power of Reno, right? You hit your direction and then you know what to do. Right? You hit a mama and then you're like, okay, I know what to do, right? I just buy beasts, triple them, and I'm good to go. So it's really nice to have that like consistency of like, oh yeah, it's just that easy. I just do this and I do this and I do this and I win, right?
Yeah, definitely. Are there points for ties in
No,
this, or is
no,
it based
no.
on exit?
It's just placements, so there are no benefits of tying. So Astounded Dutch is gonna feel a little good, right? Because he's gonna get the 4 versus like
Yeah,
Jackie being like, I'm just taking 20. I'm just gonna take 6th place, even though I tied with the 4th player.
yeah, definitely. Just how it works sometimes. And to be fair, as in all tournaments, there's
Oh,
oh man, terribly just barely not getting there. It looked like such a good fight with so much mama value, but the trades at the end favor Shady, and Shady is able to get a win on those Murlocs.
yeah, a bit unlucky, right? If one of the Crocs survived a little bit longer, right, he would have had the damage he needed, but still takes a semi small loss, right? Maybe has one more in there in the tank for Terrorblade if he gets a small loss
Yep.
again, but it is feeling a little bit scary to be the mama player now, right? Because you know that your opponents are permanently scaling and you're not, unless you get the triples or triple beast, triple cleave or something. They're just gonna
Hmm.
outscale you for free, and it's gonna take a lot of luck, a lot of roll to get the perfect triples, like a big Hydra or something to turn it around.
Yeah, and RDU was very strong,
Wait,
but
Shady
he
sold
doesn't
his
have gem
brand.
generation.
Shady sold his brand. I gotta look at that. Like I always tell him, don't do it, don't sell it, but he sold the brand. Okay.
Yeah, he wanted to hit that triple very badly here.
Yeah.
And I do wonder if it's because he sees how strong RDU is. But yeah, it's so weird because
He's putting poison
it's
in.
just so
Okay. Yeah, so he's planning
yeah.
on going poison scam. He was trying to hit a dong or something and really add another poisoner or so. But yeah, sometimes you can sell your brand too early. But I think Shady's just respecting his opponent here, saying, okay, Artie's in, he's healthy. He's probably going to be one of the strongest players in the lobby. So let me just have a bit of respect. Let me just not die with a brand on my board, right? So. Uh, the
Definitely. And
fight
he's getting
work.
very
Yeah,
good hits
yeah.
here.
This is insane RNG for Shady there. I'm gonna admit. So gets a close win.
But yeah, both players going all in there. Um, selling their brand, selling gem generation in the Agam, right? Moving towards that end game that we sort of alluded to earlier with the poisons. However, I would like to point out that moving into those poisons, especially the spore based ones, um, is actually gonna benefit Terrorblade a little bit. You know, um,
True. Yeah.
maybe able to get something going with those death rattles, able to sort of soak up some of those poisons, and if he can get the stats there for some of those other minions, he might have a chance here.
Looks like he played the Hamul and did not like any of the options that were given to him. So just gonna roll past it and see if they can find something they could do with the rest of their gold there. They're still missing one slot, but they do have options in their hand. Gonna
Yep.
reborn the reborn the
Definitely a
mama.
difficult choice, but I think Mama Bear is the safe option here.
I agree. I think
For
mama's
sure.
pretty safe. And then gonna play a Magodon. Wow.
Hit poison.
Okay. Poison's pretty powerful in this meta, I would say.
And then I was gonna say, I wonder if you kick something for that Nadina then.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Recognizing what your opponents are playing, right? The cleave is probably not big enough.
I
to
wouldn't
get through
mind
things.
putting Nadina first. That's the one thing. Oh, he's gonna do it? No, it's not. Okay.
I agree. Um, able to act as a bumper potentially.
That worked out,
Looks
I
like
would
it'll
say.
be all right here.
Yeah, worked
Yep.
out really well for him anyways, so it's nice to see.
Not a ton of room for those rats.
Yeah.
And it's very close still, though.
Yeah, it's possible to tie here. It's less possible to tie.
Doesn't quite get there, but not dead. So more chances to make something work. And honestly, like I said, with that transition and the other players not really having scaling, you could hit some triples with that Mama Bear. Hitting like a triple croc there would be huge.
Yeah.
Able to give it some stats and consolidate, a board slot would be really, really big.
Shady
Shady
buying the
picking the brand up again.
brand back. You gotta ask yourself, was it worth
Welcome
selling the
back.
brand, Shady Hunt? But yeah, I'm making jokes. He definitely wanted to go full strength against RDU there.
And
but
he does find a reborn Myexna too.
yeah, that's really insane as well. So a lot
and
of good.
it's the Amalgadon off of the Tavern Tempest. What
Wait,
a
wait,
huge
is he
play.
selling the? Oh, okay, has another elemental in his hand. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, and then he's gonna sell out of that in the brand.
Yeah.
Reborning this Myexna and
selling the brand again. I hate to see it, Chad. I can only deal with one brand sell a game, and now he's hitting me with two of them. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a rough tournament for me. Yeah, I mean, I think he has to.
It's definitely the sort of thing that you see a bit more in tournament play, right?
Wow, disrespecting the opponent here, right? Not respecting Terrorblade, saying, "Oh, I'm stronger than him," and just going, "I can beat Beast Comp, so I'm just gonna not play the Reborn on the Myexna," right? So you can really see Shady's full focus here is beating up RDU, not Terrorblade, thinking, "Oh, I'm strong enough to deal with him," and he might be correct, but that Myexna Reborn might have something to say about it. If it goes into that big if it went into that big Murloc, he would actually win, right? Fortunately for Shady, he can still take a loss, but it's interesting to see his priorities there. Oh, he ties.
Yeah,
Oh,
that'll
he
be a tie.
ties. Wow. Wow. So
Very interesting plays here.
that's actually quite bad for Shady, right? Because now the now Terrorblade gets a free turn, right, against the Ghost. So if things go wrong for Shady or so, right, he could end up being in third place instead of getting that guaranteed second, right? But you can see the mentality of some of these top players here, right? They're understanding who their opponents are, right? He sees Terrorblade with Beast Golden Mama scaling, and normally you think, I can outscale Golden Mama, right? It's not that strong, it's not that good. It'll fall off against infinite stats of the Murloc. But Terrorblade's been able to add enough poisons, add enough options for his game plan that he doesn't just auto lose to these big Murlocs, right? He can find an answer, find a way to stabilize and get that tie to keep him alive.
Yeah, and we see sort of difficult decisions here for Shady now, because he knows that RDU is much stronger, right?
Yeah.
And so he's got to. It's a tough balance, right?
Yeah, it's really
Like
rough.
this is.
It's not looking the best for Shady, right? The nice thing you're gonna say is he's at 22, right? So he'll be able to see RDU's board, and then if he survives, be able to, um, try to recover, try to find an answer. But it is gonna be rough, most likely, right? There's just a lot of more poison on RDU's board than there is on Shady, especially with having a selfless as well. Like there's just like so much poison.
And it won't be enough for a lethal, right?
Yeah,
No.
it won't be
Okay.
enough, right? So, but it is
Yeah, I
pretty
think
close.
there might have been a possibility
Yeah,
if
yeah,
he hit into
yeah,
the
yeah,
Amalgadon
yeah.
with those plans. So very scary, but
But yeah, there's still three players. It's been like 4 or 5 turns with these same three players so far.
yeah.
So that's pretty interesting
And
to
I
see.
mean, Terrorblade has a much better matchup against RDU than Shady. So it could end up being like sort of a rock paper scissors matchup here, where Shady is able to deal with the stats of the Mama Bear Death Rattle stuff a little bit better, but RDU a bit more into the Divine Shield Poison, but less stats on board,
I,
might succumb to that
it,
Golden Mama
it
Bear.
honestly feels like a rock scissors. Like everyone just beats on Shady here. I'm gonna be honest. I'm.
That could be the case. It could be the case, but we'll see.
Has to sell the Hydra to play the 3-2. I wonder if he's gonna go for that, right? Hydra Cleave is, I wouldn't say it's that powerful right now, especially without it being golden. If it was golden, maybe you'd say there's a chance, but gonna sell the
Mama
Mama.
Bear.
I think that's actually somewhat respectable, right? Because the Mama, he sold the Rat Pack, right? The Mama's lost a lot of the value,
Yeah.
and is thinking about adding a poison. Gonna reborn the Dong, which is just like, I just want to have as much strength as possible because I could die here. That's really the decision. Not really, it's like great for him, but hey, I don't have anything else to do with my money, so let me just go for full strength.
It does open up potential 7 plays later as well, though.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the 7 now, right? And so it doesn't necessarily do that much.
And this isn't gonna be enough, right? This is already used.
Yeah, it's very likely RDU gets the win here, and by very likely I mean like 100%. But that's what I mean by very likely.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're technically correct.
I like it.
And so despite all of that, Terrorblade, we talked about maybe he had a chance to stabilize there, maybe get into the top 2, had some lucky breaks, getting that tie against Shady, but Shady ends up getting his second place, at least guaranteed, and now matches up against RDU, who just feels like a few steps ahead with that golden selfless, Baron.
Yeah, the reason why Shady does get to survive over Terrorblade is just like Shady had more health, right? He had a really safe early game, right? He was in the 30s way into the
Yep.
mid game, and you can see he's now just at 2 HP, right? So if he had just a little bit less health, right, he would have been maybe knocked out the turn before, and terribly would have taken that second instead. So uh, you can see the difference of just having like that little extra health and that armor value as well, right? We don't really we haven't really mentioned armor too much in the game, right? But um, I was talking with some players that maybe Brand's armor is a little high and stuff, and you can see it would have made a massive difference in this lobby, right? Being third instead of second if the armor was just like two less or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a hard balance because, Bran is one of those heroes that his strength varies
Yeah,
so much
yeah.
based on the tribes that are in.
I'm not like too I'm not sad about Brand's armor value. I was just giving an example. It's one of the ones that you
Yeah.
could maybe talk about adjusting, but it's fine where it is. To be
Oh, for
fair,
sure. For sure.
Shady's like just going
Wow.
full
Okay.
full. I'm gonna divine shield to the best of my ability, and I hope it's enough. And it doesn't really look like it will be enough.
Yeah, would have had to get some really, really good hits. But unfortunately, it will not quite be enough, and at 2 health, that will put him in second. But a really nice game from Shady. Playing the Murlocs from the start and making that decision to pass up going for a lights on thing, which isn't necessarily an easy choice when you get one that early, but making I would say is the right call. And then RDU getting the win off of a nice Agam start and then transitioning to that end game that we talked about from the start. Murlocs 7 reborn my it's pretty good. It's pretty good in the late game, and he gets the win. He gets rewarded for it.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty cool game overall, right? Not once again, not too many like elemental dominance, but some consistency with going for poisons, right, or beast, right? It was basically poison or beast comp in most of that game, and you can see like beasts are good. They knock people out, right? But once it came to the late game, it's the Murloc stats, the Murloc poison, the Murloc reborn, my Extras as well with selfless that really just it's so clean, it's so strong, and you can see RDU just very consistent there, getting a third and a first to have the lead so far. Terrorblade right behind as well, right? Second and a third, right? Just as consistent as RDU, just maybe RDU having that little extra edge there. Shady Bunny in fourth as well, so quite a good number of consistent players at the top there, but unfortunate there for Suverlord, right? Who had that first at the beginning, but then had that last place in the second game. So really ruining that momentum he was starting to create for himself.
Yep, but still in the top 4. We see, first place does have that 1 point extra premium, so we'll see if he'll be able to recover. A lot of those top 3 all got top 4 in the first 2 games, so we'll see if they'll be able to keep up that consistent placement um, going forward.
Yeah.
And I mean, 2 games in, there's still a lot of time for anyone to come back. So even for those players that in the bottom 4 right now that haven't had as much of an opportunity
Fine.
to show off, have a lot of time to come back into it. So
I think this is a good time to remind everyone this tournament is sponsored by KelVPN, the first ever data improved VPN based on blockchain with quantum safe cryptography. No one will be able to track your data. No cyber borders, no logs or password. Crypt Project has its own cryptocurrency. If you want to support this blockchain internet of free blockchain technology of free internet, you can check it out. We'll be posting codes in the chat every game or so. We've got like 30-day free trials, 60-day free trials, even some 90-day free trials. So if you want to check out the project and support the tournament here, feel free to take a look at that. But we will be moving on to the third game pretty quickly. I think there are probably small breaks in between, right, to make sure the players are feeling fresh, ready. Some of these games can be long, especially this last game, right? It was like almost like 20, 30
yeah.
minutes there. So there will be some time for the players to recuperate, but we will be getting to the next game shortly.
Yeah, it's always rough for the players that aren't in that top 3, that they kind of just have to sit and wait, and it almost makes it more challenging at times, because you get into this situation where you're turning your brain like on and off of it, like that hardcore battlegrounds focus mode. Whereas if you just are like playing, you just kind of stay focused and like you're on the grind and whatnot.
Yeah, it's very,
But
very true. It sometimes it feels bad, right? Let's say you're eighth. Like not that I've ever been eighth in tournaments. Like it's not me.
never. But hypothetically, say you were.
Let's say you're eighth, right? And then you go and you're like, okay, so I'm just like sitting there, and then you're like watching, like you'll be in the lobbies too, so you'll be able to see, oh, this guy's getting knocked out, this guy's getting knocked out, right? But you're not like you're not really. I don't think you can spectate. Like maybe some tournaments you can spectate, but normally you can't, right? And you're just like kind of waiting there, like sitting. Maybe you're talking with chat, and you're just like, I've been eighth. I don't know what to do here. I'm just kind of like waiting for the game to end, and you're just like, it's taking so long, right? You're like, is it bugged? Oh my god, why am I still here? You start messing with your head there, so it can be quite punishing to get an early eighth or early seventh, and just have to sit there for like 20 minutes as the rest of the games play out.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, you never want to have to wallow in that low placement, but I mean, part of it is part of tournaments, right? Just the maintaining your mentality and your composure throughout. It's not something that's a given. It's something that you get better at, as you play more tournaments and stuff, and so it's something that the players are, most of them are probably experienced with. But if you are more able to maintain your focus and mentality and stuff, a lot of times it can have a positive impact where you don't get tilted by a few ace early. And I mean, we see Goddummit, is a bit lower on the standings, getting an eighth and then a seventh. It'll be important to make sure that he's able to, stay focused and recognize that there's 6 games left, and sometimes things don't always go your way. Whether it's the hero choices, we saw him on Alec here that second game. It's tough, right? It's a tough lobby to play in Alec here when everyone else is sort of doing the high rolling stuff, and you're just like, I've got a Wind Fury Divine Shield taunt in my first position, and it's tough, but like I said, 6 games left, and so we'll see if he's able to keep his composure and get some good games then here at the end.
Yeah,
or middle even.
There was a good point you brought up about like just having that skill to be composed in tournaments, right? There's been some talk about some players being tournament players and like some players just being like ladder grinders and stuff like that. And you can really see some players, right? Even though there might not be like number one in the standings, anytime they go to a tournament, they just start popping off. They do really well. They're just like very consistent in tournaments, and it is a skill to be able to be calm, be composed, realize what your mistakes are in the fly, right? I think that's something that's really important, really not talked about, right? You have a game, a day one example, for not that I'm calling you out. You have a day one, it goes really poorly, and then you're like, day two, I know what I did wrong. Let me just do the opposite of that, or like clean up some things, and like day two, immediate results in the other direction. You're just like, yeah, I figured it out, right? There's some players that are really good at that, just adapting on the fly and making sure you're not like destroyed after a bad start or things like that. So you do have to give them credit. You got to show there are some tournament specific skills that in ladder it doesn't really matter, right? Like being able to adapt on the fly in ladder doesn't, like you just wake up the next day and you're fine, right?
Yeah.
But in tournaments, there are those specific skills that really start showcasing and pulling people ahead of the pack when they utilize it correctly.
Yeah, and talking about adapting the tournament meta stuff. I mean, we've only seen 2 games, and they were very different tribes, very different lobbies. But we'll see if the players sort of recognize some of the things that we see in this mini meta here, or in the tournament of, okay, tokens are out. We're gonna play for full on stats. Um, that was the winning comp. We saw Pirates win. We saw the George with the Draconids taking second. We saw the 2 elemental players going third and fourth. And then in this last game, we saw both tokens in. We saw the high roll heroes succeed, or I guess I shouldn't say the high roll heroes, but the heroes that benefit a little bit more from the tokens. And then we saw in that end game, everyone was sort of playing to it. Their paths were different. Terrorblade sort of went with the Mama Bear and the Beast, but still ended up with those reborn poisons, the Amalgadons. Shady had his own approach with the Murlocs and grabbing the stats, but again, poisons at the end. And RDU went with Eggo Menagerie, and but still, that end goal was those poisons. So we'll see. Depending on what this upcoming lobby is, that it looks like they're just hopping into how it's gonna play out. It looks like both tokens are in.
Yeah, you did talk about everyone ending on poison. That brings up a good point for Shady's board in the last game. He didn't hit a single SI, right? And I think that really messed his strategy up, right? Because then he had like 20, 50 statted Murlocs, right? But without poison, they just don't really feel that impactful because they just go into like a big Amalgadon and then they die for free. So I do think that missing out on the SI, not looking harder for it or not committing to making sure you get an SI, right? He was on 6 for a long time, right? Probably skipped an SI or something, or maybe he didn't, but
He did consider one at the end, and it was a difficult decision. Not one that was like flat out wrong or anything like that, of course. But it was a very late one, but it was maybe a consideration. And it gets hard in those late game scenarios, right? We saw that game maybe went a little bit longer than the players were expecting, right? Because
yeah,
it sort of went through 2 cycles in that top 3, and so maybe that would have been worthwhile to grab. Um, I don't remember the situation exactly, but he definitely did consider it, and it's sort of the issue that you see on Flurgle a lot of times when your Murlocs are so big and you don't know exactly where the poison's gonna go. So you're maybe a little bit more cautious on investing into that stuff in late, and you just it's hard. It's hard. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's very true. Okay, so taking a look at some of the minions that we have here, I think the one that jumps out to me in particular, right, would be Goddammit on Bigglesworth, right? That hero is your very hit or miss, right? But I think Goddammit has been having not the most consistent performance today, right? And if he's looking for the first, right, I think this is a good idea, right? If you can get the cat online, it's just very, very, very strong. So hopefully that does work out for him, right? He does not want to have another 8th or another 7th and just feel bad. But with this hero, it's quite likely. The other, I guess, hero I would talk about is Standardachi on the Lich King. I wouldn't say Lich King's super premium right now because a lot of the meta is to utilize Avenge, and your big benefit, right, getting that reborn is kind of negated because some of the best minions that you're looking for already have reborn or don't care if you have a reborn, right? Your 1 HP minion is just going to get popped by an icky imp a lot of the time, so it just doesn't feel that strong.
Yep, completely agree. I think Alec here sort of has a similar issue, in that you're just sometimes not getting as much value. Almost everyone picks up accolades, so it's like, how much value is that shield getting? Um, Circling back to the cat, I think it's a bit underrated right now. By no means am I going to argue that it's the best hero, but we saw how these lobbies with the double token can sort of go, and we see a Jandas with a tokens chart. So you might see some players getting bad matchups and dying early, and if you're able to stay stable and get some good matchups on cat, you can steal some good stuff pretty early,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
if you can get good
Oh
steals
my.
and stabilize, then you're in a really good position.
That's a really early light spawn for Jackie there. Just gets a media turn 3 light spawn most likely, right? Speaking of cat, right? Like you're saying if you get the bad matchups, the likelihood to be the one being in the bad matches, I would say, would be the cat. That's why, maybe it's not being picked as often as you would like. But yeah, you don't have a hero power, and that is just such a big deal.
Yeah, definitely. So we will see how that goes. Panda being played by Shuvalord is also interesting. I am proud to say that I still have a 100% pick rate on Panda, through like 80 games or something on him. it's It's a lot.
So you'd say
Um,
Panda would be like a comfort pick for you. Like you really enjoy playing. It always feels good when you pick up a Panda.
yeah, yeah. It's I mean, talking about personal playstyle to tie it into tournament stuff. I think it is a big deal, right? People a lot of times, especially on sort of that fringe of leaderboards and stuff, people sort of a lot of times like will follow HS Replay says this, right? So this is the best hero, so I'm gonna pick it. But for these players that can play at such a high level, sometimes you will have a hero that you are more comfortable with than another hero that might have better stats, that might seem better technically. Um, but being able to grab that comfort hero or be play on it or play more successfully on a hero that might not be as good, but it's the best thing that you're offered, can make a big difference in tournaments. And yeah, for me, Panda's definitely one of those heroes.
Yeah, we were talking about Alec here earlier, and I do think Alec here is maybe somewhat of a comfort for Shady. He does like it when Beast and Crowbars are in because it's not necessarily I'm gonna play to win, but he's gonna play to like throw people off and just have like a one big Divine Shield Wind Fairy Hydra, right? It's a lot easier to set that kind of dominance, and that's really all you need with an Alec here. I've seen so many games where it's just one Hydra. That's the board. Like the other minions don't matter, but
Yep.
it just like kills people because you're like in perfect situation. You're like knocking out six minions with one. Right, you're hitting six with
Yep.
one, and it's just like, yeah, how do you deal with that? So, even though I would say Alec here maybe not like the most consistent, right? If you have the right setup, and I'm sure Shady will be looking for that, getting a big Hydra and just like knocking people out of the game out of nowhere.
Definitely. On the other hand, away from the tempo heroes, we see RDU with a lot of tokens to start out with here.
But it
Has a goal that he is trying to figure out what to do with here. On the Hook Tusk, we saw the Jandis with the token start, and then Reno has a triple Swabby lined up in shop.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good board for RDU, I think, because he's just getting so much gold plus also tempo, right? It's best of both
Mm-hmm.
worlds. Sometimes it's hard to get a tempo start and then also have a bunch of gold, but he's just doing both, lining up a triple as well in case he hits another Murloc token. So just really, really nice setup for RDU here. Unfortunately, he gets a loss here, which could have tied, but 4 damage isn't like the end of the world. Though he is on 23 at the
Definitely. On the Reno board, how do you how would you handle this? Obviously, with two acolytes, fours are a bit more appealing,
moment. I mean, elementals are
but
in, right? So that's always it's always an option. He has double acolyte, right?
yeah,
So if he hits elemental double acolyte, he'd be happy. He could take
this is an
champion.
interesting one
He
actually.
he could take champion and then just hero power the champion, and he'll have a 12-12 minimum, right? So that's like not bad. You basically have a gold grubber essentially if you take the champion. And I think if you hit gold grubber here, you would take it, right? It would be very obvious. Oh, I'll take hero power. It's essentially a gold grubber if you look at it from that perspective. So I think that's what I would look at here. The Peggy is the other choice,
Yeah,
but Peggy's a little bit less consistent. You have that golden Swabby, but that's not really a minion you love and you want to see in your board. So
yeah, and it feels hard to commit to hero powering a Peggy. The champion is it is the I mean I think it has to be the pick. It just feels weird to hero power it, and
I
I
mean,
don't know. Do
I,
you
I
don't need to. It's still a lot of tempo if you don't, but I don't know. It's like it's so good. There's a lot of upside to hero powering. I don't know if they will or not.
they ended up not.
They opt not. Yeah.
I personally probably would have hero power just because I think it's good tempo essentially, and I think it would have allowed me to level pretty freely. Just having like I would easily have like a 20-20 in like 2 turns, right? So I would have been pretty happy with that. Like it would be a 16-16 right now. I think, right? So yeah, you win this fight, you don't take damage, you start leveling, you're at 30 something, right? Being at tier 6 with like a 30-30 minion that you can keep if you taunted, right? I think it would have been enough of a draw as long as you're making sure not to waste your time trying to like stabilize with like rolling down to force a light spawn or something.
And Terrorblade does get a really
Oh
sick
my
cat play here.
god, no, you hate to see it. Okay, well, some people love seeing this, but I don't, because I think this is like, oh, disgustingly problematic that you could do this. But yeah, I wonder if he's gonna go
I
for. He should be
I love
going
this
for
stuff.
fives, right? And then just like pop off. He can play one,
Yeah, I would definitely go for the fives.
right?
But I am a bit addicted to playing cats on Jandis.
Can he play one? Let me see. So if he plays one and he hits a mama,
Yeah, he's just wondering if he cycles
then he plays
the
the
taunt.
other.
I like cycling the
Yeah,
taunt
he can play
and
one.
taunting the cat and
Okay.
a Brienne.
Yeah,
Because then when you hit strong shell, it's also very
he's not gonna play one. Okay.
it's a lot of stats.
Yeah, so he could have played one and then hit a mama and then played the other. Yeah,
Yeah,
I would have.
he
I
could
think
have.
that would have been nice. Oh, going for that instead of the second brand. Is he gonna hold those? He's
I
gonna
see.
hold it, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, and then go
he
for
wants to
double
play
six.
the one just for the
The
tempo, but
tempo, yeah,
he's gonna go
exactly.
for sixes with these other
Yeah,
two.
I like this. I like this as well, right? If you're not gonna play one and then go for like the mama into like the huge double mama play, then I
Hmm.
like saving this and getting double six next turn. I think it makes a lot of sense.
So Solari passed on the Peggy before,
Mhm.
but looks like they found another one and did decide to use the hero power on it.
I think it's funny because if he hero powered the champion, right, he probably doesn't lose that battle here as well, right? So he'd be at 38
Yeah.
still instead of he's at like 20 something or so. So yeah, I mean that's just it's a hard decision to make, right? And sometimes you don't know exactly what you're gonna do if you hero power a champion, right? It does feel like you've kind of like used your whole hero power and there's nothing left. So, sometimes it's you're hoping for a better hit, right? You're
It
hoping to hit the nuts the turn after, and sometimes you just don't.
it's a bit interesting because I definitely would like see uh
That's
if you pass the champion, if you pass hero power on the champion, right? I understand it, but it feels like what you want to do is play for a higher finish then, right? Like you use the champion tempo to sort of be strong enough to find something that might be more of a win condition. But instead, um, passing on the champion, but then deciding to hero power Peggy that feels less like a win condition and more like more stabilization feels like a weird compromise, I guess. That I don't know if that I would necessarily feel good about, I guess.
I gotta say, I
If
really
that makes
like
sense.
what Terrorblade's done this turn. Like he gets the pop off, but he pops off, but then has another pop off the next turn too, right? Because he knows that his board state is just insane, right? With all the
Yeah.
golden tokens that he generated with the mama on the board, so he's just like not worried about being strong because he already knows he's already the strongest, and then he's just setting
Yeah.
up with the double uh seafood slinger to just have two more six drops and maybe transition into something that
Yeah. And I
completely
wouldn't be
dominates in the late
surprised to
game.
see him level to 6 before even playing the primal fin.
Yeah, it would be pretty cool. The
Yeah.
one thing is the salt the seafood is gone from the pool, right? Because he can't get more triples. But I think this is like a lot enough anyway. So yeah, probably going
Yeah.
to try to
And
fully transition to Murlocs in this next couple of turns. If not this turn, then maybe this turn and next turn.
yeah, for sure. And gonna be able to swap that Amalgadon, make it perfect. Getting another golden from the nosy looter. Could not remember its name.
Misses the poison. Okay, so it's
Next
deciding to
turn.
swap it. Yeah, I think this is very fair,
Yeah.
right? This is the power of Jan just being able to just like freely be like, you know what, my dong's not perfect. Let me fix it. Let me fix it real quick.
Yeah. It's so disgustingly strong. And can even just like hold all these Murlocs
Ooh.
at hand for like a follow up transition.
Yeah, Jackie in a
He's
weird
like, you get the
spot
whole
though.
like, do I want beasts? But he's like, nah.
Yeah. So we could take a look at Jackie and see the position they're in, right? They're at 2 HP, and they've been using Light Spawn to scale, but I think they're in trouble essentially in that they have to get strong this one turn. So they're trying to fix their board, trying to get as strong as possible to make sure that they don't randomly die here. Because being at 2 HP, that's just too much pressure to not respect every opponent from the rest of the game. So hopefully Jackie can get the power he needs to stay alive. But I do think he's against Solari or so, and then that might be a rough matchup for him. Or Terrorblade. He's against Terrorblade, I think, and that's even rougher. Big loss for Cat. I wouldn't say a big surprise, but it's just rough when you're playing Cat and you just take max damage. Yeah, so Jackie does get the loss here. So we will be seeing Cat getting a little bit of a power spike. Hopefully it's enough to stabilize the board after taking 15, but could also fight the dead person and have a couple more turns to do what they want to do.
Definitely. It is one of those unfortunate situations, though, where it feels like there's a lot of people that have sort of popped off and are very strong, and so it feels like you're in the Matrix. There's a lot of bullets to dodge. So we'll see. They do put themselves in a position to add a reborn Myexno, which is always very solid. But this is also one of those weird matchups against Shady's Alec here, where that Divine Shield Wind Fury could be very, very scary here.
Not fighting the dead person.
Especially with no taunts on board.
Yeah, I was really hoping that Goddammit would be fighting the ghost here and then would have the extra turn to really stabilize. But it looks like Reno or Solari, is really getting, or I mean Reno or RDU would be getting the benefit of that. And it sometimes doesn't feel fair. When you're at 2 HP or 9 HP, you're at the bottom, you just get knocked for 15 and you're like, there's a ghost in the lobby, you haven't fought the ghost, and you're just like, okay, I can stabilize. And then you get pitted against like top 3 and you're just like, why? The guy has been hitting people for 20. Why, Bob? Why aren't you?
The Alec here with double Eliza, it's just, okay. It doesn't feel good.
Yeah, so it's gonna be probably a rough match for the the Cat here, but that is the risk you have when you do play Cat, right? You don't have a hero power until the end, and here you get 1 hero power, right? You get one minion, and you have to hope that the dead player, the weakest person in the lobby's minion, is enough to make up for all of the turns of not having any strength.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it looks like it's just not going to be enough here.
Yeah.
And, so unfortunately for Goddammit, another
bottom 7,
2 finish.
It's been a rough day.
You can't even. It feels really bad when you get to a low health total with the setup, right? So even though RDU also goes out, because Goddammit was at that 9 health total versus RDU being at 13.
Oh, well, okay.
He ends up getting the 7th there.
Yeah, missed. It feels a little bad because you miss on the what's it called? The Eliza triple there, and then you're just gonna have to like work at it for the rest of it. There's a Tony.
Or you just hit Tony.
It looks like it looks like Shady's deciding whether he wants to commit to scam or commit to what's the other one?
Which would you go for, Hogger or Eliza? Which one would you want a golden?
I think you go for Eliza here, mostly not due to the board, but mostly due to what he has in his hand, right? So he already has a Khadgar in his hand. He already has a Scally in his hand, right? So if you make double golden Eliza with Scally, Khadgar, and you also already have the Baron, right? So you basically have all the pieces, and you are playing Alikir, so you can get the taunt on the Scally pretty easily. Almost, I mean, it's guaranteed essentially, right? So I think it just makes sense to set it up here and then like work it. You can also see that he's even played around Zap, right? Like you can see that his Baron is a 3/9 as well. So it just looks like he was trying to do this from the get-go. Looks like he'll get it. The one thing, I guess it's actually safe to do it like this, right? The one thing you could say is maybe you want to have a good chance of having the amalgam spores
Die.
die so that you can get all the triples for, I mean, to get 2 golden Elizas. But I do think you just need the stats, so it'd be hard to just kind of force that and say, oh yeah, it'll be fine. But if you need the stats, you need the stats.
Yeah. Um. So he is gonna be very strong. Actually,
Yeah, Eliza's a good
not.
comp, right? Eliza's a good comp.
Yeah.
And definitely tie here if
It's an interesting. Yeah.
actually gets the tie.
Close fight, actually. Surprisingly, I will say that I think I would actually lean the other way. I would definitely keep the Eliza's in, but I would definitely want to give myself the option of hitting that the Golden Hogger, just because I think there's a little bit more upside.
Well,
And even though you've committed into the Khadgar, you still, I mean, if you have infinite gold, right, you're not worried about a resource committal.
yeah, the one issue I have with committing the Hogger is it's semi late, right? Would be the first thing, right? You are not, and then you're also gonna take damage, right? He set up a board where he can get the golden Eliza, but he's also not weak, right? He could have taken easily 20 damage, right, and been at like single digits, right? But now he's only at 17. The second thing I would argue is that Murlocs are in and beasts are in, right? So people can definitely counter like big pirates, right? That's the one thing we've been seeing a lot.
That is true.
Pirates are in and then Murlocs are out, right? And then it's like, oh, there's no clear way to counter my board. I just drop a big stats on there and then I just win, right? But with Murlocs also being in, it's a lot riskier to just like commit to the Hogger engine, and you have to do it in two 3 turns or you're dead. So I think this just is so much safer and has like very similar power levels. Like he's gonna start demolishing people who you would say have no chance of losing.
Yeah, it's definitely safer, and you raise a good point with the poison stuff. Um, just maybe being a little bit better suited to beating boards like this Jandis's.
Yeah.
That being said, I definitely would want to keep the Elizas on board to maintain that strength and hopefully save some health. But we are committed into the Elizas, so we'll see how it goes. Getting out of the Tony this turn, so not making that second Eliza golden, right? Just to be as strong as possible here.
Yeah, I would say Shady had like a really good like chance to
Actually,
do well.
this is that was is this that's a lethal.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah.
that's a pretty unfortunate, a few unlucky hits there, but yeah, just I mean, more to do with Terrorblade being absurdly strong.
Yeah, yeah. That Terribly is almost like perfect comp, right? Like he just needs a Baron and like a Spore, and, and then you're done, right? Like he already has the Baron, so yeah. I mean, he could either like golden. He needs Reborn. Oh, he is missing Reborn, so he needs. Oh, but if he finds 1 Reborn, then he has 2 Reborn. So yeah, he just needs to roll and hit a Reborn, and then the Baron is kind of there too. But I mean,
yeah, just hit a Reborn sake of it. Your board is basically unbeatable. Seems okay.
Yeah,
seems
yeah.
okay.
But I mean, you got to take a look, right? Shady went like full power, and I would imagine like if you went Hogger, you had like no chance, right? You're just gonna get rolled by that board. So it's the issue, right? Like Murlocs are in, Beasts are in. People can make easy counters, just have a bunch of Poison Reborns or Divine Shield and Malgadons. It's a lot easier to do that with Murlocs, right? Because you have Lookout in the pool, and you just pull dogs for free. So, yeah, it's just it's a rough pirate game. But there's been a lot of games without Murlocs, and that's why we've been seeing a lot of pirates just pop off.
Yeah, and I mean it's something for players to have to think about.
He hits it. He hits it. Oh
but
no!
He's already used his swap, so I mean this is basically a huge
it's fine.
disaster.
It's fine. You don't even have to play it actually, but it's fine. Yeah, I mean he's so strong. It's not even fair.
Yeah, and I mean we saw the sort of the storyline of how Terrorblade play this, and I mean it was pretty much. I mean, I don't want to say flawless because that's saying a lot, but it was pretty close, if anything. Going from the cats, deciding to leverage the strength, into 6 drops, finding that seafood slinger and leveraging that into what he knows is going to be basically a perfect end game comp. Able to go to 6 very very early, able to make some perfect amalgadons, and then just find those completing pieces in the Bear and the Selflesses, the Myexnas and Reborns and stuff, and we see him rewarded with a win here.
And this is disgustingly strong Janus for there. I mean, there's not too much to say about that. That was just quite a domination, right? Extremely strong board that I believe Terrorblade was able to make, and another very consistent round for our top scorers here, right? I would say, right? We have Terrorblade again with the win, right? That's another big top three for him. RDU kind of having a little bit of a ball drop there with the early exit, but still in the second place. Same with Shady as well, right? Shady been consistent, but not having a win for himself, right? Really being the odd man out in the top four. And Shuva Lord as well, right? Coming back from that last place in the previous round to get another second, right? So you can see, right, more of a hit or miss so far, but like that's just one eighth in 3 games, right? Like you could have 3 more games and they all be good, and then Shuva Lord's just like there. So it's very close at the very top, right? You can see a little bit at the bottom, right? You'll see some people getting unlucky, some people are faltering, right? A lot of like poor performances, right? So the strong players are remaining strong, and the people that haven't had the best, they are continuing to not have the best.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, you see Jackie Chan and Goddammit, um, pretty low, but lots of games, but they're definitely in a position where now is where you sort of
Yeah,
adjust that mindset and
yeah,
say, okay, now we're you know if we lose, it doesn't really matter because we're already in eighth. I don't think there's a prize difference for fifth to eighth, so it's just
no,
like, hey,
no.
let's go for some firsts. Let's try and play some spoiler here and get ourselves into the top four with some high rolls. Um, but you look at Terrorblade, especially for me, um, looking at the 3 games, capitalizing on the George and getting that second and playing a very like safe game plan there with we're just gonna play tempo and getting paid off in that second place in the second game, playing that golden mama bear and getting there, right? Obviously you would have liked to maybe sneak in that top two, and he had a chance to, but getting that top three and just like very stable play, and then finally hitting that hero that can just like really dominate things and in performing there on the Jandis is that's sort of what you want to do, right? Like you don't get like the most ideal heroes, you just okay, we're going for the top fours, and then you see your double token Jandis, you're like, time to capitalize, and he did that and went for the win. When he could have made maybe a few safer plays going for more fives with those cats, decided to go for the sixes, saying, "Okay, I know that I'm crazy strong. Like this is my chance to really like leverage my advantage here as Jandis and getting that win."
Yeah, that's very true, right? It, it's it's tough, right? When you're put it behind, right? You have to, you feel pressured, right? And I think 3 games in, honestly, if you are doing poorly all 3 games so far and you're at the bottom, like you there's definitely pressure now, right? Because even if you get a first, you're not out of the woods work yet, right? You have to get like multiple firsts now, right? So it's definitely going to be full tempo from a lot of them, and sometimes bad heroes, right? Like yeah, that's gonna happen to all the players, right? All the players are gonna have at least one game where their hero selection is like, oh, I feel really bad, right? So you can't really use that too much as an excuse or so, but it's gonna be pretty interesting to see how all the players recover, what strategies they start doing for the rest of the game. You can see Pirates have been really big. You can see Murlocs and Beasts have been really big. We'll see if that continues. But we are going to be heading into a small break, or maybe not small. It's about 10 minutes or so. So if you guys, you need the restroom or anything like that, thank you. So far, Pocky, it's time to relax and go from there. But we'll see you guys soon.
Sounds good.
Be able to hear you if they can't hear me. Testing. Is this better? This looks like I believe they're able to hear me. Say something.
Okay. Yay.
All
I
right.
assume that's an affirmative that we're on the air.
All right. Sorry guys. I left and I came back and there were audio issues. So like how am I supposed to know? Like it's crazy. But welcome back to the final day of the KelVPN Streamer Cup. We have done, I believe, 3 rounds so far. Let's take a look at the standings. Thank you for dealing with my audio issues. Who would have guessed? You know, that kind of thing. But yes, so far, Terrorblade's in the lead with 25 points. RD Shady Bunny right behind with 21, and we have a couple people following after the pack. But it's going to be interesting. I believe the players are mostly set up, so it should just be a little break, right? Like imagine we take like a 10-minute break and then we come back and then we're like, we still have, you know, we're still waiting for the players. Wouldn't that be annoying?
That would never happen.
Yeah, that would never happen. Yeah, you know, like, you know, the players need breaks for sure, right? And you know, sometimes 10 minutes isn't long enough for them. So, but we should.
8 games is a lot, right?
Yeah.
You know, in one day, and tournament games are a little bit more taxing on the
mental,
on the brain.
Yeah. Anytime I'm doing tournaments, at the end of it, like I'm always super drained. Like, and even like before the end of it, even I'm just like, get me out of here. I can't play well. You know, 2 more games. Oh God.
So here's the question, because I've heard it from a lot of different people. What's harder for you? You've played a lot of tournaments. You've casted a lot. Casting or playing? Which one's more tiring?
It's gotta be playing, because casting is not tiring for me at all. Like I don't know. I've never really been like, oh man, I've casted like 5 hours. I'm so drained. Actually, yesterday was really draining, but that was because I was like doing a lot. But that's not the casting's fault. That was just you know, life getting in the way. But generally, casting I think isn't too bad for me. I enjoy casting. I enjoy talking about the game. So, and especially like when you have someone else that, you know, you're casting with, it's very easy to just rip off of them and just have a good time. So with the tournaments, you know, I got to full focus. You know, I got to make sure I don't make mistakes. And you make one mistake and you're thinking about it for the rest of the day and the day after, and then, you know, the day after for me, you know. So it's a little bit different in like perspectives. I'm not like the.
When I'm casting, I make a mistake. I said one wrong thing, and it's just weighing on me so much. I'm with you. It's definitely a bit different. It's a bit more tough to play, but casting is also very. I think it can be exhausting, but I'm with you. When I get to watch these games and they're good games, like the adrenaline carries me. I can cast forever. Afterwards, I might like pass out, but during the games, I'm just super excited. I'm super excited to see what's gonna happen here. Our 4th game.
That joke I made 3 hours ago didn't connect with the audience. Oh my God! Like, I don't think that's not me.
I need chat to respond to my jokes. If I don't, it feels like I've messed up. You know.
Yeah.
You know, especially the ones that you build up. Like you're like you know, I really worked that one in. I was really proud of that. And then you know, radio silence. It's not a good feeling.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's always a rough one when you get into those situations. But taking a look at the heroes, we have RDU on Ysera. RDU. I like Ysera because it can be like a brain off hero. Like you're like, okay, I'm tired, I'm mentally drained. I'll just relax, play a Ysera game, and then like, you know, I'll get my 1st or 8th, and then I'll start using my brain for the next one. Because I think at this stage of the meta, a lot of people just know what to do with Ysera. Like there's like a couple major decisions, but after that point, you're like, okay, I can autopilot my.
We did see a major decision there for RDU. I guess, you know, we've talked about it a little bit, you know, on our roundtable, but the 3-on-3 taking the token instead of the
Dragon.
the option to take a Chroma Wing and
right.
play you know, a Jeep curve there. or even just freeze it and decided not to. What are your thoughts on the line there?
I like both lines. I've been experimenting with 3-on-3 more because I used to always go Jeeve, but I do think if you can, I mean, if you can get the right units, right, like 3-on-3 is just better because you get the major players early, you get the Tergos earlier, you get the Proto Drake earlier. So, I mean, if you are getting that good luck, right, I do think 3-on-3 has that bigger upside.
Yeah, and I think it's worth considering that in the context of the tournament that might matter, right? You might feel like, okay, people in this tournament are going to be playing at their highest level, so I might need to hit more than just like play the lines, right?
Yeah. One thing
So that might be a consideration there.
I do feel like we have to talk about Shady's hero pick here, right? It has a Toki, and I wouldn't necessarily say Toki is a hero I like jump for joy when I hit. You know, Toki actually back in the day, back in my day, used to be like one of my favorites. I felt really good about it, but it's been a long time since I felt that way about Toki, and I really wonder what the decision making was behind Shady's pick of that Toki hero power. All the other heroes, I think, are more justifiable, where the Toki leaves a big question mark for me.
Yeah, and Toki has gone through a few iterations, but it's been a long time since she was last changed. She was at one point like the best hero in the game, but has fallen off quite a bit since then and through some changes and just the meta shifting. But I think it's a bit underrated right now. I don't think it's a bad hero, and in the right lobbies, it's definitely playable. Um, if you're able to get the setup for your hero power to consistently be going into fours or fives, depending on the lobby, it can be, if you hit it, it's really good, obviously. So we'll see if Shady Bunny is able to capitalize on that
Yeah,
and make some stuff happen.
yeah. So we're taking a look at
We
Jackie. He's got a nice setup, right? Getting the brand early. Oh, he's going for a 3-drop. Okay, that's unusual.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I think with the Swabi, I like it, right? You know that you're going to be able to push these levels really quickly, and so rather than staying on one for too long and just hunting for probably one other triple in the Swabi, just going up in leveling and knowing that you're going to be able to level faster than anyone else, and that if you do hit one of those Murloc threes, you're going to have a lot of tempo to protect your health while you do so.
yeah.
So I like that.
I think this
And no beast in the
is
game either, right?
yeah. I think this is
So
some
you can't find that other token.
yeah. I was gonna say that this is something that's very similar that happened in the last game. I think there was another brand player and they went for fours and they hit the light. Was it Shady? They hit the light
Yeah,
spawn.
a couple games ago they hit the
Yeah,
light spawn.
yeah.
The light spawn.
But then you realize that, oh, look, I'm actually Murlocs. Like this light spawn doesn't help me at all, right? And if you like watch that game, you're like, why am I actually shooting for light spawn when I just go Murlocs anyways? And the three, there's actually a decent amount of good three Murlocs, especially when you have the brand. So it actually does make sense when you look at it and you know you're gonna commit to Murlocs and you're dealing so much extra damage by like fully going for power there. So it's an interesting um tech, but it makes a ton of sense, especially when you know the meta and you know your game plan from the get go.
Yeah, yeah. I think it might seem like an unconventional play, but I like it. I like it a lot here. So nice play by Jackie, and hopefully we get to see him be rewarded um, for it. Meanwhile, we also have some other interesting heroes that I sort of want to talk about because
Okay.
we do have only a single token in this lobby, so you're not going to see the same sort of Jandis hook tusk shenanigans maybe being quite as strong, although obviously still very very powerful when you do hit. But we have Godumit piloting Tess. We know that Godumit's needing to go for more of the high roll, right? Just being a little bit behind on points. We have the Shady Bunny on the Toki that we talked about. We also have Terrorblade on Silas, which isn't one of the top tier picks right now, I guess. Um,
Yeah,
so all at 42.
yeah, I do like Silas a little bit just because there is a big advantage, especially if Murlocs are in. Once you get to tier 6, right, you start pulling dongs, you start pulling um, salty looters. I mean, no, seafood slingers. You start pulling a lot of these like nice little tech cards that can really proc it, right? The problem is like just getting to tier 6 safely, but it looks like Terrorblade's doing a pretty good job with that.
Yeah, definitely. And we see not a lot of people. I don't think a lot of people stayed on one this
No.
this game, at least for the full warrior curve, which is unconventional. When you look at the first game, we saw a lot of people staying on one. Um, like six people maybe. Uh, compared to this one where almost everyone was leveled by like turn 3 or 4.
I think what's going on is as their players are playing more games in these tournaments, they're starting to realize that elementals don't really feel like they're getting there all the time, right? Like I don't think we've seen a single elemental victory, which I think is a very weird statement to make. When you come into this tournament, you see the meta, you see how strong elementals are, right? But people here are just like they're just too good, and they won't fall for the elemental scaling tricks, right? They'll be able to either find beasts and have poison counter, or they'll play pirates and they'll have too many stats, or they'll play murlocs, or they'll play temple beasts and they'll kill you before you scale, right? There's just so many ways to not fall to or not lose to the elementals in this tournament that people are just like, you know what? Maybe that's not the game plan to win the lobbies, especially when I'm looking for first. Let me actually force Murlocs or force Pirates or force, Beasts if I need to for tempo to survive. So yeah, I think that's probably the reason why people are adapting on the fly, right? The players are too good to just like force a composition that they don't think is gonna win.
Yeah, and there's definitely something to that. Um, I think in tournaments with these very high players, you almost get like an anti-meta meta where the players know what to expect, right? Like on ladder, you're so used to seeing elementals over and over and over again, and then when you get into these tournaments, the players are kind of like attuned to, okay, elementals are the best. We're gonna play around it. Like we're gonna play against some of the avenge stuff, right? And maybe not make it as viable of an option. And you see that. I remember I hosted a tournament of number one players in the Leaper Doomsayer meta. Like those were the best things, and they were all like former number one players, and they all just went mechs every game, like in the Leaper Doomsayer meta, And it was just because like they had so practiced at like countering that stuff with mechs that mechs were like scary dominant in that tournament, and it was kind of interesting. So
Another
maybe
thing,
a similar thing happening here.
Another thing with that tendency, right, is let's say you are playing Frog, Doomsday in that meta, and you try it, but then 4 or 5 people are playing mechs and they kill you, right? That happens to you once, you're like, okay, weird, but you see that happening twice, right? You're like, okay, this is not viable, and then like by game
Right.
3, everyone's mechs because it's like, well, if I go Frogger against everyone else going mechs, I just instantly lose, so it's not even an option. So it's just like how quickly they adapt, right? Like they just see, oh, this is not gonna work out, and then they just change on the fly. Another thing about elementals, right? You say elementals are the best, but I would counter that point. I would say elementals are the easiest, right? But very
Sure.
clearly, you'll see people just have like insane dragon comps. You'll have people say have insane pirate comps, murloc comps, right? And that can even beast comps with my extras, right? Can easily beat elementals, but elementals are just so easy to do if you have the right setup that a lot of people do it, especially in uh, normal play when people are just casual about it. But in tournaments, it's a little bit more hearted and heavy handed where people really go. I'm surprised they skipped the Peggy there. By the way, I no, it's already you playing Ysera. What am I talking about? What am I talking about?
He's been hitting the dragon, so he has Terex set up. Only one promo so far. Uh, Lucky to hit another, but yeah, he has a good Ysera setup.
Yeah, sorry.
And you're definitely right. You're definitely right about the ease of the elemental comp. Um, so
I didn't look at the hero. I was just like, oh, double Peggy. Oh, that's pretty nice. And then they skip it, and I'm like, oh, why would they skip that? And then I'm like, oh, they're playing Ysera. I'm sorry. What am I doing? You know, I just assumed Ysera wouldn't have a Peggy. You know, that's my problem there.
Yeah, I believe it was a missed triple that put the Peggy on the board, but yeah. Also, just talking about the top comps. You sort of mentioned it earlier, and I didn't really respond to it, but I think the top comp right now, like the overall highest ceiling comp, I truly believe it's actually leapers, leapfrog.
Ah,
Um,
okay. So I would say Leapers have the best potential, but also the worst potential. Like you can just die with a perfect Leaper comp because they zap your Baron, or they snipe your Baron, or they Wind Fury your Baron. You know, you're so reliant on the Baron surviving that you might be able to beat every single comp, right? Like Leapers are comp if done right, never will have 100% loss. Never. You'll just like, if things go right, you can just summon 800 minions, and then you're just like, what do you do? It's just summoning 800, you know. But the risk in there to be able to just like insta lose a fight if your Baron gets sniped, I think is just so high that you have to be careful when you're committing to a Frogger comp. So I'm not the biggest fan, but I do understand that the potential for sure is there.
yeah, it's a balance. We see RDU hitting that triple, but not hitting the Nadina.
But he gets a demon, and actually, Amalgadon demon is actually, I mean, and poison Amalgadon is actually quite good. Actually, you can put that first and have a snipe anything there. So that's not a bad hit, not the worst hit there.
Very very good if you're hitting one adapt and hit poison.
And Murlocs are in. I mean, mechs are in, right? So he can divine shield that as well. So that's pretty good. It'd be a very nice replacement for the Twilight Emissary that he has there. Yeah,
definitely.
You could see him hovering over the promo, like, I need more of this.
yeah, this is the one I want. This one. But 2 golden Terragosas, very very strong setup with 6 dragons and not having the poison. Stanudachi.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that
in early Sephin, but you know, without the stats to follow up, it's just a bit early, right? Especially with mechs and with mechs in the game.
Yeah, unfortunate for the hook test there. Just didn't find the ability to stabilize and just takes an early loss. It's gonna feel really bad, especially for all these players when you just get knocked out too early. Right, there's definitely some windows where you can lose, like before turn 8, like at turn 7, before turn 8, and that just always feels really bad because it doesn't really feel like you had any options to play around and had any options to like affect the game, and you just kind of had a bad result and end up losing from there. So hopefully, you know, it's not over for him. He still has some good games to turn it around. Just a bit unfortunate end to Stan there, who's been very consistent in the previous days.
Yeah, for sure. Meanwhile, we see Gadame hitting Golden Tank. Not like a perfect tank Avenge setup, but I mean, Golden Tank is very, very strong still.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting.
With double stuff in.
Yeah,
so that's a thing. Also going for the early poisons, but not a lot of health on his board.
The one issue with Golden Tank is it just doesn't scale into the late game, right? And a lot of times you're kind of relying on the minion, right? You have avenge setups, and then you realize, I'm okay, but I'm not gonna win, so I need to find a way to scale. He's playing the Tony. No, he's just playing it for money or something. Oh, he's not even playing it. He's locking the brand. Okay, pretty interesting there.
And with the Felfin probably transitioning full over to Murlocs.
Yeah, I think this makes a ton of sense.
That's the Panda. Especially if you hit a nice hero power, it can be really strong. But You have to live. That was a very nice hit. Taking out that second tank before it can eat up. Gotta
Doesn't
get
look
that
like
most
it's
of.
enough though. Oh.
He probably not, but I mean, he has 13 health. He can dodge lethal.
Oh yeah, you're right. With 13 health, you're right for sure. Okay. Does just take a loss, but doesn't take a lethal, so still has some time.
Yep, a nice setup there. But it's still a very scary position here.
Yeah.
And doesn't hit a good hero power. Like I said, it can make a big difference if you know. Imagine you hit Reno here. It's feels a little bit different.
I don't want to imagine him
get
hitting
Sarah.
him hitting Rito here. I personally don't want to see people just like getting that freeness. You know, not a big fan of that. Yeah. I am very interested to see what Shady Bunny's running, right? Like, I was very worried for him looking at his hero selection, but he's still alive. He's still making it there. He's on Tavern 6, so, I mean, classic Shady there. Maybe he's doing some type of Tier 6 composition, but we haven't really taken a look at what board state he's running, so I would be pretty interested to see that in the future rounds.
Yeah, and interestingly, the three heroes that we talked about as being a bit more unconventional and not seen as much are in the top three in terms of health. Goddammit, still at 39. Sitting at 4 is really not that big of a deal for Test because you can pull 5 and 6 drops from everyone else's board. And then Terrorblade on 5 with 26 health.
I would assume that the test Goddammit is playing elementals because that's really one of the only compositions I feel you can just stay on 4 and then also be at 39 HP at this stage of the game, right? Like I think if you're not playing elementals like double light spawn, you'd take quite a bit of damage at some point of the game. So yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yep, usually I would agree, but Test has lots of options, so I don't want to assume too much because you know.
I love assuming and then be wrong, you know.
Sometimes you just steal something that just like, okay, we're good. This is gonna carry me for a little bit.
Been unfortunate for
Silas
Shiva
will
Lord.
take a loss there.
Yeah, and
and Shiva Lord.
yeah, Shiva Lord gets knocked out by RDU there. Like, if a Ysera doesn't die early, it's bad news for everyone else in the lobby because you just know they're gonna do something. You know, they're gonna make some boards. They're gonna make some dragons, some big Terragosas, and that's never fun if you're not them. You know.
Yep.
If you are them though, it's pretty fun. But if you're not them, it's a little bit different. I wonder what board. Okay.
So here's Goddammit. We see the golden tank.
Uh,
Selling the golden tank, but it is not elementals. It is instead a
This is
double
not fair.
elementals.
This is not fair. I'm not okay with this.
A golden Sephin in the shop, another Amalgadon,
I,
double Cali with the brand on board. Wow, wow, wow. What do you?
I'm not okay
do
with this. I guess you can. It depends on how much gold you have, right? But you can get the triple and see if you could triple your brand, right? And then another thing is you could just play the Amalgadon and then just level next turn. He has a Cali in his hand. He's thinking about not playing the Cali. That's pretty interesting. Okay.
I mean, it makes sense.
It does. It does. It does
right?
make sense. Yeah. Oh, he is gonna triple it. Oh, he's holding it.
Is he gonna hold and put down the Cali?
Oh no, he's gonna play it. Okay. But he's not looking to see if he could have checked to see if he got the triple brand, right? Maybe he's just running out of time, not sure exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah. It's a tough decision, right? And like you are trying to figure out if you
I'm not giving them a break, you know. They should know what they want now. It's the finals. No excuses. I'm not doing that, you know. We got to make sure that we have competitive integrity here. But yeah, I mean, it's hard. There's a lot of pressure for sure.
Does get the poison onto that Divine Shield Amalgadon, so that will be perfect. And yeah, Goddammit just looks like in such a good position. If you do get to the late game as Tess, especially in the current meta where we don't have a beast, so you're not gonna have the Reborn My Exodus, but just stealing Amalgadon, stealing Selflesses and Barons, it's so hard to really dethrone a Tess that gets going.
The annoying thing is everyone knows what those strong comps are, right? So Tess is just like every battle. Oh, you have a donk? Wow, that's so surprising. Every and it's just like, yeah, I'll just take every board that every I fight because they're all running the same thing. It is interesting though. Terrorblade, right, is maybe the odd one out, right? Running an Omega Buster comp. We haven't really seen too much of that this tournament, but I do think it has potential, especially when beasts are in, but beasts aren't in. So it is what it is, right?
For sure. And are you in a position to uh, kind of beat anything, right?
I love that. I love that's the
Like,
description.
like double Nadina, Presters, the Poison Amalgadon, and then two, the little golden trio of scaling there is even with perfect Amalgadons and everything, it's pretty tough.
Yeah, some would say Sarah Hyrule is like quite strong. Some would say I wouldn't.
Some,
I would say it's
yeah.
balanced, but there are others who disagree with me there. Where if you just get double Nadina, double Terragosa, golden promo, like some would say that's pretty good. I don't know. Oh. Yeah, one of the issues with taunting that Terragosa there, right? You can get sniped with poison at the beginning, but that will fall off next turn, right? Because then the Terragosa is gonna have Divine Shield. So I mean, RDU is just in like an annoying position, is what I would say, but a dominating position if you are RDU here and just like having a nice free game, right? Imagine turning your brain off and getting a first, right?
Just hit. All you got to do is hit. And in hit he has Goddammit and Terrorblade do get a tie. So Jackie will go out in fourth there. Goddammit having a turn against the Ghost. He grabbed a bunch of battle cries last turn, which I liked a lot. To realize he was pretty strong. I think he thought he was gonna beat Terrorblade with his board. So he sort of just assumed and held to get as strong as possible this turn and be gold efficient and everything, but didn't quite get there. Ended up with a tie. However, I'm sure RDU is very likely to finish the job here.
Yeah, it's gonna be so hard for Goddammit to not be second, right? Just because first of all, RDU is so ahead of the competition with his particular board, and it's hard to deal with. It's hard to deal with that board without beasts in the lobby, right? Sometimes if you can do like my extra reborn, like maybe with a Khadgar or something, you can like really start cheesing these values. But without beast, there's not a lot of options, right? All their dragons have divine shield, and then you're breaking your opponent's divine shields yourself, right? And then you get another reset later on. So there's just a lot of options for RDU. But Goddammit has so much health, and then Terrorblade doesn't, right? So even if somehow Terrorblade was to survive, right, then you have to go another round, and you have to take out 40 health from Goddammit. It's just unlikely. So yeah, kind of in the final standings of the game already.
Indeed. But I think Goddammit still has a chance to uh maybe pull something off against RDU.
You drinking that hopium, huh?
I mean, there's some options, right? You can steal another Amalgadon, maybe triplet, if you can find another one. There's Nadinas there of your own. You have a Presters, I believe. So, maybe there's something there.
Well,
Yeah, we have hope.
I'm gonna be, the bearer of bad news. I'm drinking none of that hopium. Right? We've talked about it yesterday. Prester's a problem because there's no counterplay. You can go into situations where I said, "Oh, give me 3 turns," and you do nothing, and then I still lose. I feel like that's the position RDU is in, right? Like you give Goddammit 3 turns. Hey, here's 3 turns. I'm not gonna touch my board. RDU just still kills him. Like that's the position I feel RDU's in right now. So I think,
Okay, I have a proposition.
yeah,
Goddammit has a golden Amalgadon, so that's pretty good.
that is pretty good. That is pretty
Has
good.
stats on the Presters.
Okay.
After this fight, he has a turn. If RDU ends up playing the module onto his Amalgadon, which is an option, he can ditch the promo, put on that shield.
You know what?
I don't know if he'll want to taunt because he doesn't know that there's a presters. But then his presters is also susceptible to zap, and goddammit, we'll be able to see that with his 39 health.
Okay, so
Maybe play a little something here.
okay. I'm gonna retract my statement and say there's a little bit of hopium because Ysera has an Amalgadon, and so every turn, goddammit can add another Amalgadon, and as well he also has the seafood, right? So he can add a golden Amalgadon every a turn, and then if he finds another one, he can just and he has a brand, yeah, he has a brand. I would freeze the shop too, and then he has the presters. He can make a double Kali. I mean, there's a lot going for him actually. Now that I'm actually looking at his exact board state, being at 39 health, it's almost like getting at least 2 turns. So there's actually a bit of hopium here. I maybe spoke too soon.
And Wind Fury on this. Okay, well that was
bad. That was really bad. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a presters with the Wind Fury. Like this is.
Yeah, this is not horrible.
I mean,
yeah.
Is he just gonna win here? He actually just wins here, right?
Yeah, I think he does. All right, you were right, by the way.
I will say I'm a big test fan. Maybe to my detriment, but I love playing tests. The late game, you shouldn't lose.
All right, so maybe you're right in that day, and Sarah is not free.
You misread the two because you said elementals too, and he didn't have elementals. I was careful about that one.
All right. I was sure RDU had that victory. I was locked and loaded, ready to move on. Hey, look, RDU just wins the game for free. Doesn't have to do anything. He didn't even need 3 turns. I need 1. It's damn.
Yeah, exactly.
God damn it, there with.
Tess wasn't even tier 6, which talks about the strength, right? Like I said, you can sit on 4, and you know what? Everyone else has 5 and 6 drops on the board. Why? And you want to know what's cool about the 5 and 6 drops on other people's boards? They're not the misses that you find in your own 6. Oh man, there's a zap. I really don't want that. No, they took the good stuff. I'll just steal the good stuff from them. I don't need to think about it.
Yeah, that was. I was so sure. I was so sure that this was done and dusted, and I just have egg on my face here. So, yeah, goddammit with a great performance, kind of the start he needs to recover from these first couple poor performances. Just a little bit more of that, and we'll really see, maybe at RDU level performance, recovering from the early misses. Still a lot of consistency for a lot of the other players as well. Terrorblade doing really well.
Yeah, we see those top 4 sort of staying the same through our first few games. I think they've been in the top 4 since the first game almost.
Yeah.
Actually, but with 4 more to go, it's still anyone's potential win. So excited to see how they go. But yeah, Terrorblade and RDU doing very well specifically.
Yeah.
And then Shady, Bunny, and Shuvalord also doing very well too, just slightly behind them.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the halfway point, right? So everything could flip around. You could have full tie standings. I always dream about that. I know the universe percentages is in the 0.00 something, but I always dream, we'll just have perfect reversal of the first 4 games, and we'll have everyone tied. Everyone, there's tiebreakers. Oh man, what if the tiebreakers were the same too? No.
You're okay, guys, you're just splitting the pot of money. It's a perfect tie all across the board. It's just, I'm sorry, guys. It's just.
You would have to ask yourself if you're in the Matrix at that point. It's a bit too specific that everything's perfectly tied up. But pretty cool to see some recovery from some of the players at the bottom. Right, I don't like when it feels like there's no chance for any player, and I do like it when you have formats that can really give hope to everyone, even if they play poorly, right? If you're just straight dominating, getting first, second, well then, I mean, you deserve it. Let's let the other players have no chance, right? But if you feel like everyone's trying, everyone's doing the best, I do like knowing that if you get a couple good placements, you can just recover from a bad start. So
No, for sure, and it's definitely one of the. I mean, there's pros and cons to having sort of these long final rounds. 8 games is a lot of time to be able to show off what you have. It feels like maybe a little bit less RNG because you have one bad game. It's not as big of a percentage, where yeah, maybe you got the Usarge and there wasn't anything to be had that game, but uh there's 7 more games. On the other hand, though, you do have the potential. I think you casted the F2K Invitational
Yeah.
where it was like 10 games long and Hoppa Bear just like was already gonna win by like the 8th game, and it was just like, okay, so we'll just keep playing, but we already know who won. Um, but yeah, so far that is not the case here, and there's a lot of people in the running, so um, it'll be exciting to see this one finish out.
Yeah, I'm always interested. I mean, some people have like biases. Some people are rooting for one player or another. I, as a caster, have absolutely a lot of bias. Let's be, I'm rooting for some players for sure, but I do think it's cool to see everyone step up, right? And a lot of the people that are really good, just showcasing how good they actually are, right? Like time and time again, right? So I always think it's fun, and it's always good to like know or learn about other players that maybe you hadn't looked at or thought about in a while. So it's always fun to see these type of tournaments and see, oh, this person's doing really well, or this person understands the meta, right? Like sometimes you could feel like you really understand the meta, then a patch hits and then you feel like you don't get it, right? So it's cool to see time and time again throughout metas people are still doing really well and being really consistent. Looks like we're into the
Yeah,
next game.
I feel bad. I feel bad sometimes when I'm casting because I get so caught up on good plays, and I'm very excitable in that way. And so what'll happen is I'll have a friend that I won't obviously be rooting for them in the cast, but like in my mind I am like, yeah, I want them to do well, and just you always want your friends to do well
Let's
in
go,
tournaments
good
and stuff.
damn it. Let's go. Let's go, Adachi.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
feel you.
Then you see an awesome player. You're like, oh my god, they're so good, and like they try. And then you're like, you look at the other side. You're like, oh, they shit. That's gonna look bad if they go watch the VOD. I'm like, I'm sorry, man. It was just a really good play that the other player made. I got excited.
I mean, to be fair, right, like it's nice to root for people, but it's also good to showcase whenever someone's doing well, whenever someone's playing well, when someone's making an interesting play, an interesting decision, right? Always like covering those. Sometimes the most interesting decision is the hero selection. Now, speaking of hero selection, why are you now? There's more Alec here. Terrorblade going for the Alec here now. You got Omu on Stanardachi. I think I'm not too surprised or worried about any of these heroes. Like I think it's up to you to perform with these heroes, especially this late into the tournament.
Yep, and we do have another double token lobby, but not a bunch of like token abusers. Only the Jandis really standing out in that regard. Scabs also does benefit from a token start, but it's not the biggest thing in the world.
I also
There's
think
this.
if you
Go
stay
ahead.
on one, Cookie's also pretty good at token star, but the Goddammit is not. So I guess that's not relevant. But you can stay on one and like hero power token minion types and then getting extra gold that way.
So I will make my biased.
Known.
I hate staying on one and Cookie. Even with double tokens, I haven't found it to be good, and I've played it multiple times, like trying to make it work, and either it doesn't fit my playstyle, or I'm awful, or I've had bad luck. But it just doesn't seem to live up to the promise that some people put in it.
Uh, with Cookie on one specifically, sometimes what you're gonna have to do is stay an extra round. So instead of double leveling on 7 gold, you'll have to double level on 8 gold. And what that allows you to do is allows you to get that second proc of the Cookie hero power. So it makes out you get the extra turn plus the extra second proc. It's very likely you'll get 2 triples. Almost, and there's also a good chance you'll get 3 triples, right? So you'll on 8 gold you're either getting 2 4s or you're getting 3 4s if you're lucky, or more. I mean, you could get more, but that's that would be my advice if you're having trouble with turn 7 Cookie, is just stay an extra turn. Like you can always do turn 7 if you get lucky, but if you're not having success, that would be my advice for that one specifically.
Here's the counterpoint though.
Okay.
We're on turn 3, and Goddammit is on tier 3,
Mm-hmm.
and I like that. You just start picking up your 3 drops, and it's a relative thing, right? Cookie is a good hero for sure, regardless of the lines you play. But I like being able to just level and play that way, and feel like I can just discover my 4s by playing my hero power and rolling on 4 without sort of loading up my board with 1 drops and stuff. So
Yeah, I would say
we'll see how Goddammit pilots it.
it does depend on like what your first shop is, right? Like if you get a token start, right, it's a lot easier to level. If you can eat something that you want to pull on 3, like let's say dragons are in and you eat a dragon, then you can get a bronze warden that turn. Right? That feels really cool, right? Same thing with like mechs or elementals, right? Getting like a deflector immediately, it's really cool. So it does. I feel like it does depend on what your early shop is, but I mean, this is a pretty powerful shop for Dummit here, right? You could take the macaw, and then you're just getting like, yeah, you're
like start gemming it.
yeah, you're getting so many gems a turn, right? I kind of like that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I like this play. The roll was interesting. I might have just settled with the green thumb, but it is a little weird because you don't really have things that you want
Yeah,
to buff on board.
and it doesn't proc that
and
turn.
it wouldn't proc
Yeah,
this turn.
yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah.
Scabs is getting a 4-3. Just saying. Oh wait, he didn't. Oh, did he have no board or something? Or maybe he didn't hero power.
There's no way he held. Maybe he passed hero power.
Yeah, I guess so.
Or he could have. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what else there would be.
Yeah, so. I guess he would have passed hero power. Pretty interesting play from Celery here. Taking a look at RDU's board here. It's on the Reno, but didn't play tier 1 Reno, right? It looks like he leveled to 2 and is just trying to hyper level into a 4 and then hero powering a 4 that he feels comfortable with. So he kind of did something like this in the yesterday, I believe, where he just went early 4 and then tried to recover. He hero powered a bonker, I think. So we'll see if he has a very similar trajectory in this game.
Definitely. I will say that one of the things that you're talking about is being able to showcase multiple players and stuff in these tournaments, and I love these multiple perspective streams and stuff. It makes it so much more fun to follow these lobbies, seeing what multiple people are doing at a time. So we do see both of these sort of gem farmers in RDU and Goddammit, and we get to see so much of the lobby perspective as it develops. It's really, really fun.
Yeah, I think that's been a big plus of this tournament for me. Like as a I'm a casting, but I'm also a viewer. And I really do appreciate being able to go and see like all the perspectives at the beginning, and then seeing, oh, let's look at 2 at the same time or 3 at the same time, right? Because sometimes in previous tournaments, you'll just be following one player's perspective throughout the whole thing, and it just feels like you're missing out on a lot of the game, a lot of the choices that other players have, right? Because if you're just following one, you get to see their choice, but you don't get to see other people's like reaction to their choice or other people's decision making and their big turns. So it's nice to have like multiple perspectives going on all the time. Sometimes it can be a little disorienting. Like I'll be looking at one scene and you'll be looking at the other one, and I'm like, oh. Yeah. You'll be talking about that, and I'm like, oh, I didn't see that, but other than that, it's been pretty great.
Yeah, for sure. And we see the Reno hero powering a tank very early. So RDU, I mean, he's low health, right? He's at 22, so that's kind of the range. Like 25 to 20 is where you kind of like, all right, I'm just gonna hero power the first option I get.
Yeah, you feel the pressure for sure. Oh wow. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. Yeah, on Goddammit's board, right? He sold his 4-3. Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. But yeah, he's trying to pump up the nest matrix as much as possible, and he's keeping the rat pack to have another avenge engine in essence. So pretty cool. We'll see if it'd be able to deal with
Yeah.
RDU's tank start.
And playing the Cyclone is a way to sort of play into that menagerie setup with that
Oh
SB Tron,
no! Oh
and then
no!
potentially playing into the Agam stuff.
Oh wait, no, his minion didn't die. Oh no, it did. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some would say tank is pretty strong. Some would say golden tank. You know, turn 6, pretty good. Yeah.
Probably not going to lose many fights, that's for sure.
I don't think Goddammit was expecting to lose that battle there. I think he felt like he was in a really strong position, which he was, but just sometimes you fight Reno who's hero powering a tank because they
And
don't.
we did just slip away, but he did find a gem splitter, which will pay off that Cyclone pickup along with that Deflecto. So
Yeah.
maybe playing into like a
Oh,
menagerie
okay.
Agam build, hopefully, but we'll see. Not a ton of health to work
Oh,
with, so
okay, token. Yeah, Shiva Lord's on single digits, so really needs to pop off this turn, right? This is what I'm talking about sometimes. Sometimes you're at your turn 7 and the game already feels over, right? So the Jan is definitely does have to make it work. Has some potential here, and this isn't the worst board in the world, so maybe they
it's
can
quite strong,
recover.
but it is very susceptible. It's such a bad matchup, right? In that
Yeah.
Allocator is one of those heroes that at this point can just shut you out, right? Hit Mama hit Crocolisk, and you're dead, right? Like it's an option without that Tauntaun board. But
Hope.
um, likely not gonna happen in that order, and so hopefully Shivalord will be able to stabilize with the sort of beast.
Welcome to
starting
the
off.
world of Caster Curse. You know, that's how I feel. All right. I guess you didn't cast him or curse him, but it's still pretty rough looking for his board state. But he might. It's a good chance he gets there now.
Yeah. Yeah, I just play odds, you know? I'm a gambling man. But I play the odds.
Yeah.
Unfortunately Jackie Chan is well, he's at 16. So 15 doesn't kill him. So he's good.
Is that
You only need one health
unfortunate
to
or
win.
would you? Is that unfortunate or fortunate? Like if you're at 16, you take 15, you go to 1. Are you like yeah, or are you like oh my
Let's
god?
call that one the caster's curse, right? Like there's no good way to say it.
All right.
Shuvalord with the Rat Pack is a huge pickup.
Yeah.
Jackie
Also,
Chan at one health is. What do you do here?
I cry personally. You know, I'm just like, oh, my game didn't get to start. I just already lost the game, man. This is so unfair. You know. Oh, at least I got a
It's
triple.
triple.
Okay, I got a triple. Okay.
Yeah,
Copium. Copium.
yeah,
Yeah.
copium. 6 drops will save us.
Maybe it will. I mean, there.
What?
Full Reaper with
Foot
banana.
Reaper, Seafood Slinger. Foot.
I.
Yeah, I like the Foot Reaper
Yeah.
for sure. Right, but
Yeah.
we're just trying to live. Maybe you can module it, with that Gem Splitter and like I don't know. Maybe there's something there. You could taunt the high main with a
Yeah.
Cow Master, or I like the Foot Reaper.
Yeah, I feel like you have to take the Foot Reaper here. It's just you don't have the strength to do anything else realistically. Even taking the Wildfire just because he doesn't feel like he
It's
can
strong.
find anything else. Yeah, so this is not the not the strongest. They even get big bananas. Bob's not even trying to help either. So yeah, kind of unfortunate.
Give me that big banana. Um, yeah,
Imagine your
but
opponent has like
we saw
9 health.
Lord make that triple cat. So a lot of stats on the board, but going up against RDU with that golden tank is very scary still.
Okay, he's getting some good hits here. Um, if the um, if the Foe Reaper can go again, I'm pretty sure he has the victory here. That was a really good hit as well there. So yeah, and the Foe Reaper is gonna attack as well. So that's huge.
What's gonna come out of the coiler though?
That's
Not that. Oh wait, but okay. No, no.
oh, not into that.
That's
Oh, you hate
chaos.
to see it. Yeah,
Unfortunate.
yeah. What a
It's so close too. It's just the one thing left, but at one health, it's just any loss is a lethal.
you hate to
And
see it.
we even see the percentages there. It's just a total coin flip. And unfortunately, I mean, not even a coin flip to live though,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Losing the 60% chance to survive.
yeah. It's gotta feel bad. Moving on to Godumit on the cookie has an Agam comp setup, and it's pretty clean too, right? It has the two divines, the two gem splitters. The one thing they're missing is maybe more divine and a golden gem splitter, and maybe more targets, right? Like they could have a beast, right? They could add like a Hydra, right? If you're pumping Hydra, then you feel pretty good. But other than that, they have a pretty decent stuff. Buying a high main, saying, "Hey, I'd rather pump a high main than nothing at all." Okay.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that they're missing is a taunt. But like I said earlier, like Goddammit really played into this, right? And I think that's a big deal. Oh, and the reason he picked up the Hymen is because he has the. Oh, just kidding. I lied.
Just
I
kidding.
was like, you
No.
could, I
Yeah.
was gonna, you could taunt the Hymen, right? Like
Yeah. You'd have to sell the
protect
other.
the gem splitters, but
Yeah. You'd
you
have
would
to.
have to get rid of your reset.
Yeah. That's the one issue I guess he didn't want to do. And the high main is pretty strong there. We saw a glimpse of Shady Bunny's board. He was running a traditional. Light Fang setup, so that's how he's been stabilizing here, right? He's playing Lich Wazao, which I would say is a like semi underrated hero. I think a lot of top players really value that extra gold generation and the consistency of that, but it's always been like kind of niche in non top player circles just because you are taking a ton of damage and you're putting yourself in a precarious position, especially in a tournament like this
Yeah, it's a
where ties don't matter.
very high skill cap hero, and definitely a good point about the ties not mattering because you do end up putting yourself on a lower life total, which means for both the like you said, it's a precarious position. So you open yourself up to that risk, but higher MMR players, top tier players will be able to edge out those advantages using that gold and not be able to walk the line of health and money. The balance that we're all trying to find in life.
Like what was it? Life and money.
Health and money.
Health and
Yeah.
money. Yes, the classic balance. I don't know. I would take. I mean, you're right. You're right. That's right. Unfortunately for RDU though, right? A couple string of bad games here, right? With bottom four in the last two, right? After a really consistent early start. So hopefully be able to recover. It seems the tank wasn't enough of a stabilizing factor to really keep him high health and go for there, right? I mean, leveling to four like he did is pretty risky, right? Has a lot of potential drawbacks, and here you can see one of it, right? Where you're kind of forced to hero power something you don't love, and then you're kind of left like holding the bag, where you're just like, I just have a tank, and I don't really know what to do from there to get strong enough to win the lobby.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough balance. One thing that I've been doing on Reno is playing a more risky line, so not settling for like a tank all the time. Um, and maybe being willing to bring myself under that damage cap before I hero power something, which isn't necessarily the safe conventional play, but definitely something. Also, wow, Terrorblade with a really nice Hamul there.
Yeah, but I mean, gotta live, right?
Yeah, you do gotta live.
Shoot.
And playing into the Leapers actually, which we sort of talked about, but I don't know.
To be fair, Terrorblade's on 32, right? So I mean, he's gonna live. The nice thing is,
Yeah.
right? Lord was in a weird spot like a couple of turns ago, and you can see he's really cleaned it up, right? Found a second Mama Bear and just has like a full beast setup, which with clean units and ready for triple. So I kind of like that. Looks like Jackie though, unfortunately, took a loss there.
Yeah,
But Jackie
Shady
already
went on
lost.
the Lich
Yeah,
League.
yes, Shady took a loss there. Yeah.
But yeah, sort of not one hero power too many. Actually, it looks like he got overkilled by a lot, so it didn't probably didn't matter.
Yeah,
Oh,
but it's something to think about, right? He was running a light spawn composition, right? And normally you say, "Oh, I got a light spawn composition that should be strong, should be good enough." But you can really see in these high MMR lobbies where you get the light spawn and you're feeling good, but it's just not strong enough. Like people just tempo you out with beasts, they tempo you out with some weird agam build, like they have answers to the light spawn scaling. It is easy, but like once again, I wouldn't say it's the strongest, and you can stay getting sixth place from an early light
Yeah.
spawn start, right? That's gotta feel real bad.
Yeah, and light spawn's almost starting to feel, I mean, a bit like Caligos. Obviously, Caligos on 6, light spawn on 4. A little bit different, but it feels like one is not enough, and like you really need that pair going early almost to really put yourself in that good position.
Yeah,
Um,
I would definitely agree with that for these type of lobbies, right? If you're playing normals, right, I think one light spawn definitely can get you there. But when everyone else is like tempoing and finding their power spikes, right, hitting double mama bear, right, your one light spawn just doesn't feel like it tracks hard enough, especially when um you're trying to milk and you have to balance milking and tempo, right? Like in normals, you can milk a lot harder than you can in these lobbies because people just punish you, out of nowhere, and you're just like, I'm already about to die. So, yeah, it's definitely a rough situation to be in, especially if you've been relying on that strategy to be carrying you, especially in the early part of the tournament.
Terrorblade with a really unlucky fight, taking a like really unfortunate hits from that zap there. Um, but yeah, I agree for sure. Um,
One of the weaknesses of Froggers, one of the many, just like, there's a
yep,
zap,
yep,
I
yep.
guess I lose.
And he doesn't even have the Baron yet either. So the frogs themselves not having that much of an impact, relying more on the strength of the Mama Bear Rat Pack.
What a way to die! You just get smacked by the Rat Pack death rattle, and you're like,
It's a classic, right? This has been around since like the inception of the game, where yep, just yeah, we killed the rat last. Guess we die.
guess we die. Yeah.
Familiar.
Ooh,
Shuvo doing really well to leverage that. We saw the sort of the starter beast comp, right? And
this is very
the
interesting.
Crocodile's Mona Bear easy to stabilize, and he hasn't lost since.
Hmm.
Um,
Interesting.
yeah, yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I
Like, positioning here is weird.
no,
Like,
I think it does have to be done in this way because double mama rat packs are just stronger than macaw
yeah,
goldrin without any
1
reborn.
3.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I think it's fair. Like it looks weird because it's like, well, the goldrin won't proc, your macaw's not gonna do much, but there's not a better option to have the strongest sports state this stage of the game, and I think you have to play stronger sports state right now. I mean,
yep.
there's the one argument you could make is maybe put a Baron in, but even then, right, if you're not proccing the Goldrin from the Baron, you'd much rather just have the 27-27.
Yeah, 100% agree. Meanwhile, we see Goddammit still playing the Gem Splitter Agam. I'm
It's
pretty
work.
happy to see that doing well. I really liked his play from the start. He took that Cyclone basically with this in mind, and in paying off is cool.
I gotta say that Stanley Dachi's board is very weak. Like for this stage of the game, right? I guess he's been trying to transition into poison, but it just feels very very punishing, right? There's an actual good chance he just gets knocked out in this turn, just because of how
Yeah,
weak
it
the
depends
board
where
is.
this Siphon goes.
All right, it looks fine, right? He's not gonna take 22,
Yeah,
but yeah,
straight up
definitely.
a lot of damage at the end.
Yeah, definitely a risky transition to make there, and if Stan can't or Stan can't do it in the 2 turns or so that he's taking, it'll be a big punish for him.
Yeah, and it's funny that this comes up because Terrorblade is on Alakir, which is a hero that we've seen in almost every lobby, but with not the greatest results, right? Some okay ones, but it hasn't been like winning. But this game, he's in a really good position to win with the leapers that we sort of talked about. And there is a zap existing, right? Jan Udachi has that 11-14 zap, but one spore or whatever, and you play around it. It's
Yeah, but who's gonna buy the spore? You know, like I don't know if these players will be buying a spore to counteract that specific situation. But yeah, it's pretty cool
I
to
would.
see. Yeah, I
Even the red pack here is a really good counterplay to the zap. You just play it in place of the mama after putting a gem
yeah.
on the reborn.
Okay, I like that. Oh, okay. I
Oh, you should sell the mama. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
okay.
Like you actually have to commit and sell the mama here. It feels weird, but that's how you're supposed to do it.
I think if you're going full Froggers, the mama isn't really necessary. So I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, then playing
Yeah,
around,
you
yeah,
just because
yeah,
you play around the zap.
yeah,
If you buff the rat pack with the mama bear, then you feel bad.
yeah.
And he
That's very
should
true.
know. He should know that the zap exists. He's played it, so.
Yeah, pretty interesting board state there for him. Oh, goddammit, really buffing up his
Big buff.
yeah, that's really cool. Really nice to see him committing to this comp. We haven't really seen this comp much at all. I would say this tournament, just because I guess it's hard to make consistently, and people aren't really the biggest fans of mechs, like full committing mechs, right? So you're not seeing this pop up a lot. But I do think this comp has a lot of potential if you can make it right. It looks like Goddammit has really found the key
Oh,
there.
what an unfortunate! Oh my goodness, those hits were so unfortunate on the cyclone. The cyclone looked so scary, but I like just almost the worst hits there.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
see if it's enough.
This is a big problem. It looks scary, but as long as Baron doesn't die, I think you always win. Like that's the fear of these Frogger comps. I'm always like, as long as Baron is alive, I'm like, they can't lose. You know, it always feels like that to me.
Yeah, yeah, and like I said, this is the comp that I feel has the highest ceiling in the game.
Eh, eh.
And yeah.
I don't like the sound of that. I don't want this to be the highest ceiling comp, but I mean, it is very very strong. If
I mean, it's hard to pull off, right?
yeah,
So that's the. I mean,
that's a drawback.
the problem before was that it was like, oh, you just play it and you're good. Like it wasn't that hard to play. But now you need to make sure you have all the right pieces. And I mean, Terrorblade looks like he's gotten there. So
Yeah, there is some counterplay there, right? He still has answers, wind fury, zaps, that kind of thing, right? It's very possible to deal with this composition, especially because Udachi's board isn't the scariest looking, right? Not that many stats, right? It looks like he was trying to transition to like some type of full Amalgadon poison setup with maybe the wildfire in front and the zap for to deal with the beast setup, but a lot of it doesn't look like it came together perfectly at the end of the game, and hopefully he can find a couple miracles. He does have a golden cyclone, right? So that's 4 hits, right? That might be enough to get a free hit on the Baron, but other than that, like lucky break, it's looking kind of rough.
is he gonna play the mummy or the bird?
I honestly don't think it matters, you know. Oh, he's playing around Zap. Oh, I love this from Terrorblade here. Yeah, just dropping a mech and being like, I'm gonna play around the Zap. This makes a ton of sense here. It's kind of cool. I like this.
Like I said, it's a big deal to play around Zap because, like you said, the main way you lose is the Baron getting sniped. But you play around the Zap with the mummy. You have the Tauntia, the Rat Pack, or sorry, the Sewer Rat, and it feels like it's just very very hard for Terrorblade to lose here.
Yeah, I really like this. I really like this mummy pickup here, right? Because even if he was kind of already playing around the Zap with the Rat Pack, but he knows that his
The Rat Pack can get buffed.
yeah, his frog can go first, and then the red peg gets buffed, and then your whole plan goes out the window, right? So he's just like, you know what? I'm gonna guarantee. I feel pretty comfortable. I feel pretty strong. I'm just gonna guarantee that I play around this app here, and drop a mummy down, and it's gonna pay off massively for him.
Yeah, and I think it's a big thing that I've talked about a little bit, that I think is maybe underlooked by uh, a subset of players, in that sometimes like trying to get as strong as possible isn't necessarily the best play, right? Playing a bird there has a higher ceiling, you can proc more frogs, but what it doesn't do is it doesn't address your loss conditions in that game. And so, Goddammit making a very Terrorblade making a very smart play there to recognize, what are my loss conditions? My loss conditions are Wind Fury, are not my zap protection not paying off, and playing the mummy instead of the parrot there gets him that win, keeps him in first place with a very nice margin over RDU there. And yeah, I think it's very well deserved. I've loved his play so far this tourney.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty clear that Terrorblade is nutty. A lot of good consistency from him. His worst position is third. Like in this stacked
Crazy.
lobby is absolutely incredible. So that's just
And two firsts, like just absolutely nuts.
yeah, so very well done by Terrorblade here. RDU, Shady Bunny, Lord, right? They're not right behind him, but they're kind of fighting for second, I guess, right now. I mean, definitely one poor game from Terrorblade or so, right? That can change things, but it looks like there's like a big gap between first and second, and then like a smaller gap between the rest of it, right? With maybe a little bit of a gap at the very end as well. So it's pretty close, I think, and there's a lot of money on the line even for second, so you definitely want to be getting as many points as you can all throughout the game, and taking that full advantage of each lobby, each round, to do the best that you can.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, even for the start, Terrorblade was the George that we sort of slept on, but he just made the most of the opportunities, and it's felt like he's done that in every game. So super good. But like you said, one poor game, and especially those sort of next three are all within
Right.
striking range. So that'll be exciting to see. Still three more games. It doesn't even need to be one poor performance, but maybe he doesn't get top three through the whole tournament. Maybe, and those guys can climb back in there. So
I think if he continues his tendency, right, of top three, like there's no chance, right, for the others to catch up. So he should be feeling good about his games for sure. Should be feeling like really comfortable. There's a lot of but there's also a lot of pressure, right, to continue playing well. It looks like we're right into the next game, right? No breaks here.
Really fast turnaround there.
Yeah, that's pretty cool to see.
So exciting. So we've got Jackie Chan on the Shady Bunny on Cthulhu. Whoa, Shady Bunny on Cthulhu.
Oh,
Shady. Oh, Shady is.
Yeah.
Is Shady a Cthulhu fan?
I imagine he's not happy, but if dragons are in, he'll make it work. Like this might be one of those like. Cthulhu's not that bad, guys. You guys don't know what you guys are talking about. Like one of those games.
Yeah, I can hear Shady's voice saying it right now. Meanwhile, we've got Terrorblade on my so he's got a pretty good hero to maybe keep up that top three run. Goddammit on Aka's Zamzarek is really interesting because he's a little bit further behind, but he's had like his past two games have been very strong, and Aka's Zamzarek isn't necessarily like that high roll hero that we sort of talk about, right?
Ooh, this is pretty interesting too. So Jackie's also taking the Ysera, right? Trying to repeat the RDU performance, but he's doing a different curve, right? RDU went for 3-on-3, I believe, where it looks like Jackie's going to Jeeve. So we'll see if there's a big difference in the results, or if you can make both of those curves work out, as long as you're in the hands of a competent player. So that's pretty interesting to watch.
So he freezes. I assume the Sunbacon. I don't know if he's gonna take a triple, but there's no other. So the only econ in the game is pirates, right? So we see no token lobby. no elemental lobby. So it'll be interesting to see how everyone tackles this. Because the problem with taking a Sunbacon as opposed to your normal econ is that it becomes very hard to level on 8 gold to 4
Yeah,
without just like going straight up.
that's gonna be difficult. Well, actually, with Jeeve, you can level straight to 4. Like,
You level straight to 4 on 7, right?
yeah, on 7. Yeah, on 8 it'd be weird, but on 7 you can do that if you want to. So, that's
Yeah.
possible. Another thing is interesting, right? Jackie's not freezing that shop, right? So he doesn't really care about the triple. He just wants to have the double chroma wing for tempo. Another thing I guess we should talk about is RDU is on Edwin, right? I don't think Edwin is like the most popular here. I know there are some players that really stand by Edwin and what they can do, especially when like mechs and demons are in. But I do think it's one of the weirder hero choices here.
Yeah, but I don't mind it here just because, like I said, the tribes define so much of the lobby that when you don't have the tokens in, when you don't have elementals in, I think you're gonna see a lot less of like these just like absurd high rolls.
The Reno hero powered Wrathweaver. I do want to mention that, right?
Yeah, I've been meaning to talk about that for a
Okay,
little bit.
okay, go
I
for
didn't
it.
see it. They did it right away. And again, I think this is just like a thing that you look at the tribes, right? There's not all this econ in. Like you don't have a ton of options. Both poisons are out, so your Wrathweaver is gonna be relevant for a lot longer. Maybe just period, right? Like a
Yeah,
permanent unit.
you're right.
Whereas when the poisons are in, it feels crazy. But in this setup, I feel like much less like concerned about like, ooh, are you sure about that? Like, but I don't mind it here. So it's a pretty interesting play. It's one that's often discussed. Like since Reno's been out, people have talked about like hero power Wrathweaver. Like, is this is it good? Do you care about fun? Like, do you even have a soul?
Come on,
But
that's a bit much.
Lord. Yeah, yeah, like yeah. No, Shiva Lord. I like the play here. It's an interesting one, but I think it's a good one here.
Yeah, once you bring out the what minion types are left in the game, it makes a ton of sense to hero power that. And you can see Shady doing his strat, trying to recover here. Has a dragon, has a what's the name of that card called? Smuggler, Wealth Smuggler.
Smuggler?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he can make it work, We'll see if Shady Bunny's strats of dragons can actually pull off a dragon miracle.
Yeah, I mean, I actually like it here for the same reason, right? Like loading up on these dragon stats.
Damn, what a
having
hit.
double
Oh, I didn't
smuggler.
realize he freezed a smuggler and another whelp. I mean another dragon. I didn't realize he got that might be a good enough start for him to not get top 8, So hopium, at least 7th.
I think I would put money on him getting a top 4 here.
Yeah, I would. I mean,
it's a really good setup.
It's also shady, to be fair. But we'll see if he can make it work for sure.
Yeah, he is a bit lower on health at the start, but we will start to see that sort of the impact of the hero power every turn paying off, and the extra smuggler is a big deal. If he finds a dragon in shop,
it's so
it's
good.
a really big deal because next turn is 8 gold, right? Yeah. So getting that nice double buy.
Huge. It's interesting to talk about the Ysera as well, right? The Ysera just went straight to 4, right? So we did talk about that, right? Not getting distracted by the triple in the shop, just saying, oh, I want to be on 4 as quick as possible so that I can recover afterwards. So we'll see if that pans out for Jackie here, right? Jackie's going to take quite a little bit of damage, but the players have been lucky
not that much relatively, right?
Yeah,
it's a lot of 1-drops.
Yeah, not a lot of people power spiking or so. So he's gonna be at 25, which I think is reasonable to be on tier 4, especially if he hits a proto or a promo or something in the next couple turns. Hopefully this turn, but yeah.
Yeah, and no, I like his play a lot. I think it's a pretty smart play to avoid that awkward situation where you'd have to find an econ in a lobby with very little econ by next turn, and just going straight to 4, probably rolling quite a bit. Taking the pressers for tempo is all right. Um, and then we'll see if he just decides to purchase the Draconid
Yeah, he only had 2
and
rolls
call it a
there,
day.
so yeah, he's just gonna get the
There's not
Draconid
much
most
else to
likely.
do.
Yeah. Take a look at Terrorblade. Gotten a 5 drop here, so not really going for like that heavy 6 or anything. Just picking up a 5. Hits the light spawn, which I guess is probably the highest tempo here, especially with that golden trickster. That seems pretty cool, but I wonder if they're
I really like the Light Fang here, but
yeah
he seems to be also looking at that
the
Baron
Baron, right?
with
Yeah,
that Golden Trickster.
yeah.
But I prefer just getting the stats, especially in a lobby like this. Like the Light Fang stats are gonna go a little bit further, and buffing up the Trickster is so valuable at this point.
Yeah, I'm a big
You are able to find that taunt.
yeah, I agree with you here. I think getting some stats on that trickster is gonna feel really nice, especially later in the game. You can definitely do stuff with it, and if you can get like a fell bat or something, right, then it's gonna feel extremely good. Wow, that trickster is like such a huge counter to this particular comp. Yeah, I didn't even need it, but yeah, you're taking like 10 damage from this Maiev, which isn't like that strong right now. So yeah, it's gonna be feeling really bad for Jackie. Jackie needed to hit the nuts that particular turn, didn't really hit it. Now this is a really, really important turn for Jackie. Jackie needs to hit the proto. Oh look, there's a proto in the shop, promo in the shop, but it's not Jackie. Yeah.
Yeah. Jackie.
Oh,
Okay.
he finds one.
Another
Okay,
thing.
he
So he
finds
does
one.
find one on his that roll. And he has a couple more rolls to find one more thing, but he doesn't have a Terragosa,
Oh, he
so.
finds one too. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine, right? Like,
That's
honestly, this is such a bad. But he's not gonna. There's no way he takes lethal from Shady here.
no,
So.
no, that is definitely a weakness of Shady Strat, right? Is he still on 2? Yeah, he's still on 2.
Like, the
Yeah.
overlay does say.
Yeah, he's still on 2. So yeah, he's not going to be dealing a lot of damage to people at this stage of the game. So I wouldn't be super worried about for Jackie about getting knocked out this turn. So it's pretty good for him.
Yep. Yes, in terms to hit. One thing that I will say about Tearblade as we switch off of Terrorblade's perspective is that Maiev is like the one hero in this lobby that can still reliably set up triples without those tokens. So that is I really do like the hero pick there and the option to take it because you're far less reliant on the tokens and staying on one to hit those triples and we see that work out for Terrorblade as he is able to hit that late thing.
Yeah, RDU doing some interesting Quobor. Well, it's not really a Quobor. It's just a what's the 3/7?
Bonkers.
Yeah, the bonkers. Doing some bonkers gameplay here with double bonkers, hoping to get enough gems to really find a direction. Right, that's the one issue. Right, doesn't really have a direction, but does have some tempo and a good bit of gem generation to maybe hit a agam or something if you triple the bonkers or so.
Yeah, and I like the strategy from RDU. Like I said, this isn't. I've said it a bunch, but like it's not a conventional game. So just grabbing the stats and trying to like make something work is kind of the game plan. I mean, obviously Edwin's not like the best, you know. Like you're not super happy about any Edwin stuff here, but like just trying to make it work and finds a shaker. So we'll probably load the gems into that.
Wait, how does Shiva Lord have an M Mama? He's on 4, right? I don't understand. Does Shiva Lord have an M Mama? I saw in the end of the battle that there was an M Mama on Shiva Lord's board. So, I mean, maybe the stats haven't been updated and he was on 5 the whole time. It's also very possible.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, the hero powering the Razweaver does give you a lot of like tempo to level aggressively after that. So maybe he's just like using a ton of his tempo to level and then hits a triple into a M mom and just goes from there. It's also very possible he has a Mal'Ganis, and that's why he's so healthy because he just has a big Wrathweaver with Mal'Ganis and just like buys all the demons for free.
Very, very possible. And it's a good spot. Shuvalord is in that top four, which is where most of the prizing is. If the players have that in mind, which they probably do. Um, Wait, does Shuvalord? Okay, I don't know if you saw that, but when Gadama was hovering, he was at 1 armor, 39 health, which is I don't know how that happens. Um,
I mean,
I
that's
don't know how that happens.
yeah. I'm not in the mood to think about that. Let's just.
um, but I wanted to talk about Gadamit's war because he has a pretty interesting setup with a lot of avenge stuff. He has the tanks. Oh my god, the um, Terrorblade's tank uh counters his nest matron in his own tank. But yeah, playing a very uh milky build on the Akazam's here.
Yeah, another really interesting thing to talk about is that Shady is doing okay, right? He's level to 5 now. He's still on 30 HP. He's been winning his fights, right? You look at that hero and you think, there's no chance. Like he got unlucky, but somehow Shady's finding a way to make it work. Looks like Jackie as well has been hitting his triples here, trying to level and maybe get some Nadinas on the board.
Yeah, and going for the Presters first makes sense. Keeping those Chroma Wings separate is just a bit stronger in this situation.
Hamul
Doesn't
and don't
hit.
play it. I
And
agree.
Hamul is so yeah,
Hamul and don't play it.
it's
I love
greedy,
it.
but
Oh, he's gonna play it. Oh, he's gonna play it. Okay.
I I don't have a problem with this. It seems weird, but
I don't either.
you're at 8 health.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, and you'll like if you're gonna triple it'll happen eventually. So I do
yeah,
like playing it. Getting the roll there.
yeah. And able to hit another Terragosa should he live. Going up against Edwin though, that Wind Fury could be very strong depending on the hits, right? I
Yeah,
think that the Presters is pretty important for Jackie's strength because he has only health on like one minion.
yeah. It's definitely rough, right? You're playing against that Earthshaker comp. The nice thing is you just have a Prester and Prester's busted, right? Like it's just like but I don't know if it's gonna be enough, right? You have a 36. That's really your best minion, but other than that, you don't really have that much going for yourself. And getting that Prester sniped is a really bad sign.
Yep. And that will be all she wrote for Jackie. RDU, on the other hand, making the Bonkers comp work with 2 Shakers on board. Not conventional, but it's a thing, and it's working. I
Yeah.
guess.
So I would say this is the duality of Ysera, right? Like if you don't win, right, it's very likely you're going to be bottom 2, uh,
Yeah.
and maybe just not the right roles, right? Maybe just not the right amount of scaling. But it is a little bit sad, right? Especially when you see the previous Ysera do so well, and then you're like, oh, I can do it too, right? It's not any different from me, but
Yep.
then you play it and you get a early 8th, right? It's one of those heroes that gets a lot of first, but also gets a lot of 8th, so you have to be careful.
Yep. But for Jackie, I like it. He was a bit behind in the standings, so going for that first, unfortunately not working out. But it was a good try, and maybe just like a turn off, or even if you
Yeah,
get like an Adina there, the
yeah,
game looks a lot different.
yeah.
So
An Adina head, or just a couple better rolls would have been enough. But another thing, right? He did do Jeeve curve where Artie did go 4-on-4 or 3-on-3, so that might also be something to
yeah,
look at and see if it would have made an impactful difference. Maybe not, but you always want to look at all the like options you have, especially with a singular game plan like Ysera.
yeah, for sure. And 3-on-3 is definitely a little bit harder. I mean, both are harder, right? When you just don't have that econ in. So
Yeah, that's
um,
true. Yeah,
maybe something that impacted the odds. I don't know the math, but.
I don't know if we could ever know the math, but maybe if you're a computer, you'd tell me the math, and I'd be like, I don't believe you.
Shuvalor did hit the Catherine here, but has been losing. So we saw
Yeah,
them at 40, but
Yeah,
I guess falling off a little bit now.
ain't at
It's
40
sort
no
of a
more. Yeah,
one
Andy.
unit centric board.
Yeah, it's I guess would be the main weakness of this type of board is that you just don't have anything else carrying you besides the Rathri, right? The Rathri is doing a beautiful job saving you, but then once you get past that point, you don't have that much else in the tank. So yeah, hopefully they can
Yeah,
find.
Dummit did just lose to Jackie's Ghost.
Unfortunate.
Didn't get his block popped, but yeah, that was bit funny.
So Goddammit has like 10 cards in his hand. Oh right, because he has
He's definitely going to 6 here.
yeah, I didn't see that golden nest matron. Okay, I take it all back. Are Murlocs in? Murlocs aren't in, so it's a lot.
No poison.
Yeah, it's a lot harder. But
He's gonna be really strong here
yeah,
too. So
if he finds a Soul Devourer, oh man, if he finds a Soul Devourer, it's so clean. He gets still leveled though, but maybe he's just looking to do other stuff. Double Fellbats, okay.
I guess he just decides that there's not enough on 6 that he wants.
Is he gonna play both Fellbats? Probably just one. Oh, Agam. Oh.
I think he's just having that to have.
He's just running out of time. Yeah, because now. Yeah, let's be honest. He just ran out of time there because, like, you have a golden nest matron, right? That nest matron should be last. That brand should be first, right? He shouldn't have those mechs in the front where, like, you're not gonna get the them to attack if they die because they're too early. So he just ran out of time. Let's just call it as it is. It's a bit unfortunate, but he's very, very strong in this position. Yeah, right. And his nest matron doesn't die. Hopefully he gets one proc. Yeah, he at least gets one proc. So it's not the end of the world. He gets a triple. So that's literally probably the best hit that he was looking for from the nest matron. So I guess that's, a little bit of a saving grace. And he gets another proc. Wow. Wow, what a scam. Okay. Now I'm not happy about this. Because he gets the Soul Devourer triple and he gets a Battle Master as well with the brand. Now I'm not happy. This is so disgusting. I hate it. Okay.
Poison is so hard to hit. Like
you hate to see it.
Roll here over here power. This is just nuts though. It's gonna be so big.
I'm now sad. Like I don't like when people get rewarded for that. Like at least I don't mind if people play perfectly and then they hit the nuts and I'm like, yeah, okay, but like it's like, oh, here's everything you want, and I'm just like, no.
But Nest Matron, it's strong.
It's a good card. Yeah, I agree. It's good. But now I feel like everyone else is in danger, right? There's no Murloc, there's no mech. So you need a Spore. Like I don't know how many players are gonna be like, oh yeah, I should preemptively buy a Spore to deal with Goddammit's board, right?
I mean, RDU has it,
and he's eating it. He's eating it too, so it's not even taunted anymore. So it's just.
Okay, yeah, that changes things a little bit.
This is a rough one if you're not Goddammit here, right? And keep in mind he has the ice block too, so he's not in danger of dying anything randomly. He could realistically have taken the competitive spirit, and I wouldn't have been sad about it.
No, yeah, for sure. Like, it's just resets. Because you're not losing.
You're not losing, yeah. Oh well. Let's see if we can find other players that can counteract with the setup that Goddammit is bringing, because he is going to be in an extremely strong position for pretty much the rest of the match. It's going to be hard to deal with that single minion, and he's also just has a golden nest matron, still giving him value through every turn. So yeah, pretty.
Yeah, brand to go with it.
Pretty disgusting. I'm not happy about this.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, yeah, it is a little funny because I talked about Akazam Zarak as sometimes not always being the hero that can go get the win, but very. I mean, like the Agam's already at 22-25. I just, yeah, okay. So, I mean, maybe Blade. There's a spore. He's gonna pick it up because he's got that selfless trickster set up.
Uh,
Um, I just,
we don't
yeah.
we don't
There's
need
another
a
spore and a triple. Look at this.
okay.
Is okay. Like maybe actually there's
That
something there. And Shady Bunny has one poison, and
well
Blue
he has two poisons. Let's be honest, right? Like that fit
Well, so
230.
I don't think the 230 doesn't trade into the.
It doesn't. And isn't that crazy? Isn't that insane? Where you're just like, I have a 230, 54.
Because the 230 isn't poison. What are you talking about? What do you mean the 230 attack minion is not a poison? What do you?
Oh man,
This is illegal.
so scary. Yeah, but I mean, we did talk about how a lot of people undervaluing Cthulhu, right? And I was like, oh, I know what Shady's saying. Like, Cthulhu's not that bad. You know, you guys are disrespecting Cthulhu. And look at Shady's board, right? It's actually kind of nuts. If you're really looking at it, yeah. So it's one of those heroes that you have to know what you're doing. You absolutely have to know exactly what you're doing, because if you don't know, you're just gonna fail and flounder, right? But
And I think one of the difficulties with it is you have to commit to it
yeah,
early.
yeah.
And that's difficult for a lot of players, right? It's kind of hard to say, yes, I am hard rolling for smuggler, like out the gate.
But yeah, I mean, if you do it correctly, right, you can see he actually ties against, yeah, and that's so incredible, right? Not a lot of players, and I would say almost no player ties that fight. Shady is like the only one in the lobby that could have done that.
Yep. And Glyph Guardian, like it's a little bit underrated because it's a 2-drop. But the golden Glyph Guardian, when you can buff it, is very, very strong.
Yeah, but that's really only this particular comp, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, I'll be able to buy a Glyph Guardian and make it have like 30 attack like easily, right? A lot of the other comps, it's just
I know no one plays Caligos, but it is a very good Caligos dragon. When you do get Caligos.
What is a Caligos?
No one plays
Caligos. If you're playing Caligos, if you're playing Cali,
there's also a triple Soul Devourer, but Terribly decides to pass it.
I think it's hard to triple the Soul Devourer there, right? Because you'd have to eat the Trickster or something. Like, what else are you eating, right? And that's not really, it's not really worth the effort.
Only the one sport. The other thing that's a little weird is like how players are gonna kind of split their spores, right? Like everyone is looking for spores because Shady's also playing a part in this.
Right? Yeah, that's true.
Shady has a bundle of health, right? Like, they're like, okay,
you're right. You're actually right. Yeah, it's not just like because I would say the Akazamzarak, the Dummets board, right, is sneaky strong. Like you don't look at his stats, see like 2 demons or whatever it is, and be like, oh yeah, he has a 300. You
just see the 1 minion, you're like, oh shit, can the poison hit that?
Yeah,
like, please.
Yeah, but definitely with Shady's board, you know you're gonna need a spore. So that is very true. That because I was surprised that we're seeing so many spores. Like I'm like, why is there so many spores? But now that you mentioned, yeah, Shady, you know Shady's in the lobby, you know he's gonna have big stats. It makes a ton of sense to just add some spores here or there. So that's a really good point that you brought up there. Yeah, but I mean,
and unfortunately for RDU, the shields are too much. Both spores go into shields.
Those are some really good hits. Yeah.
But it's still not enough.
Yeah, he's on one.
Look how close. Oh my goodness. We kind of like talked down on the Edwin, but like I said, I really liked his play. Going for the bonkers at first, and I think you're really happy with the fourth. Like, it's not the best, but like you're playing Edwin in that lobby. I think you're okay with that outcome.
I gotta say, you gotta respect Shady for this Cthulhu pick here, right? Like I know like so many players will see their hero selection and not be like, oh, Cthulhu is the pick, and then like let's say you do that. I don't know if you execute and you're like top 2 with this incredible board there. So I mean, it's one of those unique things that you get to see in tournaments where people's creativities, people's like knowledge of different heroes and how you can push it to the limit, right? It's not something I would come into this tournament saying, yeah, to just run Cthulhu Dragons. It's super consistent. You'll beat all these high level players like with this setup, and I'm just, but when you know what you're doing and you've played it time and time again, you've practiced it throughout, you can really showcase it in tournaments like these.
Yeah, and it's definitely a thing that is really cool about tournaments, and that you get to see. It sounds weird, but you get to see some more of the like boring stuff, or like stuff that people don't pick on ladder, right? Like you can see like Daryl wins that you wouldn't see on ladder.
That's true.
Because players are just like, I'm not gonna play this, right? Like, I'm streaming, like this isn't what people want. But then on in the tournament, you're like, this is the best thing. This is and then you see them play it to, like you said, like just really almost perfect play, right? And it's kind of a treat to get to watch it.
Yeah, it's
not getting the Nadina.
Is that a, oh, okay?
Kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be a rough game for Shady just because there's so much stats on this Devourer, and it's gonna be so hard, right? Like you need your poison minions to hit there, and you don't even have one poison minion, right? Like that can really do it. I guess oh man, he's gonna get there too. Wow, okay. I guess you technically have two because Glyph Guardian is
Glyph Guardian.
People
sleep on it, but when it's golden, it grows so fast. If you just get if you get 3 attacks in, it's gonna be big enough.
Would you say it's exponential?
I would say that. Yeah.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you.
Is the Foe Reaper ever a tech here?
Yeah, there's a triple Agam. Okay, he is looking at the triple Agam there. So that's pretty interesting. Oh, it's going for the Nadina. Well, gets double Nadina, but I don't know how good that is even because he needs to hit an Amalgam.
He could have hit the Amalgadon.
Yeah, so yeah, there it is. What do you sell? Do you sell the Agam?
I think you. Man, the Selfless is really good, but I think I might sell it.
You'd sell the Selfless.
It sounds weird, but
yeah, I mean, I can see the self. Yeah, because you have the Nadina, so you can go like Nadina, maybe even double Nadina if you really feel it. But I do think one is fine here as well. I don't mind like Nadina second or something, but maybe
trying to get the value on that poison.
Yeah. I'm a bit greedy, and now I got to get that extra value.
Shady puts in a Presters, which is
that's a nice tech. That's a nice tech, right? Oh, but the splitting image is disgusting. Yeah. Oh. You hate to see it, but the presser is a really good tech, right? To have some type of counterplay to deal with all these shields. Yeah.
Protection. The nice thing is that it protects your big dragons from.
Oh, but that divine shield is gonna be too problematic. Yeah.
It's just the presser's not surviving there.
Yeah. Not sure if he's dead.
Another turn.
Yeah. Should be like 21 or something. Oh, 18. Okay. Okay. Well,
it's maybe Goddammit doesn't get splitting this time, right? It changes a lot of things.
You're full on hopium, huh? And I guess I'm not.
I'm always optimistic. When I play, I always of the expectation like I can win this. Like I'm gonna play to the end.
I'm always like they're already dead. Let's move on. They are already dead, chat. But yeah, I agree. There's definitely hope for them, and if they don't hit the splitting, that does remove a lot of their power there. So. They also sold it, but they have another Nadina actually. Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
I will say that I think Goddammit and Shady really deserve their top 2 places.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I think they both played it really well there to do what to to get there, right? Because Alakazam's not like the easiest hero to pilot when you're using money for like ice blocks and stuff like that. And he did hit an early Nest Matron, right, and made it work, but it's still sometimes hard. And they did pull it off. And Shady doing this unique Cthulhu strategy is also really cool to see, and also very deserved.
Yeah, and I mean the Alakazam, as much as we talk about, oh, like maybe there weren't some perfect plays in there, has an ice block, right? So all those plays are made with
Oh
that
yeah,
fact in
he
mind.
still has the ice block too. Oh, that's true.
That like you have the ice block, and that changes things, right?
Hits at splitting as
Um,
well.
but doesn't get the splitting on the poison, which is a very big difference because
Yeah, that's
Shady's
true.
minions do have enough health, right? That Glyph Guardian is not gonna die to anything, and Shady should win this fight.
It depends, right?
Oh, I guess the
Yeah, if he
okay,
goes
wait.
to the right, oh yeah, he still wins. He still wins even if it goes to the right. Okay, yeah, nice. Wow, Shady getting a victory here. Huh.
Well, there's ice block.
I know. I'm just saying, like he won a fight.
Just the win.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was like, the first place was not there yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's still cool.
I mean, ice block is it's a big take, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying it's like
He can
still
get there.
it's cool that like they're not giving up, right? Like sometimes you see the opponent's board, you see they have like a 400 health demon and you have one poison and you're like, I'm gonna give up, I'm not gonna really try, blah blah blah. But Shady, like, he really wants to win, right? He's not he's not gonna just like falter there. He's gonna keep thinking of like, what are my plays, what are my options, what can I do? And that's really cool to see.
Oh, that's a very interesting hit for Goddammit there. I don't know how much gold he has because that really changes a lot of things. Like it's hard to say if you want to triple it.
Yeah,
It makes you much more susceptible with that presters, but you do have that ghoul as well, and you also want to see what secret you hit because if
damn,
it's splitting,
he keeps hitting
it
splitting.
makes the
Yeah,
decisions a lot different.
well, I mean, he has 10, 15 seconds, right? So I don't know if he wants to go for that. Yeah, he's not gonna go for it. So he's just buying this Devourer. Probably not gonna play it. Just doesn't know what else to do. He does have a Nadina. Yeah. Maybe he could sell one and play Nadina, but yeah, sell the Agam.
He doesn't like the Nadina because of the presters.
Oh right, that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Also makes the triple bad well.
He was thinking about it though. Yeah. Like he was thinking about selling the Agam for the Nadina.
Yeah, but the pressure ruins the math there because it means that like you triple the dong and then it just dies to like the glyph. Yeah.
Crazy hit. But he doesn't get the right splitting. And his attack order gets delayed. Oh. I don't know. I don't know.
It looks like Shady will lose this, right? Yeah. Yeah, he should definitely lose this. Because he can't kill both of the two in the end, yeah. Well, good try though from Shady and well-deserved gameplay from both of them. So.
Yeah, I thought it was it was a super good top two. Alakazam doing something that I think a lot of people don't do and playing right on the edge. As long as you have the ice block, like milk, and he got rewarded for milking. He even took a loss to Jackie Chan's ghost, right? Like that's how much he was playing into like I am going to milk. I have ice block. I don't care. But Shady also just like really, really, really making the most of it. It was close. He won against the ice block, so like he was there. Like he was in a position that he could have won, and didn't get the fight RNG needed. But a really great play on a hero that conventionally isn't sort of respected quite as much.
Yeah, it was definitely cool to see it. It's nice, and you gotta respect Goddammit, by the way, right? Had a poor first couple of games, but it's turned it completely around, right? Like, doing the RD special, right? Just turning it around, being on fire when it matters most, and just like rocketed back up to top 4, even after like a really, really poor start. So that's really cool to see.
Yeah, and we see Goddammit with 2 firsts in the last 3 games and that third in the last fight, or in the last game. Really, really turning things around. He got 8th, 7th, 7th, and he's in the top 4 now. That's super impressive. Terrorblade's still at the top, but Yeah, nice steps there, and there's still 2 games left, so um, lots of time.
It's lots of
Not
time.
lots of time.
Yeah, it's lots of time if you're
It's a
like,
little bit of time.
yeah, if you're like top four or so, right? But if you're like bottom four, right, it's kind of hard to see, right? You know you're out of first, right, and you're really like fighting for like maybe top four prizing and stuff, and that might feel a little bit worse. But it is
Yeah.
still games to play, and you do want to make it to the top four. That's really where the good money is. So. Hopefully they keep it up. They strive to at least have some good performances, even if you're like at the very bottom, right? Having a couple of good victories, right? It's still you can still head your head up high if you end with a win or so. So hopefully they can still keep consistent, keep their end of the game, and try to shoot for the stars.
Yep.
All right. Do want to mention, got to talk about the sponsors. I mean, I don't have to, but. I should, it's sponsored by KelVPN, first ever down improved VPN. We've been handing out codes throughout the channel if you want to take a look at them, right? Don't want people tracking your data, no cyber borders and stuff like that. There's no logins and passwords. So feel free to take a look. They've got some free codes out there. They're being very generous with that. So definitely support this blockchain technology whenever you get the chance. So it's pretty nice. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool to see the rest of the final games, right? We're in the last stretch. I think the players are probably getting a little bit tired. I know I can feel, even though I'm not playing, I know what it is to, play this long and get tired. It's longer than the previous games because yesterday they got a break between every match, but here they have to keep going after it. So hopefully they keep their head up. But yeah, it's gonna be tough. Like if you're Jackie, if you're Solo, Solori, even Stan, Udachi, you can't get first anymore, even if the rest of them get last, right? But you get 2 first places. That's top 4 for everyone. So hopefully, they keep their head up, right? Like you still want to perform well, especially for your community, for your fans and stuff like that. You don't want to just give up there. It's not a great look. So hopefully they keep their head up, and we should be getting into the next game soon, right? We had a quick turnaround in the previous game. Maybe we're having a little bit longer. Maybe people want a break. Can you imagine being a player asking for a break? They should
It's
just.
always weird when you get into the late portions of these longer tournaments. You have like half the players like, let's go, like next one, I'm playing like done. And then there's some people that are like, I just need a break, man. Like we just played 6 games, like give me like I gotta run to the bathroom, I'm gonna grab some drinks, and then other people just like, I wanna play.
I've been both. I've definitely been both, right? And sometimes it has to do with just your mental, right? We haven't really talked about the mental, right? But it does take a strong will to, see yourself doing badly and then turn it around, or see yourself doing good and then have a bad game and be like, I really threw, or I missed my opportunity to make a statement there. So it's hopefully we get some some more consistency throughout everybody, and honestly, like these lobbies are stacked, these lobbies are very tough, right? Like I fear
there's a few ways it can like manifest itself too, right? Like we look at Goddammit, right, with the bad start, and but like coming back super strong and like top 4 right now. But on the other hand, like even when you start strong, right? Like for Terrorblade, it it's easier than people might think to be like, okay, I'm in a really good position, like take your foot off the gas a little bit and maybe play like a little bit more conservatively. And that can be wrong, right? Like sometimes you should still go for the first if the game says, hey, this is like your opportunity to go for a win. Like you shouldn't play for a top 4. And so knowing, your options there and how you're gonna go approach that is a big deal.
Yeah, that's very true, right? You have to figure out what's the best strategy for me to win, right? Some people like to be very consistent, right? Some people like to be very high rolly. Some people like to be high rolly until they have a bad fight, and then they'll play consistent from there, right? And you have to also see what are my opponents doing. Are they high rolling? Are they not, right? Are they going for strong boards, right? You can also see it from the hero selection. choice, right? Like you see Ysera gameplay, you're like, oh, they're trying to high roll. You see like some hook touch
Yeah.
Janus stuff. You see Shutterwalk, you're like, oh, they're trying to high roll, right? So when you see those type of heroes, you can't be like, oh, I'll play safe and get top 4, right? If you have 3 heroes that have tendencies of high rolling, and you're like, I'm gonna top 4 it. Like you're not. They're gonna kill you, right? So it forces you to be like, oh, they're all gonna play high roll. I have to force myself to play high roll just to catch up. So there's a lot you can just take a look at, even in hero selection screen, minion selection screens, and just decide what game style you're gonna play from there.
Who did Terrorblade play last game? Do you remember?
One hero that Terrorblade play.
Yeah,
I
because they
don't know.
top 3. I just remember the top 2. Like Shady and Gandami were going at it. I don't remember terribly, but they top 3 again.
It's like we're heading towards a break, by the way. Another 10-minute break.
Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, you can still hear us even though we're in the break screen, but we will be back in 10 or so minutes. Thank you for your patience and your pleasure. It's a pleasure having you guys. Also, a pleasure having you here with me, Pocky, as well. So yeah, see you guys
Absolutely.
soon. See you guys soon. Hopefully, no audio issues this time.
All right.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the finals of the KelVPN Streamers Cup. We've had 6 games so far. There's 2 games left to go. Hopefully, they are very nice, very entertaining games for the final 2.
Yeah, I'm excited. We've got a few storylines coming in. Terrorblade has still, been on top for most of the tourney. I think since like game 2 or something, and looking super strong. They've only top 3'd. So we'll see if anyone can unseat them. But Shady Bunny, RDU in pretty good spots. And then Goddammit with that sort of comeback, in progress too. And I would love to see him finish well, just because I like the idea of someone, not starting the best, but like, getting a good finish, maybe even a first, if things fall in the right place.
Yeah, that would be really impressive for Gut Dummett especially to like just overtake everybody. I mean that'd be extremely hard, right? But could easily get second, for sure. So, if he just keeps up that consistency from the last 3 games, he'd be in a really good spot. Shuva Lord as well, just one behind Gut Dummett as well. Just been having like good games, some little poor games, but overall pretty good as well for him.
Yeah, definitely. And I'd like to see Jackie get some good finishes here. It's tough when you kind of feel like you're consistently on the short end of the stick here. Of course, he did make it to finals, which is a feat, in itself, playing against a lot of really good players the past 2 days. But you wanna get a good finish there and prove that you feel like you belong in the finals and stuff. So hopefully he can do well in these last 2 games.
Oh wow, it looks like they've already started the games. They didn't even know. They're just jumping us into the start of the game, so that's going to be pretty interesting to see. Looks like we're watching Shady. He's playing Nazormu. That's it's not my favorite hero, and that's being nice. So yeah.
Yeah, we don't see the tribes quite yet. Maybe Shady Beast really likes the mech, so a repeat of a few lobbies. No tokens again and no mechs.
Hits the Wrath Weaver.
Shady finds his beloved Wrath Weaver, yeah. Would you just freeze here and like maybe next turn you take the Selly, buy the Wrath Weaver,
I like that
play
a
the
lot.
demon in hand?
Yeah, I like that a lot. I think that'd be a pretty good play if he wants to do that. He could also still roll, but it looks like he's gonna lock in there and not gonna play a second Icky Imp as well. So taking a look at the heroes, we've got Sanadachi on the what's it called? Mutinous, which a lot of people seem to like. I'm not the biggest fan, but it's pretty good. You also have Jackie on Pirates and without Murlocs in, right? That's without Murlocs or Beast in, right? So no poison as well, right? A very similar game where stats can be reigning king. So that is something to look out for Jackie with Pirates. See if he can get a big pop off there.
Yeah, for sure. Terrorblade, who we talked about, has a bunch of top 3s. Anya Sarge, we saw Shuvalord on it earlier, and Shuvalord was playing very well. And still playing very well. Got 8th with it, and so we'll see if Terrorblade is able to find some better results.
You're saying that
oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, you're saying that maybe Terrorblade can perform better with this, maybe not A or S tier hero, but than the other players. Because I think we've seen this hero like 3 or 4 times in this tournament. They've all performed pretty badly. So we'll see if Terrorblade can be the one standing out even with a lower tier hero.
Yeah. And a few other, Eudora, piloted by Goddammit here, is also an interesting one. Also, I meant to mention it earlier. Shady Bunny opting to hold that demon still, just because you're Nas, you can pick up another Wrathweaver here, to to get a little bit more value out of playing that
And he
demon.
gets
And
the
is
payoff.
rewarded.
Yeah, love to see it. Unless you're his opponent.
Ooh. So okay, there was an interesting decision there. You know, he could have taken the Swabby if he wanted to level next turn, but I I don't know if that was it or not.
I'm pretty sure he's happy either getting a pair or a demon, just so that he knows that he's going to be strong. He knows he's going to be safe. Even though you would argue that the Acolyte is maybe a little bit more the game plan of Avenge, you do have double Icky Imp already, and just getting another demon just make sure you don't take damage for the whole early game.
Yeah, I like the demon over the Acolyte for sure. Next turn, if Shady does want to double level, the Elemental will have to be the cell probably.
Pretty interesting setup for Terrorblade there. Just using his hero power for tempo, trying to get a 3 here, not really buying anything. He was considering buying the 2/4, what's it called? 2/4 demon, but
Seer, yeah, the Overseer.
yeah, the Overseer exactly. But
Seer,
decided
I think
against
it's Overseer.
it. Overseer is correct. Yeah, I don't know the names, but I can tell you if you're
Okay.
right. I can tell if you're right. You know, like
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I like the play, getting a 3-drop, getting the levels, rather than staying on 2. You know, the hero can work, but it usually only works when you're on that higher tier, able to leverage it into something else. We see the elemental setup with that stasis in hand that he got off of the hero power last, and it looks like that's what he's gonna do. But there's also that Quilver package to consider.
It's looking like he's liking the elementals. Yeah, that is gonna be pretty powerful too. Getting +3, it's +4/+4
Yep.
with the 3/2 as well. So he's going for all of it. Wow, just gonna hold that in his hand, or I mean, hold that in his shop, and then get that extra hero power here. So going for a pretty interesting play. Not really focusing.
I like it.
Yeah, not focusing on the quill bars, but just focusing on the elementals, but not even taking the 3/3 in and getting the payoff, but gonna wait maybe next turn level and buy that or something.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I didn't see exactly what the gold situation would be, but assuming that that's an option, that is sort of how I would like to go. Just because using that tempo from the elementals to level and get to the higher tier seems like the best way to play the hero.
If they can.
Meanwhile, we see Shady Bunny finding that Wrathweaver triple, and we're jumping all over the place.
Yeah, we are. Well, just taking a look at stocks. You have the Adora. Did he pop? Did he pop his hero power yet and get the golden gem splitter? I assume that's the only way you can get a golden gem splitter at this stage of the game. So, looks like he went for a 4 and got a golden gem splitter, which
Probably,
is which is not a bad card, but not amazing. Oh my God, RDU leveling to 4 again.
Oh, RDU with the Avenge,
getting rewarded. That's a nutty board. And you can also buy this Elemento and sell it too.
You can grab the
So you can either get the Elemental pair or you can get the Scallywag, right? But I think the Elemental pair, it opens up a pair, and you have enough minions on the board anyway, so I'm pretty happy with this.
Yeah, it's the same amount of minions. The only benefit is that later on Scally is only 1 slot, but assuming you can find more Avenge stuff, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, really nice.
Oh wow,
turn.
and yeah, really nice setup for Gadame here with the double Tough Tusk.
Well, the one issue is he doesn't
Just
have a
needs
gem.
a seed gem.
Yeah. And that's a big deal, right? Like if you don't get that one gem, everything else doesn't work. So it like the potential's there, but if you're missing a 1 or 2 turns without that gem generation, without that divine shield, right, you're gonna take more damage than you want, right? So it looks okay, but it's actually a pretty precarious because you're not getting the value that you expect to be getting once with that setup.
Yeah, luckily he did hit a ring matron, which is it's probably the highest tempo 4 you can hit to pair with it all. So he does have that going for him.
Yeah, hopefully it's enough. But Looks like Jackie as well as RDU, right? They're pretty low in HP. RDU already at 20, which is super early. Turn 8, I mean turn 6 to be at 20 HP, right? He has been playing this risky style with a ton of early leveling, and it's been working out overall for him. I would say definitely more so in the beginning than in the late. He's been having some struggles in the later stages of the tournament, but um, it's been good, right? He's in second place overall, and that's a amazing place to be in this stage. So hopefully it continues for him, and he can keep
For
making
sure.
his style work.
And getting a lot of milk, but taking a lot of damage from Eudora. Um,
He's at
Gadame
9.
obviously happy not to take any damage
He's at
while he
9
looks for that
now.
one gem.
Yeah, I don't know. I would be sweating super hard, right? Because you're in second, right now, right? All the players, especially with
Yeah.
the break, they know for sure what position it is, and they're just thinking, if I mess up here, I've thrown my lead, I've thrown my chance, and you definitely don't
Yeah.
want to be doing that here. So it's gotta, you gotta be feeling the sweat, especially since we're just watching it. It's like, oh god, yeah, but
Hitting a pretty nice setup though. Able to grab this big Fernal. He's gonna be able to play the Kathy, and I believe he grabbed the Soul Devour, so he can eat the Soul Devour, or sorry, eat the that works too. Although I'm, hmm.
were
Yeah,
you
that works.
were you
And then you can swap this onto the Cyclone though. I was thinking you could eat the big Fernal, but I didn't know he had two Soul Devours, so makes a little bit more sense this way.
Yeah, going
And then
for some stats here. I think this makes a lot of sense. Trying to stabilize as best as possible.
hmm
See if it's enough, right? He still has one more empty slot that he can put
I
somewhere.
think you want to probably buy the jug, right?
Jug for tempo is reasonable, or he's going for level and playing. Okay, playing another demon.
Oh, level. I like level.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have that in hand, and trying to get just a slightly.
Solary also has a pretty interesting board there, right? He's almost full juggler comp with a champion scaling, which is pretty cool to see, right?
Yeah.
And, whenever you
In the
get
double acolyte, and in these avenge lobbies, there's gonna be Ellie's, there's demons. The champion is really nice tempo. You just end up getting a lot of those buffs, as everyone plays a bunch of tokens and stuff that can attack into your taunts.
yeah, juggler is just early, just do a lot of work for you, making sure you don't take damage or mitigating the damage that you do take. So looks like
hmm
Dummins gonna take a little bit of damage from the juggler as well as the champion at the back, right? Just being that insurance, that bouncer, like making sure, yeah, you're not getting through here. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I like that analogy.
Yeah.
And Kadavit misses the 50-50 to dodge an extra 3 damage, so he'll take 10. Meanwhile, RDU is able to survive and do what I believe is the first damage to Terrorblade this game.
Yeah, Terrorblade's been
And
having
finds
a
another
pretty
Nest
good.
Matron.
Yeah, but
Interesting.
you're at 9. That's like the real fear, right? Like, can you afford to do
Yeah.
this? Is what you have to ask yourself. I mean, if you triple the Nest Matron, then you can really pop off, right? With some of the sixes, you get a Fellbat or so, and that might be worth
Definitely tough.
buying. But
There was also an interesting play right there. I don't know if you saw the Light Fang, but as Vol'jin, it's a little bit more reasonable that you can like sell out. You can swap that big Fernal and then sell it for another tribe, and use that Light Fang for a few turns to really be strong for a little bit.
it's
But
hard when
he
you're
decided to pass it.
it's hard when you're at 9, right? Everything is
Yeah,
like every
every decision
yeah.
feels like extra scrutiny almost, right? Like,
That's very true. Oh man, Shiva Lord. I'm sure Jackie's gonna be jealous of Shiva Lord's board here. Shiva Lord having double Hogger already.
yeah,
It's gonna feel quite bad. Yeah. So Jackie's in a weird spot.
what do you thought about patches right now? Because it's a decent lobby, right? We see the no token, no poison type setup, but
I think Patches is in a really good spot. I think it's the best minion type hero, where if you can get a nice setup with Patches, right, you have easier access to Hogger. You have easier access to Tony. You have easier access to Eliza, and just if you get like Hogger Tony early, you've seen it throughout the tournament how powerful it can be, especially when you don't have any competition in terms of poison advantages. You just roll through the lobby with all of your stats, and I just think if you can get that setup right, the hardest part is getting the setup. Um, then um, you just have an easy victory. Like even here, right? You can see he hits the Tony. He has 2 hoggers, right? That's gonna be strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just needs to
Yep,
just
and he has a good setup, able to grab that Scally. So Shuvalord definitely happy,
yeah.
and we saw Shuvalord play Pirates in the first game and played it very, very well.
Yeah.
So
If Shuvalord doesn't die in the next 2 turns, I think he's won the game. Like I think it's that simple. Like if he doesn't die here,
yeah,
it's kind of just won.
and I mean he will need to proc the Tony, but if it does go off,
Oh, Jackie hitting the Eliza, that's huge. Maybe gives him enough tempo to stay alive.
yeah, for sure. And did Stan had the champion or no? Was it someone else?
I would be surprised
I
to
don't know
see
if
him
he ate it.
selling the champion. Oh yeah, he probably ate the champion. That makes sense. That does make sense to me. Oh, I would eat the Battle Master for sure. Oh,
Yeah, definitely. Oh, he ran out of time there.
Yeah, I ran out of time a little bit. Okay, so hopefully that Tony will proc. I'm not sure that Tony will proc.
Needs to
Get juggled. Okay, it does proc. Okay, well.
Yep.
Now I'm worried for the rest of the
so that's a
lobby.
really good setup.
Yeah.
Yep. you just spend one fight. You're like, is it gonna happen? Is it gonna happen? And then it happens. And you're like, all right, GG.
Yeah, I mean, it's not let's like sometimes you're watching people and they hit like a light spawn, and then all of chat's like GG, people leave, and I'm just like, no, it's not that simple. You have to play it out, right? It's not the nuts. So we do have to watch Shuvalord build up from there. The problem,
he doesn't have to.
The problem is we've seen him do it before, right? So there's no like worry. It's like,
we're not like, can he pull it off? Like, it's like, yeah, you can pull it off. But I mean, no, there's other people that are strong, and he does still need like a turn probably to really get like the stats where he's not worried about losing here. And because he's only at 15, he can definitely die. We look at RDU, we look at some of these other boards, like Jackie did hit a bit of a power spike.
Ooh,
he can die here.
I like the Scally Tony. Oh, he's gonna roll past it. Oh, I like the Scally Tony because I feel like that's the only line that Jackie has a chance here. With this current situation, if you go pirate scam, with the Tony, if you make a golden Eliza and then you have the Scally.
I mean, even getting like a gold rubber, gold Peggy is a really big deal here, right?
Yeah.
Does find the gold grubber though, sort of naturally.
That might help a lot. Is that worth leveling? I mean, is that worth locking? I wouldn't say.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't say it's
like there's free stats. So it's 1 gold for. Actually, it's probably worth it, right? Like the gambler's kind of pretty good. But the gambler's the only thing.
What a bad hit for Jackie there.
Yeah.
That was also a horrible hit. Jackie is strong though. I mean, to be fair, like it might not even matter. That salty looter is so big. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't even matter. But those are some terrible hits for Jackie. It's funny how.
And actually, goddammit is at risk of
death.
Here?
Yeah, for sure. I think goddammit does get knocked out. Yeah, that's really sad to see. Right, Dummit's been having a awesome performance in the second half of the tournament. It's sad to see him get a loss there on the Eudora. So gets 7th though. Someone else did get 7th. Yeah.
He had a really good setup too with that golden gem splitter and like a board of shields.
RDU as well, getting that
RDU went out, and that's a big deal too because there's a few people who could
could overcome. Yeah. The this might be a huge round for the people that are shooting for second place. Right? If
Well, I mean, Goddammit was in fourth, so it's
yeah,
definitely
and RD was tied for second, right? So both
Yep.
of them getting knocked out there is super important if you want to recover, right? The points are so close that one bad game, especially with 2 left to play, can be the decision, the likelihood, right? But yeah, I mean, let's take a break and just watch Shiverlord play some, casual pirates. Feels good, man. This is the part of the game where I say we when I'm playing. Skipped an amalgam. I know it doesn't matter, but I'm just gonna say it. Like you gotta just press buttons. That's
it's
way
still
more.
a pirate,
Yeah. Pressing the buttons is way more important. But I gotta criticize them because there's nothing else to criticize. Everything's been done pretty well.
Yeah, it hits a golden peggy to add more.
Yeah, the Argus would have been a nice buy or a nice hold in the hand as well. I like how the Elijah's
One thing that is interesting is he decided to buff the salty with the strong arm,
he decided to buff the not the salty but the other one, right? The Peggy.
He had 2 buffs, so he buffed Peggy with one, and he buffed the big salty with the other. And I think the decision to buff the big salty is
it's questionable. I would say I'm more questionable at the decision to buff the Peggy, because I feel like you're going to sell the Peggy at the end of the game. Very very likely. I guess you don't have to, because there's no Murloc, there's no thing, but it's very likely your board's gonna look like double golden hogger, double golden salty looter, selfless brand, and then a flex slot. So then the Peggy doesn't really have a place. So I think I would say the Peggy buff is more questionable to me than the salty buff. And I do think you probably buffed the weaker salty, but I'm not gonna, I don't really care too much.
Yeah, that's fair.
To be fair, like, we're like criticizing nothing. He's having a great time. What we're talking about doesn't matter whatsoever in the slightest. But since we're watching it, may as well just mention like our thoughts on.
Yeah, to talk about something, right?
Yeah.
So Shanu Dachi with a pretty cool setup. Has the shaker, which is always nice with Munis because you're able to sort of make one of those attack buffs permanent every turn. And then it has Bran and Lil Ray going along with it.
As we've been talking, people have been dying. We should probably catch up with it. Like, really important, Terrorblade getting his first non-top 3 placement, right? Getting 5th. Yep. And Shady Bunny right behind, right? A little bit unfortunate if you're a Shady Bunny fan, right? Because you don't get that big of a lead, right? You're only getting a 1-point difference in that, right? And it's going to be hard to
a little bit more, because without the tie, so he gets a 4th versus RDU's 8th.
Oh, well, I'm talking about if you want to be first.
Oh, you mean compared to
the Terrorblade? Yeah. For
right,
for
not
second,
catching up a ton on the first place.
Yeah, for second place, it's a big deal, but for first, it's not that big of an advantage, right? And you have one game to play, right? Terrorblade would have to be. I don't even know if he could even get.
I don't. Yeah, he might have won by now.
Yeah, he might be locked. Yeah, for first.
But yeah, so Terrorblade, on the other hand, if you're a Terrorblade fan, will be happy about the placements here.
You'll be very happy,
just because most of the people that were competitive with Terrorblade
got kicked out. Yeah,
had similarly, not ideal games. That's a lot of plants.
It is a lot of plants. But he got there, gets the tie. Wow! Imagine being imagine being that situation. You're like Shiva Lord. You're like, okay, one of them's dying, and then they tie. Like, it's like, what happened? Like,
yeah. Luckily for Shiva Lord, I don't think he cares all too much. It looks like he's well on his way to another.
What? Of course he cares. Of course he's like, what? I was guaranteed top 2. Now I can lose. That's what he's thinking right now.
Yeah.
Now I can lose.
I'm sure that's the first thing on his mind. He's like, I can lose. When I look at my board, I'm like, I can lose. Oh no.
That'd be going
Yeah, I
through my
think
head.
without the poisons, it's just
It's just so hard, yeah. What do you do
yeah.
against this? Yeah. Like,
Like, like it's
yeah,
too much.
yeah. This is I always say like we're playing different games. You know, when once you see those situations where someone has like double Hogger or like Wrath or Elemental Wraith and a Nomi, and they're just like popping off, spending all their turn, right? And you're just like buying one minion or something, and you're like, yep, that's it, right? You guys are just playing different games here, like. This is a fun game, you know. The fun, infinite gold spending, buy stuff, sell stuff, we and you're like, well, do I need a selfless or do I need a ghoul? That's my
Yeah.
decision for the whole turn. It's like, so yeah, it's just a different game at this point.
Yeah, Shuvalord even breaking his game, the whole shop has shifted. But yeah,
Seems good.
you see Shadu Dachi like making those decisions like, oh, should I play the what's it called? Necrolite, you know, for the stats or moving stuff. It's like, yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the most important decision there was who's fighting the cookie.
Yeah.
Who's dying? Who's getting
Um,
second here? Yeah, that's
and I do wonder if that tie made a difference. I don't know exactly what the rotation on the matchup was, but Vin's which is Solary, will end up going for.
I at least hope Shuvalord respects his last opponent and plays his golden selfless, right? At least, you know, like please respect. Just drop a golden selfless.
There's some spores you gotta, you know, just do it. Just
Yeah,
play the selfless.
yeah. That's all I'm asking for here. You know, just even a
Sort
ghoul,
of thought maybe he stole some, you know, Amalgadons.
even a
It
ghoul or
happens.
something. You know, just a little bit of respect to your opponent here. I'll be happy.
Golden Baron is a thing, so he will have a full aesthetic board. I think only my viewers know what I'm talking about, but the full golden board. That's my only goal when I play APM Pirates is making sure everything is golden. And Shuvalord's done that, so you know,
Dude, where are the
gotta be happy
selflesses?
about that.
Probably in this hand, huh? Okay.
Oh, the golden selfless is in his hand.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've
So
been.
Vince has one as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. So they've been removed from the pool. I'm just like I've not seen a single selfless since I've been looking.
Yeah. Yeah, six of them are taken, and any ones that oh, even he does sell the Peggy.
Even the ghoul.
This
Yeah,
is full respect.
yeah.
Full respect for you right there.
And I love to
Playing
see
the
it.
goal.
I love to see it here. Yeah. So you can tell he's done this before. I'm just gonna say like I have a high chance that this isn't the first time he's done this. Like even this tournament, even.
Yeah.
It's extremely clean.
Sacrifices a full golden board though. You know, I don't know.
I think
I'd be sad about that, but
I
it's
wouldn't.
okay. He guarantees the win.
Yeah, I wouldn't care.
I feel like the win was guaranteed regardless, but you know.
What? Nah, he could lose. We talked about it, right? He's thinking, oh, I could lose.
Yeah.
That's why he's going for respect because he knows. He knows. I completely agree.
And Shuvalord was only a point back of Goddammit for that fourth place.
Right.
So this first place really gonna bring him back. He might even be in second place. We'll see the standings coming up here, but yeah, a very impactful round in Game 7. The standings are gonna shake up actually quite a bit. With only Terrorblade really feeling Terrorblade and
maybe Shady.
and who else?
Maybe Shady.
Who just won? I'm literally blanking. Shuvalord, right? Shuvalord won, and like so he's gonna be pretty happy with that.
Yeah. That's a tie. Yeah. Once again.
It is a tie.
And it looks like for sure now Terrorblade is guaranteed to be first. So he's
Yep.
He's definitely taken it, even with the first place from the other two and the eighth place from Terrorblade. He will still be our winner, so congratulations. But, we still have a game to play. Let's not, go too ahead of ourselves. But there's still
there's still a lot of shakeup that can happen.
Yeah, a lot of prizes
to get into that top
line.
4.
Yeah, I would say even Stanu Dachi could get second here, right? With a first from him and a second and eighth, seventh from the the two in second and third, right? That would create a tiebreaker between one of them, and then it'd just be
Yep.
how many first, like, So there's definitely some fear, I guess, would be in that particular setups, but hopefully we have a nice rest of the game, right? I'm a little bit annoyed with the pirate, how easy it feels, right? Like you get a golden hogger, you get a Tony, and you're just there, and you just won, and it feels like the game's over if you played correctly, and you've seen people. I mean, they're good enough to play correctly, right? You just like infinite stats, golden baron, golden selfless, and you just won, and it's like done. And if there is some counterplay if Murloc's beasts are in, right? But these lobbies haven't had Murloc beasts, right? And so it's just like there's nothing else to do. What composition can easily scale at the same pace of the pirates?
Yeah, there's just not any. You need access to poison to deal with infinite stats, and when the poisons aren't in, it's just too hard. Because even if you hit Amalgadons and Spores and like everything, not having like Reborns it's just too hard, right?
And you can't hit it. You can't hit it at the same speed, right? Like once someone hits,
not at all.
Yeah, once someone hits the pirate comp, like the game ends relatively quickly, right? We've seen some of the other games where people are like fighting for like 5 turns, right? There's 3 people 5 turns later and they're still alive, right? Where if a pirate comp gets created, it's like, are you against me?
Who am I killing this turn?
Yeah, you're dead. Are you against me? You're dead. Are you against me? You're dead. Oh, the game's over. Everyone died. What? I didn't even get to start. You know, I just have like 400 pirates.
I was just starting to have fun.
So it's a bit weird, almost frustrating, right? If you're the opponents and you see someone hits a hogger and they're dealing 30 to people, and you're just like, well, I hope I dodge them, right? Like, because there's not a lot of counterplay. So, kind of interesting to see. But there's been a lot of cool comps, I think, especially in this tournament, right, with these players. A lot of like cool, unique things. We've seen a lot of Aga. We've seen a lot of like beast stuff. We've seen that weird dragon comp from Shady as well. So it's cool. It's cool to see all the uniqueness coming in, all the expression coming in, and Silverlord's really been the only one really taking the pirate comp by by the horns, right, making it like, this is mine. I'm gonna be running it there, so it's pretty cool to see all the
and I wonder if he's one of those players that is like inclined to pirates. I know we sort of have in our American, Western, European community, we have a few players that are really predisposed to playing those APM pirates. So I wonder if he's like one of those players that's always trying to go for it and is just like expertly like, I'm taking this hogger, I'm taking the Tony, this is how we're playing it.
Well, I mean,
he's done it twice now.
Well, if you watch him play, we've watched him play, right? And I think just from watching him play, he's done it tons of times before, right? Everything's perfectly executed, right? He knows when to play safe and when to go full tempo, right? And every time, right, he's ended with Divine Shield, Selfless Baron, and the Ghoul, right? Like, that's something I don't think you'll always see with every pirate player, but he's very adamant to making sure that he ends the final round Ghoul, Selfless, Baron for pirates. So that's pretty cool to see the consistency. And
it's all very fluid.
Yeah, all the fluidity of it. Also, it's nice. It's nice. Even though it's a little annoying, it's also nice. Like, in the same breath.
Yeah, and he's chosen the games to go for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
This meta, more than most, feels very dependent on the tribes that are in. And the 2 times that we've seen him go for those pirate builds are when the poisons are out. So he at least has some recognition of like when it's an option, And I don't think we've even seen people trying to go for it when the poison comps are in, but when they're out, we've seen them win quite a few times with the pirate stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to force. I would definitely agree with the statement that minion types are the most important they've ever been. Like, I would say, like, these last couple patches, they've been very important, and it's cool to see people pick their heroes based on that, pick their what their comps are gonna run based on that. Pick how they're leveling based on that. Right. So many decisions just based on what minion types are in or out. So it's a nice like wrinkle to the game. Gives a little bit of expression. Right. You sometimes you're playing
Yeah.
like some other games and you'll be forcing the same comp over and over every time because it doesn't matter. But here it really does matter what's in and out, right? I mean, sometimes you can't force it because it's not even in, right? But it's cool to see.
Yeah. No, I like that aspect a lot, and it's definitely one of the more positive things about this meta because it's nice in that Battlegrounds is a relatively simple game, right? Like at its core, it's very simple, and so adding those complexities and stuff um, is good. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I understand. We're playing at a high level. I'm not saying it's simple. Guys, this is the hardest game I've ever played. The fact
That's
that we're on
more what I
leaderboards,
like
you
to
should
hear.
really give us credit. But you know,
That's
you
that's
know,
that's more what I want
it's
to
nice
hear.
to add complexity.
Looks like we're in the
um,
final game of the Streamer Cup, and we have a lot of interesting heroes for the last one. It looks like tokens are in because Jandis and Scallywag, I mean, and Shutterwalker
yeah,
here.
tokens are in. It looks like mechs are out, and pirates are out, and quillboars are out. So we'll see a lot of econ with the elementals and the tokens. We see that, like you said, in the hero picks. We see Brand, we see Shutterwalk, we see Malygos, we see Jandis, and we'll see what the Finley ends up being. Very, very possibly a token abuse hero.
Mm-hmm.
RDU rolls once for the token, presses the hero power. Um, Shuvalord gets a token in shop, which is really good because you can play that warrior curve, and a lot of other players are going to be going for those tokens, so easy to set up those triples. Maybe considering freezing and taking the acolyte just to be a little bit stronger here. Acolyte also something that you hit very frequently, so
Yeah, I don't mind freezing for the token here. It guarantees that you can buy it and sell hero power and maybe hit another acolyte or something or a token of your own. So it's pretty nice.
yep, I like it a lot.
Yeah, Shady going for the
Shady with the double belly start.
uh yeah, hits some Malygos. It's interesting, right? Malygos is not a hero we've seen a lot, but I would say some would argue it's one of the best heroes in the game right now, especially when both tokens are in. But we haven't seen this. Might even be the first Mally throughout the whole tournament that I remember. So it's pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it today, but it is a very good hero with tokens in. Um, so we'll see. And Shady does find that Selly triple here.
Yeah, but how is he gonna go for it? Right? Is he selling his Selly and then buying both, or is he going to just get the triple and
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you have to sell and buy both, right? Because it's hard to do it the other way around.
I mean, you could play a G curve and just what you can do is hero power one drops in the shop, but not necessarily freeze unless you hit another Selly, so that you have that double triple. But it's a riskier line for sure. And Shady being tied for second, probably not going to be inclined to go for such a risky high roll line, and I imagine is just buying both here. Um,
That makes sense to me, right? Because he knows he wants the Icky Imp anyways. The only one weird thing is he doesn't get the hero power. What he could do is hero power the Celemental. I don't know if he likes.
I would have hero powered the Icky Imp in the shop, I guess, personally, but
Yeah,
first before doing anything.
he just likes the Avenge proc, right? It's 3 Avenges. He knows it's a minion he likes, but yeah, you could definitely
Yeah,
hero power it and try to hit like a token and then like hero power it back and try to get extra. I don't mind that play, especially if you're not hero powering anything at all. I do think that's.
I just love seeing things like I just want to see more. So Icky Imp is nice, but for me, like being able to hit that second triple or even an acolyte pair would have been um, something that I personally would have valued. But
Yeah.
obviously, Shady Bunny has his play style. He knows that the triples are coming. He knows that he's probably gonna go for a 4 drop. So valuing that avenge stuff is perfectly acceptable. And finds another Icky up in the shop.
Yeah. Might be a
So
pretty
maybe
good
that's
turn
something we
for
see
him.
later.
Is he gonna buy the Wrathweaver? No. Right. Ooh, wow. Lord getting a very,
Wow.
very early 4-drop here with a pretty decent event setup. I wonder what they're gonna do, right? I think Nest Matron in this type of tournament is probably the highest chance to victory, just because elementals haven't really been dominating. You need like double Light Fang to really showcase
and
that.
with the nice setup with both tokens in, meaning that you can both get econ off of the Nest Matron, and you can get that go to 6 fast, like that whole thing, and find Seafood Slinger, find uh reanimating Rattler, Amalgadon, like the good things, the
Yeah.
things that are going to win you the game. And Lord is in a position to take second in the tourney. So I really like the Nest Matron here. Would you ever freeze the
I
Acolyte
would
there?
definitely consider freezing the Acolyte for sure. Decides to go against it, maybe just looking for a better high roll, right? There's still like more high roll options, even if you don't necessarily get
Yeah. And maybe he's not expecting to buy next turn, right?
yeah,
Maybe
he
he's
might
thinking
be
of
like
just like
level hero
leveling
power.
hero powering.
Yeah, that's very true. Doesn't hit the Acolyte. It's Celemento, I guess, would be 2 gold.
It's selling money.
Take a look at
And Shady Bunny has another triple, so it does find that other Elemental. What gold is this? Is this 8 gold or 7?
It's a little.
It should be 8,
he
right?
rode past it. Wow.
Ooh.
Oh, I guess okay. I guess he's doing the triple that way. Okay. It's the light swan.
Interesting.
Okay. I love that we get to see the light swan right before they swap. Like, I don't think that was intended. Oh, they swapped back. Yeah, but I don't think they're like, okay, we saw light swan gone. Let's move.
Yeah. We processed the information. We're done. Yeah. Grabs the light swan though. It's a nice setup for sure. I really wish in this situation that Mally unfroze. I don't think Mally needs the help, but it just feels right that it would unfreeze, because Galakron unfreezes. It's just a weird, inconsistent thing. It bugs me every time I see it happen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's something to look at. I mean, I don't know. Malagos is already strong. I'm not.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It doesn't need the help. That being said, Galakron's already strong too, right? So you could change it the other way too. Um, Shady was looking, I think, at unfreezing the triple, right? Because he values the avenge so much that I think he was like, do I even want to triple this?
Yeah. I wonder if he's gonna go for another 4. I think it's very likely he just shoots for another 4 and tries to fill his board with avenge procs. I think that'd probably be a pretty good.
Yeah, I like it. And there's also oh,
He's gonna.
I was gonna say that
first?
you can do that, and you could hero power the 4 if you miss, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to hit like
oh
an
wow.
S Matron or another lights one. Oh, okay.
Okay.
So that's good though.
Wow, that's really good too. Maybe
And that's pretty good.
Maybe he can level now. Yeah, he can
So just
level
do
now.
that.
Yeah, damn, what another.
So just do that.
That's not fair. What? That's not fair, Chad. He could save that for a 6, or he can stay on 4. I do know in this situation, Shady does like staying on 4 just because it's a lot safer. So I think he might just like let that triple go and just roll past it.
It's an interesting spot where you sort of look. You should you. It's hard, but you should look at Shuvalord and try and determine what he's doing, because that's the main person you're competing with, right?
True. But if you win the lobby, it doesn't matter, right? That's how I look at it, right? Like that's me. Yeah, I'm not looking at what my opponents do. I'm just gonna win the lobby, and then it doesn't matter, right? But
it's definitely something I look at when I'm playing tournaments. Is you know, where my value is. in terms of like even like going full tempo to like okay, this person's my main competition, like I'm going all in, like it might make me lose the lobby, but my expected value for the overall tournament is very positively impacted this way.
Small loss there
For Shady, but
Jackie.
yeah, you got a lot of milk.
Jackie and Shady, yeah, they're both taking a bit. That's a much bigger loss for Shady though, taking 10 versus taking the 5 for Jackie. So
Yeah.
Goddammit has a pretty interesting board. They're playing Gallywix, which is always a pretty nice hero if you can get to the late game. They're just, it looks like they're just trying to be able to level safely. There is
Yeah, it's an interesting shot. There's some buys here.
yeah, there's
also the
matron.
Nest Matron.
Yeah, the Nest Matron is really jumping out of me. It's something I want to be doing. He was looking for tokens most likely or pairs. Does hit I think the pair, but
it's just value.
If you want to
we'll
be
probably see some cells here.
Maybe a roll or so.
Doesn't hit any avenge stuff though.
Ooh, gets the triple. That's huge.
Oh, that is huge. I was gonna say can cycle through the primal fin here earlier. Grabs a token, which is a lot of money.
Dude, Goddammit's next board will be, I mean, next turn will be so good, right? Like, he's gonna have like 20 gold.
Yeah, he's gonna have so much money and.
Yeah, oh my god, he could even. I want to watch his. Oh my
there was
god,
that was actually a lot of decisions. Oh, and wow, RDU. Okay,
yeah. RDU wants to recover, but he's at 6 health. Yeah, he's at 6 health. That's the one fear. If he doesn't die here, he's actually in a decent spot, but he needs to not die here, right? Like, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a guaranteed win for RDU. Well, he has Mama. Maybe Mama changes that actually. Yeah. Okay.
He should.
Yeah, he should
win.
It's
just the one. It's the one light spawn that's a little hairy.
Right? Yeah, but I think he's fine.
And oh man, yeah, he should be, but it's still scary, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he can lose actually.
Yeah. And Mama being like that safety net of giving you so much extra value.
Yeah.
All right.
It even ends up just capping Shady, unfortunately for Shady.
That's what Shutterwalk should do. Like, if you're not capping your opponent, then you've thrown somehow. Like,
yeah. So. Do you ever like look at this Nest Matron? Yeah, he like RDU's hovering the Nest Matron. He's like, do I want this? Like, he's like, no, it's too greedy. Like,
where are the battle cries?
We can't play milk.
Where are my battle cries? Yeah, okay.
Here's one.
There's one, but I don't know if it's enough. Oh, the order was wrong. Oh no.
Wait. Ooh, yep. Miss it. It kind of matters, right? Like,
yeah,
2-2 on that Presters is not irrelevant.
It does matter. Yeah, he noticed it immediately though. He knows. People are getting tired. I'm not I'm not gonna blame him too hard. I mean, I'll blame him a little bit. I mean, I mentioned it, but it's whatever. It looks like Shady is still getting triples here. Voidlord is huge for him, as well. Well, he's at 10. Ooh, he
really needs to stabilize, but there's he's got some big Ellies coming.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
It should be pretty hard for him to die.
Can he buy it?
You are at risk with the brand, like
he has a double sell to buy that. He has one. Okay. I thought he was ending on 5 units. This might be good enough. Yeah, this might be good enough.
This is probably good enough. I didn't realize he had the thing in hand. I was gonna say if you're double selling at that point, I might have sold the 2-5 light spot.
Wait, he's so strong compared to Jackie here.
Yeah, okay. It's actually not close.
Yeah. Okay. Feels good. I mean, well, unless you're a Jackie fan, but he's still super healthy, right? Still at 34. Might be taking cap here, but it's still been a pretty good turnover.
The one issue for Jackie is it feels like he does not have
direction or something?
Direction.
He has a singular light spawn, which I guess isn't as good, right? Especially when you compare it to.
It's just like when you see like Malagos, like, okay, they have 30/30s and 2 light spawns. It's like, yeah, my light spawn is not it. Like, it's not gonna get me there. So then it ceases to be direction.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I mean, sometimes You just gotta go and hope for the best, right? That he really
That is
Shady
true.
really wants to triple that light spawn, right? Having a 2/5 on your board just feels atrocious. So he does have
Yeah.
2 pairs, so maybe he can.
The question is if you would ever sell the 2/5 instead of the
I mean, I think it's
22,
yeah,
22.
well, yeah, he's done it already. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just safer, right? He's at 10 HP, right? You can't really disrespect
Yeah.
your opponents like that and keep a 2/5 over a 20 something minion. Like, that kind of,
Yeah.
that's even, like, you deserving to lose at that point.
It's a bit much. Goddammit did end up taking the Nomi. We had like briefly seen it before we cut, but he does have the Nomi, and on Gallywix, it feels pretty crazy.
Yeah, as long as you can, feel strong, right? The problem with a lot of these plays is that everyone's so low, right? You have Dummit at
Yeah.
12, Terrorblade at 11, Shady at 10, RDU at 6, right? It's one wrong move and you're done. So it makes everything a little bit scary. You can see Terrorblade at the top really liking the Murloc engine, right? He has the Acolyte for the triple. I really like to see that. And then just running like a bunch of poisons, and it looks pretty good, right? Like, I don't know if it's enough to survive, but it's definitely the right approach if you want to have a chance here. Oh wow,
Yeah.
gets the right hits. Wow,
Gets the tie.
actually gets the
Very, very
tie.
good.
Yeah, he's so happy to get that tie here because he knows he's gonna be so much stronger in the following turn. So what a
Yep.
crazy turn for him.
Do you ever? I guess.
Would you ever
can't.
hero power
I was gonna say if
one?
you could make a triple with the thing, but I guess he's gonna try and hit Amalgadon. Oh.
Well, he's on
or not.
4. He's on 4.
He was hovering the level. Yeah. I think he was thinking about leveling to try and hit Amalgadon, but decides that this is a much safer play.
Gets the money.
And I agree.
Oh,
Yeah.
hits. Oh, that's so good. Oh, it's so good
That's
for him.
insane.
Yeah. He's saying, Acolyte, you're not that good. I'm not. You're not that good. Can get the Honcho triple if he forces it. Yeah, puts that back into the shop, sells it, plays something, sells it, buys it again, plays again, triples the Honcho, gets another 5, hits the what's it called? The 5 Murloc, pops off, gets all the stats, sells the Primal Fin, plays the Honcho. Well, I guess you don't have to play the. So, he's listening. Yeah, pretty nasty turn for him. One thing he needs to do is make sure that he has the highest chance of having the Honcho get the Divine Shield proc. So yeah, he's gonna move it to the back. I like that as well. It's very likely that 3 things don't even die. Like I can definitely see that coming out of. Oh well, never mind. This guy's.
Yeah, I might even put the.
That's rough. But it's still it's still really good for him, right? Fine. Yeah, like he has like 40 HP poisons. Like that's just really tough to deal with.
Yeah. The board, because the attack numbers are so low, looks far less intimidating than it really is, right? Because each one of those 40 health minions is infinite attack, and it just looks less menacing when it's only health, but it is super strong.
It's just pure efficiency, We've seen that from Terrorblade, just all efficient. Why buff the attack when I'm just gonna give it infinite attack later on, right? It's just very efficient. Yeah. Looks like we have our first deaths of the game. I believe that's RDU and Jackie.
RDU went out first, and then Jackie.
Yeah, that's
good. So RDU not able to stabilize on that Shutterwalk.
Yeah, very rough end, I think, for RDU. Was doing so well for most of the tournament, but just had 2 bad games in a row to end it off, and that might even knock him out of the top 4.
And Shuvalord also looking absolutely insane. Double Reborn my Exna.
Once again.
The Amalgadon very likely to get a poison at some point. And the Reborn on it, so like it can get a second one because it's taunted, and it just an insane setup for Shuvalord here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty interesting end for whether the elementals are able to get through or the Murloc beast ish. I guess it's not beast. It's like Murloc reborn. I guess that should be the name of the comp. Actually, Murloc reborn. I like it, right? Because it really encapsulates what you're doing with it, right? You're using Murlocs for the poison, then you're ending it off with reborn by Exodus.
Yeah. Um, and it will be tough for the elementals, especially because there's a few players playing the elementals that hitting those premium utility Ellie's in Cyclone and Wildfire is going to be a little bit harder because you've got multiple people looking for them.
Yeah, Shady looks pretty strong, but damn, like Reborn, my Exynos just they hit different.
Yeah, that they do.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Shady's gonna have a chance here, so he's gonna get knocked out pretty early in this, and he was one of those contesting for a second. I wonder if that's gonna kick him out of contention. But yeah, it's been a good game overall for a lot of these players, so I hope they're not too sad about their final results.
Yeah, and Rafam is Vince, which is Solary, also going out in 6th.
Yeah, and Shady in 5th. So we got our top 4 here: Shuverlord, Stanodachi, Goddummit, and Terrorblade. Right, Shuverlord and Terrorblade, I think have been like one of the most consistent in this tournament, or at least these finals. Right, always seeing them near the top. Shady as well, I'll give him credit too, just being pretty consistent, maybe a little bit less so, like a decent amount of 5th places for him there, but definitely some good performances.
Still very strong.
Yeah, from all these players.
And Goddummit using the last of his gold here to try and find a little bit more utility. Replaces Nomi on this. What could potentially be a final fight. Does have a Cyclone in hand to match the golden one on board and the Wildfire. Selfless appears, and I think you take that.
Yeah, or not.
Or not. I don't know how much gold he has left, but
he's playing Gallywix. He has infinite gold. Okay, well, it's great.
His gold to grab stats.
His gold ran out. Never mind.
It's good. Yeah.
Yeah. So going for full tempo.
Oh, it must be a free roll. Yeah.
Yeah. Going full tempo there, I think it's probably correct, right? You know that your opponents aren't going to be playing around, especially in this last battle of the day. So we'll see if it's enough to really save him here.
Yeah, we see Terrorblade grabbing that ghoul just to make sure everything goes according to plan. And unfortunately for Goddummit with that, actually,
yeah, that's enough.
He's alive, right? No, he's at 12.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, unfortunate. Just not able to kill that Sefin.
Yeah.
Just didn't get the hits. I don't think he was it wasn't like 100% lethal or anything, but didn't quite get there. And with Shanidachi having that ice block, yeah, Goddummit will go out in solo 4th.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Terrorblade is a lot scarier than it looks, right? It actually might have been 100% just because, like, all of his Murlocs are huge and they all have poison and they're all like 60 HP, right? So especially
the win was probably very low. I just mean in terms of like being able to survive, right?
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. That's probably true.
I don't think he had a chance to win, to be honest, but but dodging lethal is all that matters.
That's very.
And Shuvalor just gets even more insane.
Yeah, this is not.
It's just another casual, perfect Amalgadon.
This is not okay.
Finds a Nadina, decides he doesn't even care about the Nadina.
I don't know. How's he do it? He's been really like destroying people, right? When Shuvalord hits his comp, he hits it hard. That's something I've noticed from this player here, right? When he has what he needs, it's looking scary. It's looking almost unbeatable, right? But I mean, there's definitely some competition here, especially from Terrorblade, right? Has a decent counteract, but the problem is like the double reborn my X nut. Like it's so hard to counteract that with if you don't have a my X nut of your own, right? You're you have what, two procs? I mean, or one proc from each, or maybe two with the divine shield, but then he also gets the two procs as well, and then he also has the dogs, and then the dogs have spores to proc your own divine shield, right? So there's just so many things that can go wrong on your side of the board. It even has a reborn on the.
I said this was like a thing because of how perfectly he hit that dog, right, with the taunt and having the reborn on there with the stuff, and this is it's basically likely to happen, which is nuts to think about, right? Because your my ex does probably die. Like it's just gross.
Yeah.
And yeah, oh, that feels bad. Gadamit beats Shanudachi's ghost, and that's it. That's the last game.
Yeah, so we kind of knew Terrorblade, right? It was locked in for first, but I do think the second to fourth placements, which is really also very, very important, will be shaken up with the results of that final match. So you definitely got to give it up. Congratulations to Terrorblade. But we will be calculating the scores. I mean, I'm not doing any of that work, but someone behind the scenes will be calculating the scores, and we'll let you know.
And Shuvalord did really amazing there in the last two games. Ends up getting second place. Very well deserved.
No, Shuvalord won.
Coming in strong
overall, yeah, second place, yeah, but won those last two games, but yeah, second place overall. Three firsts as well in the tournament, so I think that's the most in the finals.
Yeah, more than anyone. Yeah. It was actually pretty consolidated in terms of the first, right? Terrorblade with 2, Gadamit with 2, Shuvalord with 3, and RDU with 1. So only 4 players able to take wins. But Shady Bunny with a plethora of seconds and high placements and just overall strong stuff takes the third place. Really nice. And Gadamit ends up taking the top 4, which is pretty awesome. For a pretty weak start, he was at the bottom after 3 games. Coming back to the top 4 is pretty impressive from him.
There is he did tie with Stanudachi, but due to tiebreakers, right, he has way more first, so he's gonna win that tiebreaker for sure. Definitely a great job from him as well to recover from those early games, right? It's so hard and so discouraging, right, to play the first 3, you get last 7th, and you're just like, I've already lost. It's I'm last place, I'm done. But he didn't give up. He keeps fighting that fight, and definitely gets the win there. So that's really cool to see.
Yeah, it's like it's the mental composure that we talked about, and we even highlighted him as someone that would have to keep their head on straight, and he ends up popping off a first run there, and that gets right back into it. So very, very cool.
Yeah, it's been a long day, I think, for all these players. I think they're gonna be happy to finally be done, finally to get some rest, and sometimes maybe they'll go through the streams and see what the other players were doing. Maybe they want to adapt it to their own style, or see what they could have done better themselves. But it's definitely been a fun night, I think, for all these players. I hope you guys have been enjoying this tournament. It's been a pleasure to be here to cast, especially with these great co-casters. Definitely been a ton of fun.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was super fun. This was a super awesome tournament. I got to watch a lot of players that I don't normally get to watch. I mean, they showed that they deserved to be watched. The gameplay was really, really good. Shuvalord and Terrorblade especially, I was really impressed with their play throughout the day, and and their results backed it up. So
yeah, it's always fun. I think getting to see like different styles, right? Because sometimes if you're just a viewer, you're watching like the same person over and over, right? And you're like, I know what they're gonna do, right? But sometimes maybe that style doesn't really resonate with like the meta of the day, or the strategies that other people are doing, especially in tournaments, right? I think normal play and tournament play can be very different, where like in normal play, right, elementals are just running amok, right? But here you could see like the elementals just weren't strong enough in any game.
We didn't see them win at all.
I don't there was
Yeah.
0 elemental victories, I think, over the course of this finals. And that's, I guess, it feels like a surprising statement to make. But it just goes to show you, like, once you get all the competent people in the lobby together fighting, you just see that elementals just don't scale fast enough. So it's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
No, and it really speaks to when you have these really amazing players, how much all those little edges and things matter, right? Just a few stats like that might be enough to get elementals going and be enough to win. Other games aren't quite enough here, and likewise, we see pirates win, but only when both tokens are out, right? And they have a little bit more time to get going, and then they don't have to face into the end game of the full poison, because we saw that when that end game was an option, um, these players were always going for it, and always, it was always going to be the winning comp. So,
Yeah.
um, really, really small margins that everyone's playing with, and it takes a lot of skill to play that well.
Yeah, definitely. It's something to think about, right? Like, because I'm a player as well, right? In my own tournaments, right? I always love watching these because I learn so much, right? Even though I'm not like playing down and dirty, right? You learn a lot when you're playing, but you also learn a lot if you're watching. You're paying attention to all the players, as you do when you cast. So it's always fun to see what the strategies of the time are, right? Like, if you asked me before the tournament what I thought was gonna do well, what I thought people were gonna play, it would be very different than what actually I saw in the games, and that's always cool, right? Where you've played the meta, right? But do you understand it, right? Do you actually get what people will do when the pressure's on? And it's always cool to see them try new things and showcase their strats. So, once again, congratulations to Terrorblade, and also, got to thank the sponsor. Thank you, KelVPN, for sponsoring this tournament. $6,000 prize pool. I believe Terrorblade is getting a huge chunk of that 2K. So, very, very thank you for that. And I hope you guys enjoyed the tournament. Hope you guys enjoyed the casting. Hope you guys enjoyed the production. It was a bit of work, but I think we did quite well.
I mean, I can surely say that I did. The production was fantastic. I loved being able to see so many different perspectives. It's not something you get to see in all the tournaments. So that was definitely special. I know the past 2 days on the English broadcast, you killed it with Aveline and Nina. So shouts to that, and the players obviously did amazing. The games were super fun to watch. So, yeah, thank you for having me. It was a pleasure to be here on this Sunday finals day and get to see how it all ended.
Yeah, it's been fun. More work than I thought I would be having. But it's sometimes you just gotta suck it up and do what you need to be done. So I think it's been great, and definitely congratulations to all the players that made it to the final. Right, they all received some prize money, and it was tough competition. Right, I would say these are some of the strongest players, in the world right now. So it's pretty cool to watch them all bat some heads and see who comes out on top. So pretty cool.
Definitely.
Anyways, I don't have too much more to say. I'm not trying to stall. There's nothing to stall for. If you have any final shout outs or anything like that, feel free to make that case.
Nope. Just I mean, I'm Pocky, and if you don't know me, but I really loved casting. I'm always excited for the casting opportunities, because, like you said, it's a different game than playing, and it's really cool to watch all these games and stuff. So thanks again for having me. Thanks everyone for watching. There wouldn't be any casters or tournaments if people didn't watch. So thanks for hanging out with us, and yeah, have a good one.
Yes, for sure. Also, make sure to check out Aveline and Nina is Noob on Twitter and Twitch. They are there, as well as PockyPlays. Fantastic players, fantastic people. It was a pleasure. I was so surprised how ready they were to the cast. I was like, I thought I'd have to ask more people, but they were like, nah, let's do this thing. And I was like, damn, all right. So they definitely have great work ethic as well. So always a pleasure. But that will be it for our cast. Hope you guys enjoyed everything. Hope you guys had fun. Let everyone know, send some shout outs to all three of the casters and the sponsor and anything, just keep them going so we have more of these tournaments, right? I love doing these tournaments. I love having the community get together like this. So, do your jobs, guys. Shut them out. But, we'll see you guys all later. Take care of yourselves and have a wonderful rest of the night or evening or morning.